little delay.
Now, if I move this window over here, can you still see my presentation?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, I'm just trying to decide how to.
As
No,
everybody coming in, I want to welcome everybody to the second day of that 401k National Virtual Conference. Ari Rosenbaum here. As we get settled, people are coming in. I wanted to introduce from Empower, Lynette Ghali, who will introduce our speaker for today.
All right, are we ready to go then? Ari?
If people are coming in, you could certainly do the introduction. It's just, or you can wait a second or two.
Okay.
People are coming in.
All right. First of all, those of you that don't know me, I've been around the industry for a long time. You know me as Lynn Ghali. I'm very excited to be part of a new organization for me, Empower Retirement. Came over with the Mass Mutual Empower acquisition. My role hasn't really changed since I was at Mass Mutual. I am the TPA National Director for the Midwest region. And I get the privilege of introducing to you one of my colleagues, Sasha Franker. She is the Director of Thought Leadership here at Empower, and her role is to actually execute thought-provoking and original commentary for advisors, consultants, and plan sponsors to help drive conversations about and around retirement. She's been in the industry since 2006, and she started her career as an analyst with Lipper, a subsidiary of Thomson Reuters, and there is where she created reports for mutual fund company boards. But just prior to joining Great West Financial, she was a marketing manager at Jackson National Distributors. She earned her undergraduate degree at Vanderbilt University and her master's degree in political science from Michigan State University. She holds series licenses, and we are very, very happy to have her around today to talk to us about the practical perspectives of dropping the jargon. Go ahead, Sasha.
Thanks, Lynn. What a great introduction. Appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. I am super excited to be at this conference today and a little jealous of your Retireaholics session later this afternoon. I think that's going to be super fun. As Lynn mentioned, my name is Sasha Franker, and I head up the Empower Institute here at Empower Retirement. And really what that means is that I do research, I analyze the results, and then I create content like papers and presentations like the one I have for you today. If you do want more research like what I have to present today, check out the Empower Institute. If you are on empowerretirement.com, all the way at the top of the page in the dark blue bar are the words Empower Institute. If you click there, it'll take you to all of our latest research. Also, before we get started, I wanted to let you know that I'm going to be asking for just a little bit of audience participation today. And I know this can be a little bit hard to do virtually, but it looks like you guys are already chatting, which is great. So you guys know where the chat function is. And when I ask for a little participation, hopefully you guys can chat me in some answers. Thank you. I think audience participation is cool too. I love this. Sorry, did somebody, Ari, did you want to say something? Okay.
No, I'm
getting a little feedback. Yeah, okay. So according to recent research from Cerulli, 97% of retirement specialist financial professionals engage with plan participants. And this is through group meetings or one-on-one meetings or webinars. So the purpose of this presentation, and the reason I wanted to start with this slide, is that I want to share ways that you can be more effective with this communication. And of course, what to look for in a record keeper as well. So in the presentation today, I'm going to try to answer for you all the following questions. The first one is, what words can we use to increase understanding, and why is that important in the first place? The second is to understand not only what words to use, but how to deliver those words in an efficient manner. And finally, how we can use technology to do that a little bit better. So again, that first topic we're going to cover is what words can we use to increase understanding? So according to behavioral economists, we make about 10,000 decisions a day. And I'll tell you guys, this seemed like a lot of decisions to me. So I did the math, and assuming that we sleep 8 hours a night, which of course we never do, but assume that we do, this is about one decision every 5.8 seconds we're awake. So in other words, this is a lot of decisions. And of course, it's nice to think that we have all of the available information and enough time to carefully weigh the pros and cons of every decision before we make it. But I can tell you from my own personal experience, at least, that just isn't possible. And I think it's even exacerbated now during the pandemic. You know, we're having to think about a lot of things now that we never thought about before, like hand washing for 20 seconds or social distancing or counting 6 feet between us and the next closest person. So what do we do? How do we go about making all of these decisions? Well, as you probably already know, what we do is we rely on shortcuts and of course our own intuition to do this. So one such shortcut that psychologists and behavioral economists have identified is this idea of cognitive fluency. Basically, it's our subjective feelings about how easy it is to understand something. And it turns out, not too surprisingly, that people prefer things that are easy to think about over things that are hard to think about. And what's even more interesting is that we're actually more likely to believe something that we can easily understand. So according to psychologists, this helps us apportion those limited mental resources in a world where lots of things are clamoring for our attention. And we have to quickly figure out basically which things are actually worth thinking about. So this research actually shows that this ease of understanding can influence decisions on just about everything in our lives. Research has shown that it can influence the products that we buy, the people we find attractive, and also the candidates we vote for. So I know this election is over, but it might be something we want to keep in mind when we go to the polls again. Basically, any situation where we weigh information can be influenced by our ease of understanding. So this is all great, but how does this relate to retirement plan communications? Well, we just learned that cognitive fluency, or the ease at which people understand something, can affect feelings. So when talking to employees about their retirement plan, using words that employees understand will help them feel confident and prepared, while using terms they don't know well will leave them feeling nervous and uncomfortable. And complicating all of this is that we are in an industry that uses lots of jargon. Lots and lots of jargon. So what is jargon? Well, think back to the last time you went to a court proceeding, or you watched a court proceeding, or you went to the doctor's office. You probably heard some words or definitions that you didn't know at all, or you weren't exactly sure what it meant. That's what jargon is. It's words that can sound highly technical. Now, every profession, of course, has its own set of jargon. And if you are working in that particular field, that jargon can be used as a sort of shorthand to communicate with each other. But if you don't have that jargon knowledge, that words that are jargon can feel alienating. And it's particularly troublesome because industry insiders like you and I often don't recognize when we're using it. Exactly, Michael. I love the words you're putting in here, and I think we're going to talk a little bit about some of those right now. So let's consider some of the words that we typically use in workplace retirement plan communications, such as contribution or match. Michael put in a couple other ones here, like decumulation and sequence of returns risk. These terms are easily understood by you and I. But to people in the real world, people outside of the retirement world, these words have an entirely different meaning. So, for example, contribution. Outside of retirement, in the real world, contribution might be a gift or donation to charity, right? So to emphasize this point, let's play a little game. So in your chat window, send me in what is a common definition or a real world definition for the term rollover. Now, of course, we all know what a rollover is when it relates to retirement plan communications, but what is rollover in the real world? A dog command. Thank you, Julie. Yes, exactly, Michael. Or something that you don't want, yeah, right. Something that you don't want your car to do. Exactly, Shannon. Thank you. Let's do another one. What is election? What does an election mean in the real world? Choice, vote, exactly. And then finally, let's think about match, because match has a very clear definition when it comes to retirement, but what does the word match mean outside of retirement? Right, something that you light a fire with, exactly, Shannon. Dating, yeah, something that you do on Match.com. I think you match if you're lucky. I don't know, I've been married too long to know for sure. But the whole point of this is to just understand and take a minute to realize that these terms that we're using together all the time don't mean that much or don't mean the same thing to people outside of the industry. Thanks. Julie says that you can still use Match.com when you're married. So just in case anybody is wondering. So what we wanted to do is we really wanted to find out what words related to retirement savings that employees understand and what words do they not understand. Now, remember, cognitive fluency is a subjective measure. It's all about how employees feel or perceive which words are easiest to understand. So with that in mind, we embarked on a 12-month 3-survey study. We performed both quantitative surveys and qualitative focus groups in hopes of truly trying to understand what employees, what words they understand and what words they prefer. And in our first survey, we found out that employees were pretty unclear about many of these commonly used words or retirement jargon. So in this survey, we really wanted to find out, we basically gave a list of words and we asked them, do they think these words are clear or unclear? Are they clear what they mean or are they not clear what they mean? And I have to say, we got this first survey back, the findings were a little bit unsettling. On this slide is the percentage of respondents that found each of these terms unclear. So right off the bat, it's important to note that 76% of respondents, including 88% of millennials, were unclear about what a defined contribution retirement plan was. Now, that's kind of a big deal when you're trying to talk to them about their plan. Other notable findings that I'd like to point out, there's one, 66% of respondents don't understand what rebalancing investments means. A similar percentage, 69%, are unclear on the meaning of asset allocation. And what you can see here on the right is that breakout of millennials, because millennials in particular found financial terms difficult to understand. Now, this isn't to pick on millennials, but as they become the dominant generation in the workplace, it's important to know the differences that they have from their older counterparts. So for example, 63% of millennial respondents found the term plan participant to be unclear, compared to with 44% of total respondents. So based on the findings of this research, we set out to find out, we know these terms are unclear, but what terms do employees, millennials included, understand, or what do they prefer in the context of retirement plans? So we showed respondents more than 20 common retirement planning concepts, and then we asked them to select the most appropriate term for each concept from a list of terms or phrases. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples so you can understand exactly what I mean and how this all played out. So in this example, respondents were presented with the concept there at the top, an employee with a workplace retirement plan. And then underneath that, they were given a number of options to consider. And those are the things that are displayed in that white outline box. And these included things like saver, client, employee, among others. So as you can see, employee and plan participant emerged as the most preferred terms. In other words, these terms are preferred when talking to an employee about their workplace retirement plan. So let's take a look at another example. In this example, as you can see, respondents were presented with the concept, the amount your employer puts into your workplace retirement account based on some or all of the amount you save, or in other words, match. And then they were given a number of those options to consider. Again, those are those things in the white box, and that included both terms and short descriptions. And I'll tell you guys, I really thought that short descriptions were going to be one of those that kind of won the day and that we should be using descriptions instead of jargon. But that is not actually what we found. Employer match emerged as the most preferred term. So let's take a look at one more. In this example, respondents were presented with the concept, the percent of your paycheck you save in your retirement plan, and then they were given a number of terms to consider, as you can see again displayed in that white outlined box. So really quickly, since you guys are so interactive, why don't you type in what you think they preferred? Was it retirement savings percent, savings rate, contribution rate? I already told you it's not the short descriptions. You don't have to choose that one. Okay, a couple of votes for savings rate. I like that. So actually, contribution rate did actually emerge as the most preferred term. So let's take a quick look. This is kind of my summary of the results from some of this research. If it will click, we will go to it. There we go. So there are several words that respondents identified as confusing jargon: match, deferral, assets, and managed account. People did not understand these terms, or they were not clear in what they meant, and they were not preferred even in the context of a retirement plan. But what I did think was interesting coming from this research is that there are some small tweaks that you can make to these words to improve understanding. So for example, employees didn't understand match on its own, but employer match was actually preferred. Or people did not understand managed account on its own, but professional account management was a term that was clear for them. And then the other part of this is that we really found that there are some words that respondents actually did comprehend and prefer. And these are also terms that are already frequently used in retirement plan communication, such as contribution and enroll. And I would still say, you know, these are jargon for sure, but it's jargon that they prefer in the context of their retirement plan communications. Michael, I see your question on target date funds. I'm off the top of my head, I'm not sure if we asked that one, but I can definitely take a look. And the research is also on the Empower Institute as well, but that's something I can definitely get back to you on. So let's move on to the next topic, which is what delivery methods lead to increased engagement? Because we can use all the right words in the world, but if we don't deliver that communication where they want to read it, it may just be falling on deaf ears. So in this same set of surveys, we asked respondents where they'd like to receive communication about their retirement plan. So here's your last chance at a little participation. What do you think was the top choice? Where do people want to receive retirement plan communication? Is it a website? Is it work email? Is it personal email? What do you think? And I will tell you that we did have a clear winner. I like some of you are saying text or mobile, which I think is great. That I don't know that that actually was included in the survey. We'll look on the next screen, but that was definitely not the winner. I see in-person meeting, personal email. Paul, you're definitely on to something because personal email actually was it. Now, I'll tell you guys did a pretty good job because most people that I've spoken to or most groups that I've spoken to, especially employers, they believe that it's going to be work email. I'll have them vote. And this was back when we were live in audience, but I would have people vote on which one. And employer email, people always thought work email. But what we did find, and many of you did say this, is that personal email tops the list. So on this chart, what you're looking at here is that we let respondents choose as many of these methods as they would like. And 51% chose personal email. And it just to point out, oh, text message actually is on here, 8%. This survey was done maybe a year and a half ago or so. So I wonder if text messages have grown in importance. And one other thing I would say, we just put out a piece on the importance of diversity and inclusion, and what we did find is that traditionally underrepresented groups tend to prefer text and mobile communication more than other groups. So that's something to keep in mind as well when you're thinking about communication. But what I do think is really interesting too is that work email is at 26%, which means that 75% didn't even choose work email as one way they would like to receive it. Yeah, text has exploded since then, Michael. I totally agree with you. Now, these findings did catch us a little bit by surprise, but we did take a look at some of the open-end comments. And what we found was that, basically people are saying, look, I get all of my other financial information delivered to my personal email. So that's also where I would like to have my retirement plan communication delivered as well. So it really does make a lot of sense when you read some of these. So we did ask respondents this question one other way, and we asked them, what is the method that you prefer the most? And as you can still see that personal email wins by a landslide, with over a quarter of respondents indicating that this is their most preferred. And that's compared down to 10% at work email, or text down there at 2%. Now, I do have to warn you before we move on that my compliance wants me to tell you guys that you can't just email people's personal email. You do have to have that approved by them, but it is possible to do if all the boxes are checked correctly. So far we've learned what words are easiest for employees to understand. And we've also talked a little bit about where they want to read those messages, which is personal email would be their most preferred choice. So finally, let's discuss two ways in which we can use technology to enable behavior changes using both that personal email and those words that we know people understand. So far, we learned what words are easiest for employees to understand. Remember that the reason that this is important is because of this idea of cognitive fluency. And coming back to that idea for a second is that respondents also indicated that they wanted their retirement plan communications to be brief, easy to understand. They're looking for them to be relatable and personalized. And it's really important to think about this idea of personalized when it comes to using technology to enable some of these findings. So employee emails typically take one of two forms. They're either goals-based or personalized. So a goals-based email might be something that you've seen before. It's this idea that it's based on factors, employee age or savings levels. So for example, a participant might receive an email when they turn 40 about when they turn 50 about catch-up contributions. I just turned 40 a couple months ago, so I think I have 40 on the brain. So they would get that email when they turn 50 about catch-up contributions, regardless of how much they're contributing to their retirement plan. It's a trigger at age 50. Now, personalized campaigns, on the other hand, would be more of an automated, multi-touch progressive campaign based on behavior demonstrated by employees. So I'm going to use a slide to kind of explain what that means a little bit. So on here we have Helena and James, and they're similar ages, but you can see that James is a mid-career professional, whereas Helena is a new hire. So even at the same age, they wouldn't want to receive at all the same kind of communication. So Helena's journey is a lot different than James's journey. Helena's journey is all about participating, welcoming, getting her to set up maybe a managed account, check her score to increase contributions, that sort of thing. Whereas James is more about saving more and increasing contributions and then checking beneficiaries and moving him down the line like that. So if you use these personalized campaigns, it really can help move people down a path towards more interaction and hopefully, of course, help them save more for retirement, because that's what we're trying to do. So this is tapping into a little Empower data that we have. And what we found is that personalized campaigns increase engagement versus generic or those more goals-based campaigns. In fact, according to our own internal email data, employees are 6 times more likely to engage when the communication is personalized to their unique situation. And of course, that's what it's all about. We want them to engage, right? We want them to improve their chances of that retirement lifestyle that they imagine. So let's just kind of quickly recap what we've talked about this morning, and think about what you guys might be able to walk away with from. I think some of this is pretty obvious and straightforward, but there are some interesting results in this research, and I really would encourage you to check out the Empower Institute to read more about it. So the first thing I would recommend is that to revisit literature and eliminate unnecessary jargon. Remember, there's many words that people find confusing. The second would be to engage using personal email. And I know the question of text messages came up a lot on this call today, and that did not test very well with this group, but I do wonder, because the study is about 1.5 years old, if that would have changed over time. It's definitely something interesting to consider. And then finally, we want to evaluate providers based on their ability to personalize those communications. We saw, by looking at that Empower platform data and our own internal email data, we were able to see that those personalized emails really do help increase participation or engagement more than those goals-based campaigns. So with that, that's really the end of my prepared remarks today. I'm happy to take any questions if you want to chat them in, or hand it back over to you, Ari. Oh, I see a couple of questions. Let me take a look here.
2. How do we get work email? Actually, it's 1. How do you get a work email incorporated into the Empower system?
Yeah, so that's a really good question that I know that a participant has to go in there and do it on their own. They have to go in and change their email or communication preferences. So it's something to do for sure, but it's not super. You can't go in there and do it for them, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's something that they have to go in there and do. So when you're talking to participants, that's something that you could certainly encourage them to do, would be to go in there and change it to their personal email so that they can start receiving communications there. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me. Actually, I think you just popped up some more Q&As. Let me see. Has Empower been able to use these results to actually improve employee engagement yet?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And it's something that I have been asking the email team too, in our creative department. And what our creative department will tell me, and this is what they would tell you if they were here, is that as these surveys have come in, they have been slowly changing the way that they're communicating. So it's not like we have a good before and a good after to measure whether there's a change based on the words that we use, because it's been slowly incorporated over the last, call it 5 years since Empower became a company. So we definitely, it's very difficult to measure, it's difficult to measure. Now, what we do a lot is we do a lot of copy testing on our emails. So we put our emails in front of participants or in front of survey respondents, and we have them, they evaluate the email. We can track where they have hovered over the email. They can click on words they understand. They can click on words they don't understand. And so we gather a lot of intelligence that way, and then we implement those changes to the email. But it's not super easy because these changes have occurred over time to measure a before and after. Does that make sense?
Yep. Okay. I appreciate the presentation, and I appreciate Empower's involvement in this event. So I thank you very much.
Can we ask one more
Yeah,
question, Sasha? There's one more. Michael's
Oh,
got one.
Okay, yeah. Is the best way to eliminate jargon in a communication to have an employee who knows zero about retirement read the communication, or some other method better?
Yeah, so that's a really good question too. There's a couple of things that occur to me. One is that what we did see, and I pointed this out, is that millennials tend to understand jargon less than older employees. So what that tells me is that that employees do learn over time some of these words. And so I think what you might want to consider doing is for younger employees to really, or those that don't know anything about retirement yet, to include the words, but then include that definition so they can start to recognize them. So that way, as they age in the system and get more knowledgeable, they'll understand and know those terms. Because we can only control, of course, the communications that we're sending out. So if we can educate them, then when they're out on Google or talking to their friends, or say they move to a different provider and they don't have Empower as a record keeper anymore, they have that base knowledge. So I think that testing it with people that have zero knowledge about retirement is maybe not the way to go. It's more about educating those people with zero knowledge to bring them up to speed with people that are a little bit more knowledgeable or more similar to mid-career professionals.
Great. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Our next presenter is Michael Mcaleer from Russell Investments. Mike has been a good friend of the conferences ever since back in the days of our event in Philadelphia, which is, I can't believe it's more than 2 years ago, when I was assaulted by the Philly Fanatic, where he pulled my tie. Everybody knows the joke about that event. Every event I wear the jersey of the person, obviously here it's whoever I'm being, interviewing. But when we have live events, it's usually for the city. And in Philadelphia, I will refuse to wear anything from Philadelphia. I would rather wear a Al Qdia jersey than a Philadelphia Phillies or Flyers or Eagles jersey. So here's Michael with his presentation.
Well, thanks for the kind words about Philadelphia, and we'll start there. Just quick question: can everybody see the screen? I have multiple screens here. I want to make sure that you can see mine, which should be just the title slide at this point.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, great. Okay, so thanks for the opportunity. As already mentioned, I've been a part of these events for many years, and appreciate everybody's time. I know that this is a national and virtual event, but I think we are all looking forward to the time when we can do these back at baseball stadiums and other live venues. So until then, a sincere appreciation and grateful for the opportunity to chat with you guys today. So ultimately, I know probably a lot of the folks on the call here, but for those that don't know me, I'll give you a quick background. I've been in the industry since 1999, so coming up on 22 years in various different capacities. I was an advisor. The majority of my career has been in the qualified plan space. So even when I was an advisor, my focus was DC and DB plans. I've also worked as a record-keeping wholesaler at groups like Lincoln, trust and custody wholesaler at groups like Charles Schwab. I know they were on yesterday, and then ultimately over here at Russell as the defined contribution sales director. And the reason I joined Russell 2 years ago was really the one of the things we're going to talk to you about today is what we believe to be the next evolution in QDIA investing, which we call Personalized Retirement Accounts, or PRA. But I want to talk about, kind of how we got to this. I am a follower of, like many on the call, of things that come out in the press, whether it's, the 401k wire or pension and investments or whatever it may be. And I see more and more stories coming out on managed accounts and managed account solutions. If it's not daily, it's most certainly weekly. We're seeing more and more articles and press come out about new offerings, and there's certainly been an uptick in managed account utilization. So I want to talk about why I think that is, and kind of the evolution, really focus on the evolution as this first slide dictates here. So we got to go through the real quick. I want to spend compliance. As Sasha mentioned, compliance we'll be reviewing, and want to make sure we spend a few seconds here on our disclosure slide. I think we're good there. And let's move into the evolution of QDIA. I remember QDIA's first becoming a popular or commonly used acronym coming out of the Pension Protection Act of 2006, which was specific about what a QDIA was and what the value or benefit of offering a QDIA or qualified default investment alternative to your plan, how a plan sponsor can obtain some fiduciary relief or safe harbor by selecting a QDIA, and what qualified as a QDIA. And coming out of that act, it was really the buckets of managed accounts, balanced funds, or a asset allocation target date, or lifestyle type or risk-based type fund. And almost immediately we saw, because of their ease and simplicity, that target date funds became a very, very popular choice. And it makes sense, right? I jokingly like to say most people can figure out how old they are and what their corresponding series of target date or target date series is. And so they're very, very simple and easy. Couldn't get more easier than that. And that's been a great, great thing, because we all know that one of the biggest challenges we have in meeting our retirement crisis is getting people, participants, invested and started contributing early on. We know this is very important. The earlier you start, the more money you put away, generally equates to the better outcomes that you're going to have. So I applaud target date funds for what they've done for the industry. I think, again, they're simple and easy, and that's what a lot of participants are looking for. They can understand them, they can understand their mechanics and how they work, and they've accomplished that goal of getting people invested early on, and that's been a very good thing. We think that why we're seeing an evolution and a transition for some folks to the next stage of a managed account is because we believe that they're a more holistic approach for many people, especially those who have accumulated some significant or meaningful assets inside of their plan. Because if you look at the nature of a target date fund, it's exactly as advertised. Target date funds are based on your age. You whip out your license, you figure out how old you are, and you go into the corresponding target date series. But we feel that that's a limited viewpoint, right? It's served its purpose very good, but just because you're the same age as somebody doesn't mean that all your circumstances are the same. So for example, I'll just use the 40-year-old example because that was brought up in the last segment. Not all 40-year-olds have, and all the ones in that series have something in common. They're relatively all the same age or in the same age group. But what we also know is that doesn't mean that they have the same salaries. They don't have the same account balances. I'm pretty sure there's different contribution rates amongst the group. There's different genders, there's different outlooks, there's different goals. And so we feel that while they've done some good, it's a very basic or limited viewpoint as to build somebody's plan to reach retirement. So what we want to do is expand on that and offer a solution that's relevant. And I think that's what managed accounts across the board, not just ours, across the board in our industry are looking to do. Well, why are they relevant? Because I believe if you ask retirement plan participants in a very, very simplistic approach, what's most important to you? I think you're going to find their answer is going to be, I want to make sure I have enough money when I retire, or I want to make sure I don't run out of money when I retire. And so that is the intent of a managed account, to build a very robust approach to looking at many different aspects of your circumstances and putting you on a path that is targeted to help you reach your retirement income goals and make sure that you are in the best possible situation you can be in terms of meeting your target retirement goals and achievements there. So ultimately, that is the intent. Let me move to the next slide here. Okay, are we on the slide here that has the blue boxes to the left of the slide as I'm looking at it?
Yes, participant
Okay,
data.
good. Just checking. Thank you. So ultimately, this is kind of how it works. In the past, I'd say one of the headwinds that managed accounts faced was in order to build such a comprehensive approach for a participant, you need data. And data hasn't always been that easy to get. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, we've seen that in the past, some participants just aren't that engaged. They don't want to get that involved. As crazy as that sounds to us, we're in the business. But some just don't want to fill out information. They don't want to fill out a risk tolerance questionnaire. We've all heard the statistics, so I won't bore you with many of them. But the most common one I think a lot of us hear is people spend more time planning their vacation than they do their retirement. And why is that? Well, because one's looked as something they enjoy and the other one's looked as a task, something that is work that they don't want to do, even though it's critically important. So we found that data hasn't always been that easy to get, and it's critical in building these accounts. And so we've alleviated that with the use of technology. Technology has changed our lives in many ways and will continue to do so. I think we're speeding up, not slowing down, and there's some benefits that come out of that. We have alleviated that, and so we do not require any interaction like many. This is not specific to our solution. It's many managed accounts no longer require interaction from a participant. They're built so they're automatically and electronically fed the participant's circumstances. Different solutions feed different data points. But for example, our solution, automatically we're fed the participant's age, their gender, their contribution rate, what their account balance is, their salary. If anything changes with the salary, it's all automatically updated, just like it would be in any of the other criteria. Do they have other sources of income, a defined benefit plan, an annuity, whatever it may be, another pension, their spouse has another source of income, whatever it may be, can all be factored into the solution. And then automatically, a more comprehensive portfolio is built for those participants. And again, very easy and requires no interaction. So again, it's relevant. Managed accounts are becoming more and more relevant. They're becoming simple, simplistic, and easy, like the target dates are. And this is how they're built. I'll move to the next slide. So we already kind of talked about this, but this is a visual of what 3 participants may look like in a plan. As you can see, I know we talked about 40 years old earlier, but as you can see in this example, we have participant A, B, and C, and instead of 40, we have this at 50, and I'm closer to that age group than 40, so I'll go with that. So anyway, we have participant A, B, and C. That top line is age, and you can see it's consistent across the board. So if you go all the way to the right of this slide, you would see that everybody would be in the sample target date 2035 strategy. They'd have a mixture of 77% on average, 77% growth or equity in the portfolio, and then, a capital preservation bucket of about 23%. And this is, not one or a specific target date 2035. It's just a sample. You can see, though, but 2 of these participants are male and 1 is female. Their salaries are pretty different. One is at $85,000. The highest is at $150,000. They all have pretty different contribution rates. C is contributing 3 times what A is. They have very different account values. And then, of course, because of all this data, we can determine where we see their projected funded ratio being, kind of like a defined benefit or pension plan. So participant B is on track. We see them in good shape to meeting their retirement or targeted retirement income goals. Participant A is below or behind or underfunded, and then participant C is a little bit ahead of the game. They are overfunded or above where they necessarily need to be. So we can factor this in, and we can provide some sample strategies to help them bridge the gap for somebody who's in the participant A category, and then somebody who's in participant B category. They would obviously get recommendations to stay on track and continue to improve their situation as well as participant C would. So I think this is a good example of some very different circumstances amongst participants who are all the same age, and why factoring in other things can help. Okay, so we are most commonly compared to target date funds, and I want to be crystal clear. I don't have a vendetta or agenda to pick on them. We sell them at Russell Investments. So, we're just saying for some participants, a approach that factors in other criteria may be something that is of value. So you see kind of the check boxes. We're all familiar with this type of slide, but we most frequently market our solution, as many managed account providers do, as a QDIA solution. It doesn't have to be. It can be an opt-in solution. But as you'll see, the first couple criteria, no participant required. Yep, both target date and managed accounts check that box. The goal is to build a well-diversified and customized, personalized portfolio. So we check both on the well-diversified. Here, we'll see later that only one checks the box on the other factors. Considers biggest risk factor, age, of course, time horizon is very important. Reasonable cost, both there, and in line with QDIA requirements, we both get a check. Ultimately, where the differences are obviously is at the bottom, and I think we've already covered the first one where we're considering more data points, but the second one we haven't really, which is considering the participants' actual market experience and how that aligns with their targeted retirement income goal and how it affects it. So we know that we've seen studies come out over the last few weeks. Look, 2020 is a year we're all looking to put behind us, but we've seen the studies come out and say upwards of 70% of retirement plan participants have less confidence in their retirement stability and ability to achieve their goals after last year. We got to turn that around. One of the reasons, I think, is because we had such a choppy experience last year. And we've seen this before. We've seen it in 2008, right, with the financial crisis and all this. Ultimately, we had a year last year where we had a deep decline in March and then a pretty significant rebound from that. And that caused a lot of uncertainty. People don't know what to do. I personally had a lot of calls from family and friends who said, what do you think I should do? And I kept trying to tell them, stay the course, and thankfully most did. But ultimately, we have to make sure that we are factoring in what's happening in the market as well to make sure people avoid behavioral mistakes and have a plan and have confidence in their solution going forward. All right. So I want to talk about quickly how it works. Ultimately, we are a 338 at the participant level. I want to make that very clear. I'm going to say it again. We are a participant level 338, meaning we are not the plan level 338. We enhance what you as the advisor and consultant do. So the advisor and consultant still build the investment lineup for the plan based on what they feel is most appropriate for the plan. We are not involved in that. We do not limit it. It is completely open architecture. Many managed account offerings are like this. Some aren't, but many are. And so ultimately, we're completely open architecture. We're available on all the major custodians, Broadridge, Matrix, Fidelity, all across the board. And so you can utilize ETFs, you can utilize 40 Act funds, collective trusts, whatever you think, a particular fund family. We do not insist or limit how you build the lineup. What we do is based upon that lineup, we go ahead and look at each individual and build something personalized for them. So we work very well with advisors who are 338s or outside parties who are 338s. Again, our focus is the participant. This is a retirement readiness tool at the participant level. So we, again, are not a plan level. We complement plan level 338. Just want to make that very clear. Often I get asked what the cost is. I like to say that the cost is free to the plan. And the reason I say that is we do not assess any cost at the plan level or across assets of the plan. If you're a participant and you're not engaged in our managed account solution, there's no cost to you. The only people who pay a fee are the ones who see the value and opt in, or in a QDIA solution, don't opt out of the solution. So unless you're enrolled in PRA, you don't pay anything. The plan doesn't pay anything. It's free to the plan. It's free to any participant who's not utilizing it. And it's low cost for those participants who are actually engaged. We see our cost as a fraction of the cost of some of the others out there. And we can get into that if you have any questions later on. It does vary a little bit on some criteria, but overall, we see it as very competitive in industry standards. What also you get is everybody in the plan gets complimentary access to what you're looking at now, which was what we call our PRA Planner tool. It is a complimentary retirement readiness tool where every participant, whether you are engaged in the solution or not, your data is fed into this demo. Well, we have a demo of it up here, but this tool right here, and you are able to get a snapshot very quickly of where you stand in terms of meeting your retirement goals and objectives. You can go in and engage if you want. If you do no engagement, you could probably fly through it in under 2 minutes or so, and at the end of it, you'll get a recommendation. But if you want to engage and add some additional criteria into it, you can. You can add, again, additional streams of income. There's an account aggregation tool in there, pull in other brokerage accounts or whatever you want to do to have it all factored in. And I want to stress, again, there's no cost for this. So everybody in the plan gets access to this for free, whether they use the managed account solution or not. And it's a great tool to help enhance the wellness and retirement readiness of the plan, because at least people get access to figure out, well, where am I at and what can I do about it? Some of those recommendations may be nothing to do at all with our solution or any other. It might just be, Ari, you might want to consider delaying retirement for a year or two, or you might want to consider increasing your contribution rate. These are some steps you can take that are just kind of high-level advice and don't recommend any investment changes or whatsoever. And again, we feel that's a real nice value an advisor can bring to the plan at really no cost. So that's kind of how it works. That's our complimentary retirement readiness tool. Just in summary, I want to save some time for questions. We view the benefits of managed accounts in particular, and ours, again, which is considered personal or called personalized retirement accounts, or PRA, really to be, we're looking to help retirement plan participants improve their wellness and readiness to meet that targeted retirement income goal. It's personalized and easy. It targets what's most important to them, and it leverages what the financial advisor, consultant, or 338 at the plan level do. We work very well with some other 338 partners. Some of you have heard from on this call. We work well with some very strong record-keeping partners which again, you've heard from on this call. So I will summarize by kind of just saying this, and then happy to answer any questions. We view managed accounts, and in particular our solution, to be relevant, again, because it's focused on what's most important to retirement plan participants. We see it as extremely easy. Technology has helped us in multiple ways streamline this and make it a very, very easy solution. It's open architecture. So again, it highlights and helps and expands upon what the advisors are building as a plan menu for the plan. Free to the plan, low cost to those who are involved, and everybody gets access to the complimentary retirement readiness tool. So that is kind of the high level. I'm happy to answer any questions. I do see a couple here. Let me check the box. I see Sherry popped in here as well. So I certainly don't want to take any of her time. But I think the first question was from Greg. Appreciate it. Thank you. And it is, what are your thoughts on customized target date funds? It's a big focus of ours here. We think they're great. I think that's kind of in the evolution or the chart we showed earlier. It's kind of in between. We see more and more solutions. We see hybrid solutions. We're starting to see target date funds, kind of hybrid mended or melded together with managed accounts, where you see a scenario where maybe getting started out, folks are new or early to the plan, are enrolled in a target date, which is great. And then there's a plan through that hybrid setup or structure to morph or transition them into a managed account solution. But I think customized target date funds are great. Russell Investments has been around about 85 years, and we have a huge focus on the deep roots on the qualified plan side. We offer customized target date funds to a lot of our institutional clients, and it is I think they're great. I do think broad level managed accounts with the technology and everything else we have can accomplish a lot of the same things, but I think they're both viable solutions. And I'll just kind of comment, this isn't a one solution is better than another solution. This is, for every pot, there's a lid, as the saying goes. And what we're trying to do is just offer value and solutions for people that see the benefit in them. If somebody doesn't see the benefit in being in a managed account or a target date, we want to give them choice. We want to give them something that they're comfortable with. So it's not our solution's better than somebody else's. They're complementary, and they're both viable solutions that should be considered. All right, we got a couple questions here from Michael Webb. So is there a decumulation component to the PRA, and how does that work? Great question. We're currently working on that. We want to kind of, as a lot of programs work, we want to have a process in place to annuitize or decumulate the assets. So that is in the work. We've got a number of initiatives going with that. Right now, it's based on you purchasing an annuity or something like that. But there is, we're working with many different, we have some big conversations going on that. I'm going to move to the next one. Who is the ideal candidate for PRA? Someone at or close to retirement with a giant balance due to the down capture risk. I look at PRA as somebody, I think the ideal candidate is somebody who understands it and values what they're getting out of it. And so to me, I know that a lot of folks would say, or the mindset of a lot of folks is, well, these are more appropriate for people with large balances. That's when it matters most. That's when it's most important. I can understand that line of thinking. I don't necessarily agree with it, just because I see that it can be beneficial to anybody who is looking to have a more customized or personalized approach. And last question here, since this is a customized solution, how do you measure the effectiveness of PRA so that a plan sponsor can be certain that it is performing better net of fees than, say, a plain vanilla target date fund? Excellent question. And I think one that I should be very clear about. Ultimately, the way managed accounts, and we have a white paper that I'd be happy to offer up about how managed accounts are measuring. We call it through a different lens, because it is a different process. What has to be understood in a managed account scenario is that every participant is going to have a customized or personalized solution, as Michael said. So you can't really look at it and say, well, here's these 10 PRA or managed account participants. How do they compare to the target date fund? Here we are. What the solution is we look at it on outcomes and where they're at in terms of funded target or retirement target income ratio, and that's how we view it. But again, what I will do is I will post on here my contact information for any who would like the managed account white paper we have or research paper we have. I'll make myself available. Anybody who would like demos or anything like that, I'd love to be a resource for you. We have a plethora of good information here. We have a award-winning value of an advisor research paper that's really beneficial for folks to demonstrate the value they're bringing to their clients. I will put my information up here on the chat for anybody who wants the white paper, any additional information. I certainly don't want to drag on over time here, but I will go ahead and and put my contact information up. I'd be honored to continue the conversation. Looking forward to it. Again, thank you all for your time. I wish you a great weekend. And I think we've answered all the questions, unless I missed one, Ari.
No, I think you answered them all.
Excellent. Well, thank you again, and really appreciate it, and looking forward to the rest of the day. And everybody, thanks again. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. I'm waiting for Doc. Doc is coming into the room. Mike, could you stop your screen? Or okay, great. Hey, Doc, how are you?
Good. Hey, how you doing, buddy? How's everything?
Everybody knows that you're my favorite Met of all time.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
And I see you more back before the pandemic. I see you more often than most of my family. But of course, I've never had anybody in my family as successful as you. First things first, this morning, Hank Aaron passed away, and I saw you on Twitter, obviously as another baseball great, and especially as an African-American, pitcher. What are your thoughts about Hank? You've obviously met him over the years, and your thoughts about him.
That's a tough loss, definitely. And as I tweeted out, to me, he was definitely, and this says a lot, he was a better person, player. And what I mean by that, he was the same guy every single day. And I got to meet him in '84, my rookie year, 19 years old. And he was one of the guys that I used to watch play a lot, because growing up in Tampa, we only had one game a week, and we always got the Braves on the radio or on TV. Right. And he was my dad's favorite player. And the thing about Hank was, later on, when my dad got sick, my dad had dialysis. He was doing dialysis for a while with kidney failure. And at all-star games, Hank would be there, and he'll always ask, how my dad doing? And I would call my dad and get him on the phone with Hank, and Hank would at least say hello and cheer him up a little bit. He would be sadly missed. And I remember when I was playing the Mets, I used to always look forward to going to play the Braves to see Hank before games and chat with him. And, obviously baseball lost a legend, but just a good guy.
Yeah, in my house downstairs looks like the old Steiner sports store with so many autographs on the wall. So in one corner I got Hank, and in the other room I got the picture of you, Darryl, and Mike Tyson autographs, which I love.
That's a good company you got me in right there.
Three of the greats of the 1980s. So speaking of the Mets, obviously Steve Cohen bought the team. The Wilpons are gone. I know that Darryl didn't particularly care how he was treated as a former Met. What are your thoughts about Steve Cohen buying the team, and maybe some of the relationships you had over the years with the Wilpons? Because I would think that with Steve Cohen being a fan, he's going to want to bring obviously a lot of the greats back and more involved with the team.
Oh, definitely. The Wilpons, obviously, unfortunately, didn't get with the one title. I never had a problem personally with the Wilpons. I was a little upset in '94 when they wanted to cut ties, but I completely understood. But I never had any problems with them. With Steve Cohen coming in, I think it's great, not only for the Mets, because I'm always a Met at heart, but just baseball in general. And he grew up as a fan, so I think he's going to do a lot of things for the organization and for the fan base. And like you mentioned, I think it's great bringing the old timers back, like for the '86 team, the '69 Mets, guys who won. I think it'd be great for the fans and great for the organization. I remember when I joined the Yankees, and by no means I don't think he's going to copy the Yankees or I'm going to say copy the Yankees. But I remember going to spring training in '96 with the Yankees, and they had DiMaggio, they had Yogi, they had Reggie, they had Goose, they had all these guys. It was great because you could pick their brains as players, and also the fans got opportunity to take pictures with these guys and see them. And I think with the Mets, I think it'd be a great thing. I know they brought, and nothing against Piazza or Franco, which is great guys and good friends of mine. I know the Mets will bring those guys in for a week or whatever, which is great. But I like to see more of the '86 guys, the '69 Mets, even the '73 team, bring those guys back. I think it'd be great for the players and also great for the fans.
Yeah, Steve Cohen on Twitter asked, what should be done? They're putting a statue of Tom. Hopefully one day there'll be a statue of you. I opine there also should be a statue of Bob Murphy outside. What's your take on the black jerseys? Because that's one thing that Steve Cohen wants. And I the black jerseys, once in a while, it's a nice little thing, but I just didn't like them.
I remember the old equipment manager, Charlie Samuels, brought those black jerseys in after I had retired, and I said, man, where's the jerseys before time? Because I just like different shades, and being a pitcher, very superstitious. So I think if they wear the black jerseys, if they get on a win streak, keep wearing them. But they wear the black jerseys, they lose 4 or 5 games. Tradition.
Whatever happened to the biopic movie? Were they going to do a movie about you? Because I've read your book and whatnot, but were they supposed to do a biopic?
Yes. Actually, after '96, we signed a contract with Warner Brothers. It went into production. I met Denzel Washington, who was going to play the character. We had a ghostwriter come down to Tampa. I showed him my neighborhood I grew up in, my high school, Lily Park, and so on. We got paid for the deal, and about a month later, it just disappeared. And I guess that's a whole new era for me to learn. They say, unfortunately, it happens to get new projects that come up. But now we're back in talks again with different companies and trying to shop it around and do a documentary. I think it'd be something great to help, not only for the young kids, but just trying to reach everybody, just share my life experiences, the good, the bad, and everything that's been going on in my life.
Of course, everybody knows you from, 86, but of course your best season was 85. But something was very, very special about that team. And of course, everybody looks at that team and said, they should have won in 88, only having one world title. And also you guys competed when there was no wild card.
That's right.
You had a wild card, you would have made it in 84, you would have made it in 85, you would have made it in 87. But for you, where did the team start unfolding where it was no longer that dominant team? I mean, because to me, I always tweet with Lenny Dykstra on Twitter, and I still, the Juan Samuel deal, I actually have over here. I have a Juan Samuel jersey, Mets jersey from 89. I have a home jersey, game worn, that I jokingly said we should have a bonfire with. But I refused to burn something I paid like $100-something for. But where do you think the team stopped becoming, started to change and no longer was dominant and wasn't have that same magic as it did in 86?
Yeah, I think you're right. Had they been a wild card teams back then, it would have made it a lot because like in 85, we won 98 games and had to go home. Honestly, the best teams, once you get to the playoffs, is always the hottest team that wins. And not to justify anything or take anything away. Like in 88, I thought we definitely should have won that year. We dominated the Dodgers during the regular season. Unfortunately, they beat us in the postseason. And for me personally, I think it started changing in 87. Started getting rid of a lot of guys that played big factors, not only on the field but in the clubhouse. Started with the Kevin Mitchell trade, in my ideas.
Right.
I'm a good player with Kevin Mike Reynolds, but certain guys, they're great guys, but New York ain't for everybody. And so the chemistry started changing. On paper, it looked like we had a better team, but for his heart and coming together and want to be in New York and connecting with the fans, it started changing. And then, as you mentioned, the Juan Samuel trade. I mean, my God, nothing against Samuel, but that was horrible. And not only the trade, did they put him in center field.
Right.
And that just started changing everything. I mean, you got rid of Dykstra and McDowell for, a top reliever, top center fielder for Juan Samuel, who was the second baseman. It was great, 84, 85, but at that time, it started going bad. And then I remember, I want to say 91 and 92, I'm not sure. We brought in Eddie Murray, Willie Randolph, Mcaleer, Saberhagen. I think that was great, but at the time, I think Randolph and Eddie Murray, great guys, super nice guys, but I think they were towards the end of their career. And things just started changing. I mean, we lost a lot of games, we had a lot of injuries, but things just started changing. The whole chemistry started changing a lot. And I think the Samuel trade probably really, really started for me.
Well, yeah, Darryl left after 90. I want to say 90 was his last season because that was the year when they fired Davey and they brought in Bud. And then, it's funny, as a kid, I was 18 at the time, they made it out to be that Darryl wanted to go home. But when you read some of the stuff that went on, it was Frank Cashin just didn't want to offer him the $3 million a year.
Yes, it started in spring training that year. Remember, him and Keith got into a big thing, and it was all about the contract and trying to go. And I think he got personal with Darryl. I remember I got a call from a good friend, Meade Chasky, called me and said Darryl signed with the Dodgers. I couldn't believe it. I just could not believe it because I know there's talk about it, but I never thought that day would come. And it was one of the things the franchise definitely changed at that time, unfortunately, because he was basically the face of the Mets at that time to me. But I never thought I would see that happen, and it just wasn't the same for me personally after that.
Yeah, and replacing him with Vince Coleman wasn't exactly, you can't replace that like that. I mean, Vince Coleman, a great, guy on base and whatnot, but that's a totally different ball player.
Totally different.
In terms of your career, what was the better moment for you? Was it the no-hitter, winning the 86 World Series, maybe winning the 96 World Series? What's the top moment?
Oh man, they always very special and they had their own meetings. But winning the World Series in '86, I mean, after my third year, I went from Rookie of the Year to Cy Young World Champs, and winning it in New York and sharing it with the fans was definitely one of the greatest moments for me for the team. For the individual accomplishment, I would probably say the no hitter, only because the meaning behind that. My dad taught me the game of baseball. We used to go all the games with him. I talked to him at every start, and then he was battling kidney failure. He had been on dialysis for 15 years.
Right.
And the day that I pitched no hitter, I was actually supposed to go home to be with my father, who was having open heart surgery. The next day, I decided he would probably want me to pitch. Turned out to pitch the no hitter. My dad never made it home from the hospital. He ended up passing away, but the last game he saw me pitch was that no hitter, and it made it that much special.
Somebody had a question. It's always sticks in my crawl about a certain player, but what do you think of Greg Jeffries? You know, I always joke when it comes to baseball card collecting, which we'll talk about a little bit. I got a question about that.
Yes.
When it comes to baseball card collecting, people buy, the superstars, whether it's NBA or MLB, the newest prospects and whatnot. And I always jokingly say, I don't do that because of Greg Jeffries. And, as a kid going to the local Woolworths, which nobody knows what a Woolworths is anymore, and trying to find get a Greg Jeffries card. He was the second coming of Ty Cobb. But what really happened with him? Because I know that Lenny said some bad things about him. What was he like as a teammate?
Greg, he was a great guy. I mean, great friend. I'm sure he said some things he regretted. I think when he first came up, we heard about this guy being a great hitter, switch hitter. When he first came up in '88, he was the best hitter I've seen, from both sides of the plate, good line drive hitter, compact hitter. And I think the one mistake he made was when we was traveling, he was hot, the team was struggling, and he told Charlie Samuels, our equipment manager, he didn't want his bats, but the other guy's bats. They had to start rub off on his bats. And that's where it all started. Right. We got to St. Louis, and Mike Dowell called a meeting before the game. He taped all Jeffrey's bats up, put them in the middle of the clubhouse, and set them on fire. And further, Jeffrey went back to the paper and said, those guys are just jealous of me. He only been out for like 2 months. And I felt bad for him because I'm sure he said a lot of things he regretted. But he was actually a decent guy. But unfortunately, it didn't work out for him at that time. And because of things that were said, and then it just got worse and worse for guys to cut the suits, and a lot of things happened on the road.
Yeah, talk says there was a lot of bullying of him, that he didn't really handle himself correctly, and that led to some bullying. But like you said before, not everybody's made out for New York.
That's true. That's very true. Like you mentioned earlier about Vince Coleman coming in to replace Darryl. Vince was great in St. Louis. Bonilla was great in Pittsburgh. Those guys come to New York, and it's a totally different ballgame. Dealing with the media, dealing with the fans, and I think coming to New York, if guys can understand that basically, if you have a bad outing or perform bad, the fans or the media, they're getting on your performance, not necessarily you as a person. And I think if you can separate the two, I think guys would be better off coming to New York.
Here's a question somebody asked, which I've asked you at a Steiner event with Darryl many years ago. It sticks in my crawl, the '88 NLCS Game 7. I've heard it from Lenny. I've heard from so many people. You should have been the starter of Game 7. Ron was a great pitcher, but when it came to Game 7s, he just, between that and the '86 World Series, that wasn't his thing. Were you confident coming in from the bullpen in '88, as a starter? Was it really hard to just switch in and try to salvage that? Because you guys were down, I think, 6-0 in Game 7, and you came in, and what was it like?
It was tough. And, looking back at it now in hindsight, you think that probably should have started Game 7. Davey had confidence in Ronnie. He wanted me to hoping the World Series against Oakland on regular rest, and it didn't turn out that way. And coming in out of the bullpen, you're down 6 runs. There's no room for error. You basically got to try to shut the door to give your team a chance to get back into the game. So you just got to come in. The mindset is that you come in and just look at it as every inning is like the main inning, and just go as long as you possibly can to keep the team in the ball game. But it was tough because before that, I only been on the bullpen maybe once or twice. And no, actually, that was my first time I took on the bullpen, I believe. In '89, the next year, I had an injury. I came in out of the bullpen. But coming in out of the bullpen the first time and then in the playoffs, and that attitude was very tough mentally. But you just got to go as long as you can, as hard as you can.
When you were in the minors and you didn't really spend that long of a time, in '83, Davey brought you up for the AAA World Series. But when you were in the minors, did you know that you were going to be as dominant in the major leagues?
Oh, not at all. What's amazing was I was very fortunate to have in '82 I got drafted. I started in Kingsport, Tennessee, and Davey Johnson was like the roving instructor.
Right.
And I remember I was having a side day, throwing the bullpen, and Davey came over and he challenged me. He goes, "Let me see you throwing down and away." I did that. Let me see what throw up it is. Let me see a curveball down and away. Let me see a hard curveball. He's challenging me, and I was doing it. The next year I go to Lynchburg, and I start out 4-3. And they wanted to send me down to low A, and we had a pitching coach, John Coblin, say, "We're not going to send him down. We'll have him miss a start, and we'll work on some stuff." And we didn't work on anything. We just talked about the mindset of pitching, and he talked to me about pitching inside. And just that talk that I had at missing a start, I ended up going 19-4 the rest of that year. And after I went like 9-4, every start, they said, "One more start, you're going to double A." It never happened. The end of our season, I got called to AAA. Dave was the manager. I pitched three great games for him in the playoffs, and then we won the World Series. And he said, "Wherever I manage next year, you're going to be on my team." So I'm thinking, wow, at least I'll be in AAA, 19, whatever. And George Bamberger resigned. Davey got the job. And I was in the instruction league, and Davey was there. I said, "Davey, remember what you told me?" He goes, "Oh, don't worry about it. You're coming to camp." I got invited to spring training as a non-roster player. And after every start, the media would say, "Oh, he's probably going to double A or AAA," because Frank Cashin in the front office, because of my age, they didn't feel like they didn't want to rush me or whatever. And so me, like a little kid, I would run in Davey's office, showing the paper. I said, "Hey, this is going to double A or AAA." He said, "Don't worry about it. You're going to make the team. Just go out and pitch." The last day of spring training, we played the Tigers in St. Petersburg, top of 15. He came up and said, "Congratulations, you made the team." And I remember telling my dad at that time, I had no goals set. I just wanted to stay healthy, have a long career. My first start was in Houston. I got the win. And my dad said, "Son, what do you think?" I said, "I should win a lot of games." My next start in Chicago, I got knocked out in the third inning. And my dad asked me the question. He goes, "So what do you feel?" I said, "I don't think I'm ready." But I just showed you how the game humbled you. So it took about probably 8 or 9 starts before I felt like I really belonged at that time.
Yeah, the story with Frank was, I think that he was hesitant because of what happened to Tim Leary in '81 when they rushed him out. Well, I still don't even think they rushed him out, but he played, started in Wrigley, got injured, and that was the end of Joe Torre, because Joe pushed to have Joe Torre got fired at the end of the season.
Mm.
But when you look back at it now, do you think that, at your age, were you maybe rushed, were you better off more seasoning, or, I knew what I was like when I was like 18 years old, and I don't think I could have handled myself at all. I don't think at 28, sometimes I could have handled myself at all, being around. But do you look back at it now?
Maybe back at it, I wouldn't have done anything differently on the field. On the field, I thought time was right. I think I was ready. Honestly, the way you use pitchers now is a little different. They said, they think that the way I started off, like the innings pitch, even in the minor leagues, my first year, going through after a lot of innings, a lot of pitches, had some been done differently with my pitch form. But at that time, that was the mindset. When you start a game, you want to finish that game. And that's just who I was. So for that, I wouldn't do anything differently. Off the field, I definitely wasn't mature enough ready yet. I think at that time, I got caught up in the limelight in New York City, and it just, ran from there. So when you say about being mature and not ready for more seasoning, off the field, yes, I could definitely use more seasoning. On the field, I would have done it no other way.
Which pitch of yours do you think was better? Was it the fastball or the curveball?
I think I'll say my curveball. Only reason I say that because I was able to change speeds with it. I felt confident that I could throw it at any time in the count. And my fastball was like, they always talk about hard to throw, but I use my fastball mostly to set guys up with the high fastball. And then with my pitch, I want to get you out with the curveball. I felt like I could throw it at any time in the count and just change the speeds with it with the bigger throws.
I see latest now. How is that Project 2020 thing going with Topps? There was a whole big thing where, I don't know if people know, but it was a big collectible boom where they took some artists and made some reproductions of like your 85 Topps card. And I saw you signing them and autographs. I mean, how has that been? It's funny to see that come out and become very, very popular.
Yes, that was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun doing that. Got to meet a lot of different artists who came out with it. Had a lot of fun with it. Reconnected with a lot of fans, new fans, and some fans that followed my whole career. Had a great time with it. Unfortunately, at the end, there was some problems with my son that it didn't turn out well, but it definitely started well. Had a lot of fun with it, and hopefully next year we can continue doing it.
Yeah, I think they're announcing they're going to do something for the 70th anniversary of Topps, and there was one card in particular I should have bought it, but it was you with a surgical mask on, and in your rookie card with a artist drawing with a surgical mask, which I thought was kind of funny during the pandemic. Um, in terms of pitching for the Yankees, did you find it strange when George got you signed up with the team and trying to make a comeback after the whole 94-95 season?
Oh man, I thought it was great because after '94, the Mets wanted to cut ties, and I still love New York. I want to make it right with the fans, and I wanted to continue my career in New York with the Mets. But once the Wilpon said they felt that we should, separate and go different ways, I understood, but it was tough. It hurt.
Right.
And this time, an opportunity to continue my career in New York, which I was just wham by that. And the thing about it, growing up with the Mets, you actually hate the Yankees. I mean,
Right.
just because of the two New York teams, and
Right.
I would never see myself pictured in the Mets or the Yankees uniform. So when I signed with the Yankees, I remember the first time going to the minicamp they had, putting that uniform on. I must have spent an hour in the mirror just looking at it, trying to get used to the Yankee way. But I remember going to talking with George. He said, "Stay healthy, stay out of trouble. You should win a lot of games." And I remember that year, I started out 0-3.
Right.
And after the third loss, we walked out of the stadium. I walked out with my wife, and I said, "There's Mr. Steinberg. How you do?" So when we got close, I said, "Hey, boss, how you doing?" Like, she'd be my wife. He goes, "Hey, old man, effing game." So, and that was just George. But at the end of the day, he was in your corner. He did so much for my family, so much for my little league ballpark, a lot of things in Tampa. And it's trying to be great. I think at that time it was one of the best organizations. That's where everything was ran. And he always puts you in a great position to succeed. So it was a lot of fun. Like I said, I'm always a man at heart. But my time I spent with the Yankees was a great time as well.
What do you think of pitching these days, especially with the pitch counts? Because I have a theory that sometimes the pitch counts actually increases the likelihood of injury. And I remember when you were pitching, was it 90? What was it, 93 when you hurt your shoulder? There was a game where you pitched like 140 pitches, and they thought that was excessive, and that caused you shoulder trouble.
Oh, definitely. As you mentioned, I think now pitchers that go on 5 innings, 100 pitches, they're taking them out. There's more injuries, more Tommy John surgeries, and I think a lot of that has to do with mechanics. The game I got hurt was normally in spring. I think it was Buddy Harrison first first managing game. Normally in spring training, you may throw 5 or 6 innings, get your pitch count to maybe 80 pitches. And plus the weather's a little different. I remember the game against the Phillies. It was opening day. It was a light drill, I threw like 150 some pitches, pitched a complete game. And I never felt the same after that. And in September, I was having surgery. I tore my rotator cuff and my labrum. And I was never really the same after that. I felt good throwing, but some days it's just so hard to make that start. And then between starts, you got to do so much work to get ready for that next start. So after that, I was just never really the same.
What are your thoughts on the designated hitter and bringing it to the National League? I mean, you're mainly known for being a National League guy, but I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, I think right now it would help the Mets out because Dom Smith could get his at bats, but what do you think about it?
You're right. I'm a Met, like I say, and I think having DH would be great for the Mets. It definitely benefit them as well. Me personally, my days I didn't have the DH, and I'd rather not see the DH. That's the difference between the National League and American League. I like the National League style of baseball better because it's more strategy, the double switch, fun, hidden runs, different things. But now, in our days, the way the game is played, there's things about the home run and strikeouts. So right. I think Brandon DH in the Senate last year wasn't too bad. And so I would be in favor for Senate DH now.
This is another 86 question. How are you sure that Mike Scott was scuffing the ball? I met Mike Scott at one of those signings at Hofstra, and we joked about it. And, he swears up and down he never scuffed the ball. But why do you guys think that he did?
It's funny. He's right. He never scuffed the ball. We found out it was the catcher. I don't actually was scuffing the ball in the shin guard. And I know for a fact the ball was scuffed because I pitched against Mike Scott. Like game 1 of the NLCS, I pitched against Mike Scott, and the balls were scuffed in the same spot every time. And I tried to use it, but I didn't know how to use it the way he did. But the ball was definitely scuffed 100%. But he's right. He wasn't the one scuffing it. We found out later on because Alan has to get on his shin guard.
That I never heard about before. So Mike was right. He didn't scuff the ball. Somebody else did. But at least he knew that the ball was scuffed.
He definitely knew, for sure.
Here's a funny thing. What do you think about Citi Field? Because I belong to a lot of those Mets alumni, not Mets fans groups on Facebook and whatnot. And what are your thoughts about Shea Stadium? I mean, sitting about 10 feet away from me are two Shea Stadium seats, but I don't know. When you see Citi Field, I mean, to me, it's an amazing place. But what are your thoughts about Shea? Because to me, what I remember as a kid was it wasn't, it was a dump. It was our dump, but not as nice as the stadiums we have today.
Oh man, I love Shea Stadium because I mean that's all I knew at the time. Picture it, like you said, it was kind of scary. Sometimes going that night games going to from the big outs to the clubhouse in the tunnel, you might see a rat or something run by. So it was a little different. But Shea, like I said, Shea was Shea. It was our place. To me, it was home. I loved it. I think City Field is nice. I would love that pitch at City Field also. But Shea Stadium, man, a lot of great memories there. There was no better feeling than pulling into the ballpark, seeing all the fans there, and then big crowds, curtain calls, the wave, all this stuff. Just a lot of fun. City Field now is everything, honestly is about corporate Americans taking over a lot of stuff. But it's nice. I like City Field better than Yankee Stadium, me personally.
Yeah, these days, the new Yankee Stadium, I'm not a big fan of it. But speaking of Shea Stadium, the 86 NL East clincher, you pitched a complete game. And that's like the last time, I think, in New York where the fans stormed the field. So you get the last out. I think it was a throw to Keith at first.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing you're like, I mean, when you see the crowd, what do you, I'd be scared, all these people what do you do? I mean, you knew like the first thing you go is go to the clubhouse. I mean, what happens in a situation like that? Not that we have it anymore. It's been 30 some odd years since we had something like that.
And hopefully we get one soon, but the situation like that, I never facing Chico Walker as the hitter. I was definitely going for the strikeout because you just felt like you don't strike this guy to get it, but once he hit the ground ball in Molly, they threw the ball out, got him out, they celebrating right there, and then all the fans around the field. It was fun but scary at the same time when everybody just caught on the field. And once the fans got on the field, they're there to celebrate with you, but it's scary. So you just try to get away and run the clubhouse and just celebrate with your teammates. But it was a tremendous feeling because the year before we had came so close, winning another game, we had to go home. So our only goal was making it to the postseason, win the World Series, and accomplish that right there and doing it in New York in front of our home fans. Tremendous feeling.
Last question. What do you think of, what were your thoughts that Game 6 World Series, you're in the clubhouse, you're down, you guys, did you think you were going to lose or?
Oh man, it's funny. You're talking literally, the game's not over to the last shot made. But to be honest with you, a lot of us was in the clubhouse, I was one of them. I thought it was over. Just like looking back at it, like, man, how could it come to this? You're trying to replay what could have been differently. Obviously, I pitched poorly, my two starts, so I'm reminiscing about that. And then all of a sudden, get the hit, Carter gets the hit, Knight gets the Kevin Mitchell actually had his shirt off in the clubhouse. He had to throw his shirt on, go out and pitch it, got the hit, wild pitch, obviously, the ball that hit between his legs. Just unbelievable what happened. And then, if you remember, Game 7 it was down a couple runs, but because of what happened in Game 6, we knew it was going to come back to win.
Yeah, everybody forgets that Fernandez was the unsung hero Game 7 because Ronnie didn't have it. They were down 3-0. He comes in, I think he pitches like a couple innings, and voila, they come back.
Oh, that was awesome.
Doc, your time with me is over, but I appreciate you. I hope to see you soon.
Yes, sir.
This pandemic thing has put a kink in my memorabilia show appearances. Anytime I see you or in the area, I always have to say hello.
Oh, definitely. You're good.
Jason
man.
always has to say hello, and next time you see Jason, he's almost as tall as me now. So.
Thanks, sir. I look forward to seeing you guys, and thanks for having me. Well, it's great talking to you, and I look forward to seeing you again soon.
I'll see you soon. Take care.
All right, thank you, buddy.
Always great to see Doc. Like I said, I see him more often than I see most of my family. And of course, like I said, I don't have people like him in my family that are that successful. Talking about successful, I don't think there's a person out there who knows retirement plan marketing better than Sherry Fitz. I met Sherry in person a few years back in Las Vegas. I still have those socks that she gave me. So Sherry, take it away.
Wow, Ari, I'm so glad that I jumped on early because I have been, sorry, I've been texting back and forth with my son. He was a baseball player and now he does a ton of softball, competitive softball here in Portland and all over the Pacific Northwest. So, I was like, do you have any questions? And then, people would answer. So it was a sweet moment with me and my son, with you and Doc. So I have goosebumps from it. So sorry. It was very sweet. Um, yeah, no kidding. Hi, Michael. I don't have my hat on today, although it's cold in my office again. I mean, I can't keep my office like situated. I was over hanging out with some friends at the Retireaholics last night, and I seriously had a hat on and a scarf on because my office just kind of gets cold every once in a while. It's awesome to see everybody. So sweet to see you. Let me do this. I'm going to share my screen really fast because obviously I have PowerPoint to share with you. I'm so used to doing meetings versus, webinars, Ari. So I was like discombobulated for a minute when I came in. So I'm going to zoom through some things that I think about regularly. I've been, since March 20th, I've probably done 75, no joke, virtual presentation workshops. No joke, 75. And I always start the workshops recently with the fact that I started in financial services as a graphic designer, creating participant education and communication materials. And so, that was the time when design was moving from being traditionally based with paper and pen and, typesetters and whatnot to being digital. And that's when I got into design because I was not afraid of computers. And really, the reason why I'm in marketing is because I had a sales goal. Because those materials that I created in 1998, I started to sell them. And I didn't have a way to market them. And so in 1998, I sent my first email newsletter. And you think about that and you're like, well, when we get email all the time, not in 1998, right? And I coded my first website in 2000. And then whoop, 2006, I was teaching people how to do social media. So if I think about kind of my career, it really has been kind of leaning into technology, which makes sense, right? Because these roots are from the Midwest, but they also are a daughter of a computer programmer in the 1970s. And I would go with my father. Interesting to hear Doc talk about his father. I would go with my father to hang out in his office that was, the computers were the size of the office that I'm in right now. So, so this virtual world, let me just say that it's your new competitive landscape. We're kind of keeping into the sports thing. It's your new competitive field. No matter what, no matter when, and please, I'm going to be the first there and I'm going to see all of you and I'm going to have like, washing gloves, like the pink ones. I'm going to be sporting a beautiful pink mask, whatever it needs to do to be able to see people. But no matter what, the competitive landscape of how we do business in the retirement plan industry has been changed. And so as I think about that, I think about the fact that not only do we need to be better kind of just at the basics, right? That we need to start the next level of that is starting to own the virtual experience. And, because we all started here trying to figure out virtual backgrounds, right? And trying to figure out the lighting and all that kind of stuff. And, really, truly, like shifts happen. And this was just another big one. So I'm going to zoom through really fast some things that I think might be really important to you. First thing, we all have Zoom fatigue. We're all exhausted. We all stare at a camera all day long, and then we're trying to connect with people in the gallery, trying so hard, and our prefrontal cortex is just shot. So I want to just tell you that, the idea of Zoom fatigue and COVID brain, they are real. And so kind of on the sidelines, just know that you need to hydrate and give yourself a lot more breaks than you think you might need to, because your prefrontal cortex is just trying to make sense of everything. And there's no way for you to do it. And especially in this whole kind of face-to-face kind of face-to-camera situation, right? Um, you know, this idea of eyes on the camera is a tough one. It's a really tough one. But we spend when kind of doing some research, right? 70% of adults are spending time on Zoom calls. And, everybody's kind of coming back and saying it's about 30% of our days are on Zoom calls. Well, this is my business, right? This is what I do. I'm a speaker, I'm a trainer. This is what I do. And so I'm on all day long. I mean, yesterday I did 3 workshops, each of them 90 minutes long. And so, I can't complete a sentence, because it's hard for me to complete a sentence beforehand because I can be easily distracted, squirrel, but I can't complete a sentence after a day like that. I don't know about you, but what I do know is if we think about this being our new competitive landscape, right? This being, one part or another of the relationship building or the sales closing or whatever it is, I really think that engagement is the new black, right? Engagement is the new black. And what do I mean by that? Well, here's what I'm not going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about the equipment. I'm not going to talk about the lighting. I'm not going to talk about any of the fancy stuff that I have going on here. There's just, it's pretty simple. Just 5 things that you need to worry about in order to kind of get to this particular place. And it's not too tough. But what I do want to talk about is that engagement part, right? I do want to talk about what's next. What do we need to start thinking of next? In fact, I just got off a workshop. I was on camera at like 6:15 and I just got off a workshop, and it was with a wonderful group of TPAs from the Southeast region of the United States. And yeah, we spent a lot of time talking about, this equipment stuff and, whatnot. But, really the heart of it is, how do we keep people connected to us over this medium? How do we, really kind of do a better job of connecting with each other? Because the funny thing is that one of the TPAs said, well, oftentimes I'm not the one running the meeting, it's the advisor running the meeting. And unfortunately, the advisor needs a lot of your help. It was kind of funny. So I'm just going to talk about 7 ways, seven, however you want to do it, with your hands backwards. I don't know. Right. Again, I just got done, so I'm still kind of jello. So 7 ways to drive engagement. This is what I think. I think the first thing is that you need to show up early. And what do I mean by that? So if you're hosting a meeting, right, oftentimes what happens is you are, kind of last minute kind of a thing. And so for me, when I do workshops where I've got a group of people coming in, I get on 30 minutes early and I just get everything ready. And then I can turn off my camera or whatever, get my Diet Pepsi refilled, whatever it is. And then what I do is I begin to allow people in from the waiting room 10 minutes early, because that's when I can start to say, hey, how are you? Shake your hand, right? Check in. How are things going? Because the meeting is not the time to do the check-in stuff. The meeting is to do the meeting. The time before is the check-in stuff. And we all need check-ins, new puppy, me, right? Wife in labor yesterday, somebody else's wife, right? So that's the time to check in, is in the 10 minutes. And I guess my tip to you is, if you are part of somebody else's meeting, join early, right? Get in there and say hello. Get in there and say hello. One other thing, though, we know is that if technology can bite you, it's going to bite you. So if you've got a critical high stakes presentation situation coming up, talk about joining early. I want you to respectfully request that you check in with folks from a technology perspective and simply say, can I have 20 minutes of your time about 2 to 3 days before our big show? And hopefully they will say yes, because nobody wants to have a bad meeting, right? So that's super early, showing up early. Looks like Michael has a question. What's the one big mistake you see people make in Zoom calls? Okay, cool. I'm going to zoom through these because I want to answer more of your questions. I want to spend more time with you than with me, right? So show up early. The next one is use people's names. So when you're in a workshop situation, I want you to constantly come back to saying people's names, even more than you normally would. You know, when you're on a call with somebody, you don't go, hey, Joe. So, and then Joe, and then, and then Joe. You don't usually use their name that frequently. But in this absent of where are you, thing, using people's names is a great way to get their attention. And then also to keep the rest of the kind of audience paying attention. If you're in a gallery situation and you start to use people's names, other people start to go, they might say my name and I best be listening. A side note, during these workshops that I've been doing, I preach minimum viable PowerPoint. Why the heck are you inviting people to a meeting, a Zoom meeting, and saying, please turn on your cameras, and then you leave PowerPoint on the whole time? That doesn't make sense. That's a webinar. That's like this, right? That's like this. So I preach minimum viable PowerPoint. Also, though, I want you to send your agenda in advance. And, more importantly, I want you to start thinking of not only are you the presenter, right? You're the presenter, put your presenter hat on, but you are also the Hollywood producer, right? And I think that as you think about your agenda from the Hollywood producer kind of a thing, how are you going to build in engagement? What are you going to do? Are you going to do a poll? Are you going to come back to the gallery and have a discussion? How are you going to do Q&A? How are you going to manage that kind of thing? So as you're thinking about your meeting or about your presentation, I want you to build in engagement. For me, one of the things I do is I use QR codes. Funny, those were around before and now they're around again, because you can slap a QR code on a slide, project that slide onto the screen, and you can take somebody off this screen and onto another one, which really helps just ease their monkey mind and allows them to engage, right? Engage. The other one is the eye contact thing. And I'm not necessarily saying the eye contact thing for you. I'm saying the eye contact thing for your team. If you're at the front of the room and you are speaking and presenting and you are there with your team and everybody's camera is on because this is a meeting and not a webinar, they can't be looking here. They can't be looking down. It was really hard for me. I shouldn't have turned my camera on. I didn't know Doc was going to come on. So I was texting over here with my son, right? But you cannot be away from the camera in any way, because the rest of the audience sees your team and goes, well, they're not paying attention. Why should I? In fact, big, bad faux pas. If you are there as a team and then one of your team members turns off their camera, that's saying, I'm checked out completely. That's like them being in the boardroom with you and them walking out of the boardroom. That's what that's like, right? That's what that's like. I mean, they can look to the camera, make eye contact, and they can look away as if they're taking notes, but they got to kind of regularly look up and shake their head and do the NLP thing, right? Neuro-linguistic programming, shake your head. The other one is don't be stuck here, right? Don't be stuck here. I mentioned use QR codes. You don't always have to stay in this area. You can use the area behind you, right? You might have a whiteboard. That might be kind of cool. Why, if you're brainstorming about next steps or something, do you just kind of all take to here? To bring in an external whiteboard, bring in other things. Use the whiteboard in Zoom, even if you have to. There's a polling function, a really cool app that I use called Slido, SLI.do. It takes somebody to a different kind of experience, right? It gets them out of the Zoom onto another screen. The more you can move things around, and it's about 7 to 10 minutes, which is why minimum viable PowerPoint, minimum viable PowerPoint. Because if you put your PowerPoint up, we all kind of go comatose staring at the PowerPoint, right? If you're in the gallery, you got to watch your resting face. You cannot have a bad resting face. But if you're presenting, you have to own the energy in the room, and if I were across the table from you in a boardroom, this would be way too much, but it's not way too much here, right? It's not way too much here because you're so far away. So when you're in front of the camera, you really got to be almost more amplified. Some people stand. I can't stand. Well, I can't stand because my workshops are usually 90 minutes, and standing for 90 minutes in one place, first off, I would wiggle way too much. I mean, I'm wiggling already, right? But two, my back would just be, right? But some people stand and can get away from it. Watch it when you stand, though, because that does give you a lot of energy. Watch it that you don't start moving around, because that's kind of one issue. The other one is, though, I need you to manage the interface. And if this were a meeting, I would just blow your mind. Right? I would blow your mind. Manage the interface. You can do things. You can do things. You can switch from share slide, no slide, share slide, no slide, back to gallery, right? Spotlight, no spotlight. Pin, what's that? What are those? Well, that's when you're like this and you're managing that Zoom kind of view for your audience. That's what you do. So I need you to manage the interface. And then, there are other interfaces. There's something called it's spelled MMH. That's an easy kind of virtual camera that can allow you to do some fancy things. That's kind of step one. There's something called eCam only for Apple products that I'm just rocking a lot. So manage this interface and know, again, that this is our competitive landscape. And we are discerning kind of viewers now. And if you are responsible for making something happen on the other side of this camera, then you gotta pull out all the bells and whistles. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen right now, and I'm gonna spend a little time with you answering questions. So there's like a lot of things going on as far as the chat goes, but I'll stay focused on the Q&A for right now. So Michael asks, what's the one biggest mistake you see people make in Zoom calls? Funny, Nevin Adams asked me this as well when I was doing an Ask Me Anything. Posture. Posture. I need you to fill up this space. I need you to be sitting up. I need you to be in, right? And I see too many people kind of back or kind of like, this is just a meeting, kind of lackadaisical or whatever. So that's the first thing, I guess. The other one, though, is that I really do think that a lot of people have a hard time staring at the camera. I don't think that's a mistake. I just think that's practice. I think it's a lot of practice to just do this all the time, right? Because we want to come back out here and be in the gallery or whatever it is. So those are the two things I would say for sure. Why do so many people have the power broker in their background? What? What's the power broker, Greg? How many of those people actually read it? Is that like a book? I have no idea. It must be a double extra secret book, huh?
No, the Power
It's a
Broker.
book about Robert Moses.
Yeah, Robert Moses. It's a famous book, 700 pages.
Okay.
I read it.
Hilarious. See, Ari might have it because I'm not sure. Perhaps maybe what it is it's one of those really iconic books that if you read it, like the Course in Miracles, you kind of go, oh, we're simpatico.
The book is a New York thing. It's he was a historical figure in New York. So outside New York, nobody knows who Robert Moses is.
See? So good. Thank you, Ari, because I don't know. Awesome. Why do you blur your background? Your background seems kind of nice. My background is blurred. I have a bookshelf over here. It's really messy right now, so I'm not going to show it to you. I have a piling problem. I like paper, I like information, all that kind of stuff. So um, the issues sometimes that I deal with in my office is, you saw me turn my camera off for just a second while Doc was talking. It was because I've got windows throughout my office. My desk faces the wall. So I have a green screen to help control the light, and that helps because I can't have a native background really very easily. And so when I started kind of working on this, I tested out a variety of different backgrounds. I thought I was, I don't know. And then I started to think about what I found pleasing. And this is like nice. It's warm. It has depth of field. We talked about that yesterday on the Retireaholics. You were there, right? It has depth of field. Um, and it kind of is on brand for me, right? So it's this kind of like my branded background. Yeah, totally. Cool. Um, let's see. How do you avoid having the ring light show up in your glasses? Well, I have two ring lights behind. So I've got just for my setup, so you know, this is a Heil microphone. It goes through on a boom, goes through a condenser, plugs into a USB port. Don't do this. This is a podcasting microphone. So that's that. And then I've got an Apple, just Thunderbolt monitor with a Logitech camera right on top. So I have to actually jack up my chair, my office chair a lot so that I kind of eyes at camera level is crucial and critical. And then behind it, I don't have very much space, right? This is 1,250 square foot house. It's very small. So behind it, I've taken a ring light that was meant to sit on a table and literally zip tied it to my bookshelf behind. And then what I've done, because yes, ring light in your glasses, is I have a white pillowcase over the ring light. It really helps. A lot of people are like, that is remarkable. And it does help. It's a white pillowcase. It's not necessarily pretty, but nobody sees that other side. So it works for me. It works for me. Yeah, totally. What else? What other questions do you have? I think the thing that I can't say this enough, that what we are doing in business will never be the same. And even like as an example, if you have other professionals in your office who are not client facing, who are not working on their virtual presence, I believe that's a concern, because throughout their career, they will be judged about how they communicate, both in person and in this situation. So as you're thinking about your organization and the training that you need to provide for your folks and or team members, even the non-client facing folks need to get trained up on how to communicate in this platform. I suppose the other thing that I've kind of been preaching about is when I talk about equipment, and I talk about how I see this future, a lot of people are like, I have to spend money. And my thing is, well, listen, our travel budgets are different. Perhaps not, like I was just in southeastern United States, and it's a little bit more open than things are in Portland, Oregon. But, you know, when you look at your overall budget for 2021 and you think about your travel budget being different, and perhaps you're able to reallocate some of those dollars. If it were me, I would invest those dollars in this competitive landscape that we're in, right? And perhaps even the people on your team, the skill set that they have, perhaps investing in folks that have this capability might make sense. I think back to the beginning of my career, and I was employee number 14 for an investment consulting firm. Employee number 14 for an investment consulting firm, as a graphic designer. That's really interesting. I mean, that's quite an investment. Now, I was creating product, right? And I was eventually, those products were being sold. So, I was part of the cost of goods perhaps, and not necessarily an expense so much, right? But it's an interesting kind of um, right decision that they made. And I think that you may, as a business leader or a business owner, want to think about who you hire now. So, um, let's see. Any recommendations on a camera? What specs do we look for? Well, so this is a Logitech Brio, really great camera, about $179, $189 on B&H Photo. I like it a lot. I have a couple of Logitech, 2 Brios. Now I am staring at a Logitech Brio with, this is $179, with a over $500 cost Panasonic Lumix Fancy Pants DSLR camera. And this is, most people think I have a DSLR camera because it's so clear and so good, because my lighting is good. I guess, Michael, to answer another question, what's one mistake? People are not lit well enough. They don't have enough light on their face. Yeah. As a follow-up, should I blur if I have bookcases background, or just a personal preference thing? Well, if you have bookcases behind you, know that the next iteration of a Zoom update, they will be allowing you the option of blurring your background like you can do on Teams. So you might want to try that. I, I like, I'm looking backwards, like it's there. I wrote a book. I have a book, Deconstructing Digital, right, in 2015 or whatever. And I'm thinking about this particular background doesn't have my book in it. And so I'm going to talk to, a fancy pants graphic designer who does photo manipulation, and think about how can I overlay my book in that image. That image is an image that I got from iStock. You might want to mess around on Unsplash. On Unsplash, you can get royalty-free, free images. So that might be a place for you to look around for some bookshelves. And I just like the blurred thing, because then your attention is on me, right? Your attention's on me. I'll do 2 more, and then I got an offer for you, of course. What do you think of branding behind you? Maybe a better way to brand is initially, and maybe at the end change to a blurred background. So this comes up an awful lot. My thing is if you're going to use a virtual background, I would prefer you have a green screen. So let me just show you. Let me get my background, choose virtual background. Hang on, please hold. I have a green screen. So now you can see how lit I am as well. So the problem is if I go, hello, this is my virtual background, but if I tell Zoom I don't have a green screen, what starts to happen is you start to see things, right? So if you're gonna do a virtual background of any kind, any branded kind, I would really admonish you, and see, now my CPU is trying to catch up there for a minute. I would admonish you to have a green screen. Absolutely, totally. So I want to be cognizant of my dear friends who are following that I so admire, and talk about people who have really kind of just owned the virtual kind of video environment. The Retireaholics are certainly folks to kind of pay attention to some of the things that they do. So, like I said, manage the interface. I just did that for you, right? I stopped sharing. I came back here, just me 100%. I talked about things, I answered some questions straight to the camera. I demonstrated some things, and now I'm back to sharing my slide. That's what I'm talking about with managing an interface. Truly, if you've got a big, huge, serious opportunity that you're going to do on Zoom, you should never Zoom alone. You should never Zoom alone. You should always have a co-host, co-pilot, somebody to manage the chat, because I can't watch the chat, right? And if there's conversations going on and I can't see the chat, right? And then there's questions going on, I can't see that, because I want to stay focused on you. So if you're the one who needs to be focused on the camera, then by having a co-host or a co-pilot or somebody else to take care of the other things, it's a better experience for everybody, right? it's a better experience for everybody. So I just want to let you know that if you'd like to hang out with me for an hour and kind of dive deep into some of this stuff, you with a couple of folks from your team or whatever it is, I would absolutely love to do that. I'm really on a focus of eliminating poor lighting and nose hairs from Zooms for the rest of our lives, right? That's what I'm doing. So all you have to do is take your phone, your mobile device, right? Point it toward that QR code, and it opens up an offer page to meet with me. And then you need to use the coupon code to get 50% off. And that's good through the end of January. And the coupon is virtual 401k, no space. So, I'd be absolutely honored to hang out with you and your team. And like I said, people who aren't client facing, right? Because our careers are changed forever because of this virtual environment, and this, new competitive field is gonna, really be where things are at. So I'll stop sharing for a minute and see. And I think I got all the questions, Ari.
Perfect.
Cool.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And next, we're at 1 o'clock. The Retireholics are here. I saw JD's there. Brandon's there. I feel like it's romper room by introducing everybody. And Mark is there.
There we go.
I should have changed my name from Chad, then Ari wouldn't have known what to call me. Could have named it like Ari 2.0.
I didn't see a check in. That's why I didn't say anything. Oh, Chad.
I think Brand's got a little. Well done, Brandon. Hey, what's up? Hello, my friends. How are you all doing? Welcome to another episode of, wait a second, this isn't just another episode of, this is a special episode. Welcome to a special episode of the Retireholics here at that 401k National Virtual Conference. We are fired up to be here. My name is J.D. Carlson, James Douglas, if you're proper. I'm here with Chadwick Johansson, Justin McNeil, Mark Palmini, and our guest who will really need no introduction, Ari. Thanks for having us. We're fired up to be here. Following Sherry Fitz, who Sherry Fitz is not just an industry friend of the Retireholics. Sherry Fitz is a real friend of the Retireholics. We love her with every fiber of our soul. She is a very tough follow because she provides tons of value. You're probably walking away with a ton of real takeaways to take back to your office. And if you're expecting that from us and this show, well, yeah, I don't know.
We give great guidance on how to day drink. That's something to walk away with.
It is 10 a.m., Chad, on the West Coast. And yes, we are day drinking. I'd like to kick off the show with maybe just a little story if I could. I met Chad through his older brother, Ryan, a long time ago. And how it turned out is our wives actually ended up being friends. And the wives decided that they should matchmake and make Ryan and I, Chad's brother, friends. So they set up a little blind date where I was supposed to go to Ryan's house on a Sunday. Ryan was a massive NFL football fan, and it was told to me that we would be watching football all day at his house. The invite was for me to show up at 9 a.m. I did. I showed up at 9 a.m. I'd met Ryan for the first time. He walked me back to the kitchen, opened up the refrigerator, and I shit you not, there was 144, no exaggeration, ice cold Coors Lights, all lined up like Sleeping with the Enemy style. Like all the labels were just perfectly lined up. He pulled one out, tossed it to me. I did what I was supposed to do. I cracked it and I started to sip that cold beer at 9 a.m. in the morning. And I don't know, there's just some different vibe. There's a glorious feeling when the alcohol is pouring down your throat, and it's early in the day. So let me ask you guys, we'll even get Ari's opinion. Day drinking, is it lame or are you game, to steal from Mark's old show here? And I don't want to ask you currently, because the Retireaholics have matured. You're a boring group of people at this point. I want to ask the 25-year-old Mark Palmini, how did he feel about day drinking?
I actually think 25-year-old Mark was very different than
Damn right he was.
26-year-old Mark, because that's how old I am right now. Well, to answer your question, JD, I'm game. I'm 100% game. I just don't like the fact that around like 4 or 5 o'clock, I feel like I should go to bed, because it's night time, like you get tired real quick. So if you don't continue drinking and also supplement with some Gatorade and water, you're going to have an early bedtime. So I'm game, but as long as it's going to be a long day and everyone's going to keep going.
Ari, you are a professional attorney. How do you feel about day drinking, or should I say, how did the 25-year-old? Yes, Chad.
I was going to say, maybe you should ask him, how is it when your boss forces you to day drink? That seems like it's probably not appropriate.
Does Ari have a boss?
Well, first of all, I have my beer here, but my favorite day drinking story was I was 25 and I was taking the Massachusetts State Bar. Second day, I already passed New York. The final question of the morning session was an easy question that I knew that I had dealt with in law school. Answered it. A few blocks away was the Cheers bar. I had their blackened chicken Caesar salad, and I had a beer. And I went back, finished the afternoon session, passed the bar.
Feeling good.
My favorite daytime drinking story.
Nice.
Chad, day drinking.
JD, by the way, you left your story very short, because I believe there was drunk wrestling in the front yard that happened that day with all of my brother's friends.
When you get to the,
what about the first time he met you though? You left that out too.
Yeah, the 911 call to your house.
When you get to the evening game and you've been drinking Coors Lights all day, it can be a little rough. Chad, you're game for day drinking?
I'm game for sure.
Of course you are. Justin?
Actually, the older I've gotten, the more I appreciate day drinking, because you don't wake up with a hangover.
Oh,
depends.
Interesting.
It depends.
I think I end up.
We swear the show's about 401k, but
I think I usually end up face down behind a dumpster somewhere and end up with a severe hangover, but that's just me. Okay, let's do a little bit of housekeeping. You're already been on this damn webinar, so you know. Do you need to be in gallery view? I would think so. I have no idea, but you probably should get in gallery view so you can see everyone at the same time. We're
just
gonna
added
play
another one, JD. Hide non-video participants. Then you only see our pretty faces and Ari.
There you go. Oh, nice, Chad. Great for the technical advice. We are not going to play Chap Our Champion, I don't think, because Greg Greenfield is here and he would just mop you all up. He's the GOAT of CBC, but we are going to play Acro Sin. So Ari, if you say an acronym, and I guess it's not the true definition of an acronym, if you say any letters that are referencing words, then you must drink. And I've got a nice little red, white, and berry Smirnoff that I'll be sipping off. But let's dive right in and get started. Great example. First topic, let's talk 401k, even though talking about day drinking is a lot of fun. The little things that go wrong in 401k, let's call these like the little tedious 401k loose ends. I've got a couple different examples, things that don't get the attention they deserve, but could be a problem. Michael Webb, I'm guessing Michael Webby is here today. He posted earlier this week something to the effect of unsigned plan documents. So the gist here is, you went over a new plan. This is how it happens in our world. And you go to the client and say, hey, can we get a copy of your documents, your signed documents? And no one can come up with them, right? There's no signed version of them. Ari, we didn't even do, he doesn't need an introduction. He's hosting the damn webinar. So, yeah. Welcome to the show, Ari Rosenbaum, our distinguished guest. We're happy to have you here. Ari, thoughts on unsigned documents? Are these things you've seen? And if so, why the hell is it? How does it happen?
It happens so often where the plan sponsor gets a plan document, plan restatement, plan amendment and just doesn't go through, bother signing it. And even today, when we have electronic signature, it's hilarious because the Internal Revenue Service.
Good catch.
Yeah, I almost
Excellent.
blew it the first thing, Internal Revenue Service has a theory, if they don't have a signed copy or an actual copy of the plan document, then it never happened. It never it was enacted.
Chad, why does it happen, Chad? Do you any ideas on how the hell it happens?
Procrastination, like it comes over and the client just doesn't bother to print it out and sign it in the old school way, and in the DocuSign way, they never click on it, sign it, and then if you got a good administrator, they're going to follow up and get it done. What I've seen, Ari, which was mind blowing to me over my years in this business, is I still get requests from advisors who want the documents in paper form, like PDF, because then if the client doesn't sign it, they can always backdate it and sign it. I'm like, oh my gosh, no, it comes through electronic. Just click the button and sign it real quick and you're done. This is a change you're trying to make. That's a scary part of this business to me.
Yeah, Ari, what's the ramifications for a company? Say they've been operating a plan for 2 years that technically isn't established.
The Internal Revenue Service is going to, ask them to go into an audit cap situation if they catch it. Or, I just had a situation where a guy had a solo profit sharing plan that he didn't date 9 years ago, and they caught it, and he's paying $1,500 in a user fee to the IRS. And I have to take a drink. I knew that was going to happen with the IRS.
Twice.
Twice.
Yeah.
Hit him up twice, Marty.
I want to get to what I think is the source of the problem sometimes. I'm sure we've got some great TPAs that have tuned in and good advisors. We should take, I owe you one, I'll get it. We should take responsibility for this. I think where this problem starts is there's a lot of vendors out there that don't want the responsibility of maintaining the document, right? And so the way they deal with that is they simply say, like, here's your document, it's ready for signature, sign it and store it and keep it, but that's not on us, right? We're not going to be responsible for that. And I would just challenge the industry to look for vendors that don't do that. Look for vendors that are willing to make that part of their responsibility, to follow up with that client, to keep pestering them, to get the signed version so then we can keep it. That's what we do at Plan Design Consultants. So we can keep it in our paperless drawers so when they need it in the future. So, and I'm sure there's plenty of great TPAs that do that.
There's
Shannon
another one,
S. words. That one's going to hit me up.
Your point right there, and Shannon's making it, most of the time, the third-party administrator community is going to go after it. That's one of the reasons why we get hired versus a bundled shop. But to your point, there are so many administrators out there that say, hey, we are just that. We're administrators of your plan. We will do the work, but the responsibility falls on you, plan sponsor. And they do the work and they send it out and they say, here you go. And there's no follow-up from there. That's when we run into this kind of issue most often, usually coming from bundled or a low cost, no service type administrator that's just going to push all the responsibility onto the client.
Let's move to another one of these little 401k loose ends, at least I feel like it is, which is the 404A5 participant fee disclosures. So, it's been several years since 408B2, 404A5 came out. And I think in response to that, the industry, record keepers in particular, did a really good job of creating technology and simple ways for plan sponsors to, through their web access, make some modifications, or maybe it even was done for them, but they could create a 404A5 participant fee disclosure that they could then distribute to their participants. I am pretty confident that there is a whole bunch of plan sponsors that never even click on those links, never follow those instructions, and thereby don't fulfill their responsibility as it relates to 404A5. Maybe this conversation bleeds into the value of a 316 that's doing that type of stuff for you. But is this something you guys have thought about when you look at the Voyas, the Empowers, the Nationwides, the Principles? I'm sure they've all created great stuff, but there's no way plan sponsors are going there and doing that stuff.
Have you tried?
Some can be
a
hard.
nightmare.
Well, it's complicated.
Yeah, and we know the business. Imagine a plan sponsor sitting there trying to go in and click the right provision so that it fills in on the 404A5 notice. It's a nightmare.
There's a final point I'm trying to get to, but I'll scoot over to the attorney here. And obviously, I guess I didn't even have to ask Ari, but not fulfilling your 404A5 responsibility is not a good thing, right?
Plan sponsors treat those disclosure forms the way they treat their privacy statement that they get from their bank. They just like throw it in the garbage, they put it in the back of the drawer, they do anything. My problem with the disclosures was I always wish that the Department of Labor would have had a kind of a model form that we all could follow. When we go and buy food, we have the labeling requirements and it's pretty uniform. And that's the problem that I find in the industry. You don't have uniformity. And people like us in the industry still trying to make heads or tails of some of the disclosures that we've seen.
Yeah, not to mention, we won't even get down the path of, are the disclosures even really readable and understandable by the participants? But I'm just talking more here, like as an industry, we have a responsibility to our clients to help them follow these rules, follow these guidelines. And I think there's some of these little ones that kind of fall through the cracks that no one really pays close attention to. And I think 404A5 is a serious one.
Well, the funny part about the 404A5 is that it was such a big deal. It was like this huge blowout that it was going to revolutionize people understanding what their fees were and bringing all of that to light. And it's literally just been, as Ari said, thrown in the garbage. Yeah. And it's a waste. Make it better. Spend more time on the front end to make it something actually usable and understandable.
Let's shift to another one, or the last one in this category. I have in my career walked into a client's office and seen on the reception desk, a stack of 401k participant statements and in old envelopes, return to sender, and ask like, what's going on with that? And they, those are the 150 like past participants that we have no idea where they are. And their statements just keep kind of coming back to our office here. And so we've got some, there's been part of some headlines recently, lost participants, the plan notices that are supposed to go to them. I mean, we know as an industry that a participant is a participant regardless of whether they're currently employed or not currently employed. I'll send this to Ari as our guest. Are plan sponsors following the guidelines to hunt down these lost participants? And if they're not, which I'm sure you're going to say, can we help them? Is there a way for them to do it better? Is this unreasonable? I mean, what are your thoughts on this? Because it's a nightmare.
It's a funny thing. I had a blog post about it, but I'm going to use an acronym that isn't a retirement plan term. But I had a blog post where I said, when E.F. Hutton talks, people listen. That was the old brokerage commercial. And when the Department of Labor says, you know what, here's these policies that you have to follow, or kind of clues as to what you need to do. And they did it within the last couple of weeks. Whether you have a missing participant policy, plan sponsors need to listen. And that's why, if you got to work with somebody like presenting later, FPS Trust, automatic rollover provider that can help you with the small accounts and tracking.
I'm not sure if that was one. I just feel like hitting the button.
I know. It's a Sam Adams winter lager, so I don't mind that. It was my Mcaleer that I might mind that. But working with an automatic rollover provider, moving those small accounts over, but plan sponsors just don't realize. I had a conversation at 10 a.m. this morning with a client. So many of them don't understand, and that's why we have so many small balances of missing participants. And unfortunately, they don't get it fixed until there's a plan termination, and we got to find these people and roll them out because we want to avoid that, final form 5500.
Ari, or anyone else here, are we learning though that I don't think this is brand new. This has been true for past years. Isn't this an area of audits? Like when the government sticks their nose in your plan, my understanding is that this is a specific area that they will ask you about and try to investigate to see if you have any type of procedures in place.
Now they will over the last 2 years, but prior to that, it's the same thing back when I had an audit 3 or 4 years ago. They were finally asking, how did you hire your financial advisor? How did you hire your record keeper? Those were questions that 10 years ago we didn't get. So I believe that, from now on, especially what we've seen over the last 2 years, those are questions that are going to be on a Department of Labor audit.
Chad, I want to ask you a deeper question, or finish your thought, and then I got a deeper question for you on this.
I was just going to say that I tend to see this issue most often with the bundle providers that have proprietary funds in the program and want to keep people around. So you end up having small balances that have stuck around for 5, 7, 10 years. Those participants move along from one home to the next. Now they've lost track of them, and now this issue is bad. So I tend to see it there most. And where we win a fair amount of business is stepping into those groups right before they reach audit level and having this exact conversation. If you have a good plan and good guidance to get terminated participants off as a balance, you can probably avoid the audit for another 2 or 3 years. And very few people actually talk about that as companies are approaching audit status.
There's also a real life human aspect to it where there's a ton of participants out there that forget that they had these account balances. They move on with life. They have a day drinking bender like I did. They wake up behind a dumpster and they don't remember that they had $4,000 back at their 401k plan. And so that's a problem in that, from a do-gooder standpoint, to make efforts to get out and reach these people, to let them know that they have money is something that's worthwhile. I think there's like north of $1 billion that goes unclaimed, in these retirement plans at times. So it's a big deal. But I want to ask you a deeper industry question to all of you. These little tedious things, all 3 of them we've talked about today, is it in the best interest of advisors or even maybe their third-party administrator partners to develop ways to help clients, meet these responsibilities? Or are these just little tedious things that aren't worth the time? They're not worth the effort. We can't, make any money on it. It's not worth, can we make a change, or are we just doomed to repeat the same mistakes that have been happening for the last 15 years? Anybody?
I'll go. No, Ari's ready. Go for it, Ari.
I think all these little small things add up to big things. And to me, these little things are signs of a bigger problem. When you go to a Form 5500 and you see when you see a lot of participants who are former employees who still have money in the plan, that could be in the issue. These are all little things that, are little hooks, especially if you're trying to get a new client. And these are all discussion points. Oh, by the way, do you have this? And back in the old days, it was, do you have investment policy statement? Now most plans do, but it's the same back in the 70s. It's a big deal. Do you have what your blood pressure is? And now it's, do you know what your cholesterol level is? So these are the little signs that you know to follow up on.
We got somebody else's audio.
I muted. This happens in a gallery.
No, I think that's what I was actually hoping to hear is, I think you've all heard me many, many times. Our industry is complicated. It's serious. ERISA is serious. 401k plans are serious. Plan participants in their retirement is serious. And so if we could stop commoditizing all this and start to go to them and make them understand, and I say them, I mean plan sponsors, make them understand that there's these little details. Chad shakes his head no, and I know that that's the real world, but I think we need to try to start to make efforts towards that and keep heading down that path. And I think it's crucial that advisors build some of these things into their solutions, and maybe third-party administrators too, and then let the client know, like, shit, I wish it was easier than this. I wish it was simpler. And maybe the next person is going to tell you that it is, but it's fucking not. And therefore, we need to take these steps. We've got to have these committee meetings. We've got to go through these checklists. I'm the one to do it for you. I'm going to be here to make sure we get these things done. I think there's a business model there. And I think not only could it be a profitable one, I think it's a good one for the industry. I want to move on to important stuff because I've got this here. But Chad, if you've got something really paramount to say, spit it out.
I'm going to say no. Then. I mean, I think it's important, but you said really paramount. So,
Brandon, we're gonna. This isn't our regular audience out there. We spin this little digital wheel. It's going to land on one of us, and then Ari is safe and sound. And then we will, the loser has to drink 12 ounces of Smirnoff Ice, which I discovered yesterday is like north of 200 calories.
Not when you
Holy
buy the zero
shit.
sugar.
And Mark did not get one. No, he did. He's got a Smirnoff Ice.
This is
well
a
done.
Smirnoff Ice. It says it on the label.
Good, Mark. I'm glad you made time to go to the store. And there is one that could be for everybody, which I think we got that one last night. I remember.
We got it last 3 times.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly. Yeah.
I think Mark owes us one.
Spin that wheel, Brandon.
Don't.
Did not see that happening.
Been tracking my calories every day. I've been trying to eat right. This fucking sends a wrench in
Yeah,
the whole
back-to-back
problem.
days of Retireaholics gonna make that.
Chad, do me a favor and kick off a conversation because it takes me a while to drink one of these. Be the host and start a conversation around mergers and acquisitions and Ari's recent blog post. Change is inevitable with a purchase.
Yeah. I think, Ari, we've been talking about it almost every week on the show, especially because we've had some guests that have been big in that space with Dick Darien, and we had Jerry on last night, who is prior head of future plans and all the acquisitions that they've been doing. We're seeing this consolidation, whether it's in the third-party administrator space, whether it's in the record-keeping space, and the power gathering mass and some others, or even in the advisory space. We've seen a lot of aggregators step in and bring in a bunch of business. There's a number of different ways we can go on this topic. We're going to start with what you wrote down, which is with change or with consolidation comes significant change. I'm curious, from your perspective, is that change within an organization good or bad typically?
Well, I always say when you say change for the sake of change, that's not a good thing either. But I worked for, prior to starting my own practice 11 years ago, I worked for 2 third-party administration firms that got bought out. One, they were bought out by CBiz, and the same people who mismanaged the company were still in charge. I worked for another TPA that was bought over, and I made.
Hope you got a back. I hope you got a
the
backup. I hope he's got a backup Sam Adams or whatever.
I do actually.
Don't be pulling a Jerry Bramlin on us and not drinking for your penalties. Sorry, go ahead.
Not a problem. So when my third-party administration firm was bought out, I made I said to somebody working there, I said, when there's any type of, merger or acquisition, there's inevitable change. And this was somebody who liked to talk to the bosses, and all of a sudden the boss says, I heard when you said that there's going to be change. And I said, well, that happens with any type of acquisition. And, a lot of times my experience is that most acquisitions, when the provider that you were working with gets purchased, usually the service goes down. There's the people that you loved, the management team, they have a earn-out contract, 3 years, and they're out. And I've seen it so many times over the years where the third-party administration firm was bought out. The people that you liked and loved left, and that was the end of it. And right now, I have a plan that I work on where the third-party administration firm was bought out a couple of years ago by another one, and the service went down, and we're trying to leave, and they're trying to sock us with essentially a penalty by saying that because we paid our fees through February 28th, 2021, that they still want to charge us $60,000 to do the Form 5500 and the valuation, even though the contract is pretty clear that's part of the fee. When you leave 12/31/2021, it is assumed, I believe in this industry, that the former third-party administration firm that was fired is going to do their end of the year work. But, that's been my experience. My experience is that change has not been good when it's dealing with mergers and acquisitions.
What I think I heard and what I read and what I wanted to get on with Jerry last night that we didn't is that often when a good group is acquired because of their service capabilities and their successes, and they merge in with a larger group, call it future plans, and in the third-party administrator space, often all that they were doing that was super exciting, that high-end service, those local people, the attention to detail, ends up getting pushed into minutia because there's so much procedure and you have to abide by the rules of the larger company now that much of what they were known for gets lost. And that's kind of what I interpreted from your article.
I thought it's interesting that Ari brought that up with the fees, because Shannon asked Jerry last night about how he transitions the fee structures when they're purchasing all those third-party administrators. And that's an interesting question, because Jerry's answer was, oh, well, they're going to get put on our fee structure. And so to Ari's point, sometimes when you're part of a merger and acquisition, you're left with the new pricing model, even though it wasn't what you signed up for. So that's interesting stuff to look at. I wanted to ask you guys more from a kind of sales and prospecting standpoint. And because, we've had Chetney on the show, we had Bramlett on last night, we've had Dick Darian from Wise Rhino Group, we've had a lot of these CEOs of the advisor aggregator shops. Clearly, all right.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Clearly, the mergers and acquisitions is a big deal, has been in our industry, and will continue to be for a variety of reasons, which we won't get into. But if that's the case, and I'm an advisor or I'm a third-party administrator, how do I position myself strategically to deal with this going forward? I know when Empower bought Mass Mutual, there was a handful of entities and people out there, and I'll go to you on this, Chad, that were building like marketing and prospecting and very aggressive strategic strategies
Nice, President Bush.
Thanks. Wow. To go after these. They saw it as an opportunity, right? And so tell me more about that.
Oh, look at Harding
jumping.
Boom.
Quick room rating on Harding. Room rating. Sorry, go ahead, Chad.
Room rating. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I saw it from the wholesaling community too. Competitors to those record keepers saying, hey, we're going to create an aggressive campaign that goes after plans that we know are with Mass Mutual. We'll talk about the most recent. And they did. They created literature. They created content to go in and say, hey, you're with Mass now. You didn't select Empower. You should review your current program as it will be with Empower because you didn't select them, and you should benchmark it, and you should make sure that this transition that you're being forced into is right for you. Ari, my question for you, because from a sales perspective, we use that conversation all the time, and it's, I think, very valid, and people should be reviewing, and advisors should be building campaigns around that. But is there a legal obligation for the plan sponsor to do so? They're being forced from Mass Mutual to Empower. Do they have to review that transition?
I think that they need to. It's a change. It's a change to their providers, and you have a duty as a fiduciary to review your plan providers at all times. And obviously, this is a change. It's moving from one program to the next. There may be a variation in service. There may be a variation. There's a change in the people that you talk to. Unfortunately, with mergers and acquisitions, a lot of people that you liked lose their jobs. That is a point in time where they actually have a fiduciary duty, in my opinion, to review their providers. Is this a good thing? Again, I work on a plan. We have a 338, and I know I'm going to hit. You didn't hit the buzzer. That's not?
No, you're good.
That's okay.
Those are numbers.
A 338 advisor. They were bought out, and of course, having written that blog piece a few weeks back, I said, I don't have a good feeling about this. And
well, what I'm hearing there, up to Ari, is that you didn't say, and I think Chad was looking for, like, is it mandatory? Is it required?
Is there
for
a
them
legal
to do this
requirement?
review?
There's nothing.
You're
legal,
saying
it's all about good fiduciary practices, and I think that if you don't do that, that's a problem. That's not
right.
That's not good fiduciary practice.
I was just going to say to Chad, to your point, the way I look at that is, what if record keeper simply rebranded, right? From into equal record keeping and gals, right? They just changed their name. That could seem like you're going somewhere else, but you're not. They're combining. They are merging. So technically, you're still with.
No, you're changing platforms. They're repapering every plan.
I'm not. I'm just saying, if you look at it from a different perspective, the requirement to do so is, it's not there. But I understand what you're saying.
I liked what Ari said, you guys. Ari said that you have a responsibility right now to monitor your providers and to understand their fee structures. And so that's a responsibility that you have all of the time.
Yeah.
All of the time. So of course, if you're moving from one vendor to another because of an acquisition, that responsibility is still in place.
I think it's greater, JD, is my
For
point
sure,
to it,
'cause it's
because now you're
changed.
being forced into a move.
Yes.
And that's from a selling technique and in a consultative approach. That's what I try to help our advisors see is that, look, there are a lot of these plans that are going to be forced to move, and you should be reaching out to your existing clients that are with that provider and having this discussion about whether or not that transition is right for them. But you should also be prospecting on it.
Yeah,
I heard,
what do you
I was
think-
in a, sorry, go ahead, JD.
No, well, I was just going to say, what do you think the boogeyman thinks? You know,
For sure.
Schlichter for sure thinks that. I was hoping we could spend some time more, you know, if I was to go to Chad, Mark, and Justin, you guys spend a lot of time in point of sale. So I want to ask you what maybe is an obvious question, which is if you are a plan sponsor or a decision maker and you're in the midst of being told that you're moving to this new platform that had acquired your current record keeper, are you not in a more vulnerable or I guess willing state to listen to someone new who's coming in and saying like, right, there's a gun to your head to do something. And therefore I'm just, again, saying, is this not an opportunity that people should triple down on? And so if you're an advisor right now, do you have things in place, strategies, you know, leave behinds, concepts, mailing lists, you know, are you putting things in place to take advantage of this in the future?
You need to be, for sure, because not only is it an opportunity, there's going to be that shakeup, right? There's going to be that uncertainty. And it's an opportunity for an advisor to show their value. But additionally, it's also an opportunity for another advisor to come in if you're not doing your job to steal your business. Right. So you need to have a strategy in place if you don't.
That's a great next chapter, Justin. Yeah. I have, Chad, how many Empower client or Mass Mutual clients did we have? I don't know, maybe 35, 40, 50?
I think it was like 38 is what we had on the Mass chassis.
I didn't do jack shit when Mass Mutual, when Empower bought Mass Mutual. I know you told me to, but
I told you to write a release.
I got busy. The surf was good, man. So I didn't do jack shit. I didn't write out to those clients and say, hey, I know you're with Mass. I know Empower bought you. Don't sweat it. We're still your TPA. It's all good. Reach out to your advisor. I should have. All right, that one's.
I will say, JD, we did on the advisor front. So we reached out to the folks and had that conversation with them.
Chad's always super defensive if I show any flaws of our company.
No, I don't think we should have been reaching out to the client. I think that our relationship is through the advisor, and we should be reaching out to the advisor and having that conversation.
But I think to Justin's point, that's another angle that if you're in this biz, you should think about is, hey, if there's going to be more of this action, you should be prepared. You know, the next time this happens to me, I'm going to be sending something out to my clients, letting them know so I can kind of protect my own ass, you know? And I think that advisors and other TPAs should be preparing the same way.
I sat on a webinar yesterday, JD, and listened to a panelist of other third-party administrators talk about this, somewhat the same topic, but they were more so saying, how do you leverage the pandemic that we're currently in and push against some of these acquisitions? And they were specifically focused on the TPA acquisition side, so primarily future. And the advisor acquisition side, which was interesting to me, because one of the third-party administrator business owners, which I did not like this comment, Justin was listening to, said, find out what local advisory practices are not allowing their folks to come into the office and start finding a way to call on their clients and say, hey, you know, Mike's not in the office right now. Well, we're still going full speed. Our office is open and we're here and ready to service you. So my takeaway from that, well, I thought that was kind of dirty and doesn't really carry much weight. My takeaway from that was you need to not only be cognizant of what's happening on the record keeping side, but also know what acquisitions are happening on the investment related side, on the third party administrator related side, on the advisor related business, because there is just a ton of consolidation happening.
I would argue that third-party administrator consolidation would be even more susceptible to attacks on it, I would think, than record keeping, but maybe not. No, so I just think pay attention to that. It's a big thing in our industry, and you can take efforts today operationally. This vodka is operationally, strategically, to prep for it. And it would be smart for you to do so. I'm going to let's have a little fun. We have something I've been doing just recently. Actually, this is the second time we've freaking done it, but moments in history. Brandon, I want to pull up an old video of Mark in the very beginning when we were rebels and we would just get hammered doing this show at the office. Mark would just be really gone by the end of it. We would throw a camera on him, put a gun to his head, ask him to do a skit, and he would always come through. So I want to play that for you from the old days. This is probably 5-6 years old. And then we'll try to tie a conversation to whatever Mark's talking about. So play it for the audience if you could, Brandon.
Everyone here
so
thinks
young.
I drink a lot of coffee. Episode 2, it's a wrap. Once again, JD, Chad, talk. Can I tell you what they were talking about in the first 1,800 minutes of the webinar? About 2 minutes in, I was thinking about what I was going to go home and have for dinner. My watch is broken. Knock it off. Poke who?
That's a shame.
One good thing about this job, free balls from the Texas.
Free balls from the Texas.
Chucky into Texas, all those free golf balls.
Free golf balls from in Texas. I don't know how I create some conversation with this. Mark talked about Chad and JD, blah, 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 blah. Is it, can talking too much be an issue? Let's discuss that. I talk a lot. Mark, in a point of sale, advisors, TPAs, are there hazards of talking too much? Oh my Lord, since you seem to be the expert on the subject.
All right. I think we're all guilty of this, and the guilty part comes out because, first of all, we're passionate. We care.
Greg, I love
I'm a
you,
great listener, Greg.
CBC goats. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
hand the
one.
mic to Justin for sure.
Seriously.
That's another one. Yeah, there you go. So I think we're all guilty of it. And that's just because we're, again, I'll repeat myself. We're passionate. We love this stuff. And when we're in those meetings, I think the conversations can go a lot of different ways, and we like to control it. We like to focus on what we're there to do. But there's a obviously you have to be cognizant of that and have the other folks in the room talk. More of a team approach. We have advisors in the room and clients. You just have to make it conversational. But no, I've been in meetings plenty of times where I seriously wish, and I won't say who it was, but I could get duct tape out, because you could just see the glazed over look in a client's face, and they're like, let's just talk about what they want to hear. They have questions, and I've even seen it in Zoom meetings, and I want to show my screen. It's bad. So yeah, talking too much is a huge deterrent, and it can quickly make a meeting go south.
But Mark, all of my ideas are the best ideas, and I spend a lot of time thinking about this shit. So I think my opinions matter, and I'm going to share them. Sorry, Chad, go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't saying anything, but Justin knows this, as does Mark. I always talk about selling past the close. And there are so many advisors that the client is like, I'm ready to go. I love you guys.
Done.
Thanks for this time
Like
and
they said,
effort.
yes, shut up.
And then boom, 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 boom. And then the client's sitting there like, oh my gosh, 30 minutes ago, I told you, let's move forward. And you continue to shove stuff down my throat. So yes, there absolutely is talking too much. My question, I think, is on the same topic, but is a little more entertaining, which is, you guys ever sat in a meeting where the person who's talking too much is not saying what the client wants to hear and is often saying something inaccurate or untrue or not true? Those ones are hard. I'm like, oh man, I can't step on your toes right now, but shit, you're wrong, dude. You're just wrong.
Yeah, that's a tough one when the advisor says something that's totally off base and you just have to bite your lip and be like, you just pull them into the parking lot later, right? And go like, hey, your understanding of this is not correct. So don't say that from the client anymore.
You guys want to know a trick? A real easy trick, because I'm the king at obviously interrupting and throwing JD off during these calls, is if you're in a meeting or on a Zoom and someone's doing that, clear your throat really loud into your sleeve and just
wait, do you mean like this?
Real fast.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
And then I swear they stop talking. You're like, oh, can I chime in for a second?
It's amazing to me how much, we all know this is common knowledge at this point, but I don't understand the switch that gets flipped. People forget about this shit all the time in meetings. Like they just keep talking, not listening to the client. And I don't understand why that is. Do you guys ever see that yourselves?
Oh, well, I jump on the other side of that sometimes, Justin. I've said this before. I know classic advice is, and I don't like it when I see this, where you walk in and you ask, do you have a question, Mark?
It works, Shannon. Thanks.
You walk in and it's hard with Shannon because she's holding up her carpal tunnel to heal, so you don't know if she, you walk in and the vibe is like, oh, ask questions, get the consumer to talk, get the plan sponsor to talk, ask more and listen more and talk less. And I'm kind of like the sponsor doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like they don't understand the problem that's at hand typically. So it is important in my mind, and I know a lot of people disagree with me. Of course, you need to understand the situation. You need to understand the plan sponsor and what's lacking there or what issues are there. But then you're the expert. You're the one that's there to tell them about the solutions, find the fixes to the problems, and that's how you win the business. So it's a delicate dance. It's a delicate dance for sure, and you don't want to overdo it. And you shouldn't be sitting there talking about how great you are, but you can talk a lot if you're solving problems, in my opinion.
I partly agree, but I disagree as well, JD, which is when I step into that meeting,
you're fired.
Yes, I may know what they need to hear, and I understand what needs to be changed and how to help them, but that's not my objective. My objective is to build enough trust that I don't need to tell them the other 8 things that we need to improve upon. If I can build enough trust after telling them 2 things and consulting on 2 things, then it's at that point, it's my time to fix the other 8 on the back end because they've hired us. And that's what I meant by selling past the close. When I step in, my whole point is to build trust. If I build trust, we're getting the business as a team, and I can fix the other 8 without bringing it to their attention that, damn, we're smart and we do a good job.
I guess a better way for me to explain that too is I did at a time in my career have a lot of success in a point of sale. And I would say that I ran the room, you know what I mean? Like I controlled the agenda. Doesn't mean that I'm necessarily talking too much or talking over everyone, but I ran the agenda, right? I had a strategy in terms of point A to point B to get there and to get the deal done. And I think that people lose sight of that. You cannot walk into a point of sale meeting and think you're just going to willy-nilly kind of let it come at you as it comes and ask questions. That's bullshit. You need to have a strategy and a purpose to get to the end and get it done. But that's just where I'm at with it. I wanted to ask you guys this. This is something really that crossed my mind. And again, here I go again. You guys are in this point of sale environment. You're working with advisors on proposals all the time. Back in my day, investments were a pretty big deal. Like I would argue that they were a core component of any sales meeting. And we were going to talk about either the poor performing investments of what they currently had, or just the intelligent new core menu we were going to come up with is that much better. And this was a big deal. Can I ask you guys, has this gone away? Is this really not a big part of the conversation anymore? Are investments just something that's a box is checked and you're focusing more on other things? Mark, you're out there. Have things
I-
changed?
I think it's a split down the middle, 50-50 in a lot of ways. And a lot of that has to do with, first off, the type of opportunity. Is it a takeover plan or is it a startup plan? So that can I think relatively to an extent have an impact on where the investments fall on priority, I guess. In addition to that is the advisor's comfort level. Like where are they in terms of wanting to talk about investments? And so it's still, and again, just using, I'll say the last maybe 6 months of going through this, just kind of a half and half, where I've seen advisors dive deep into the investment side because they're trying to show what they do versus what they currently have, and the scoring and all of that, versus some just ignore it entirely in some ways and just say, hey, this is the lineup we use, but they don't really go into detail.
Go ahead.
I'll say 10 years ago, JD, it was more of a conversation because not every platform was created equal. You would have some that had heavy R3 share class, and some were institutional, and some would have 50 funds, and others would have 750 funds. So having a conversation around the prudence of the core menu was a big part of the conversation then. Nowadays, almost every platform is fully institutional. You get access to great investments. The part that is still a big component of the conversation is the advisor's ability to build out a core menu. And how do we build a core menu? And what is it going to cover? So it's less around the prudence of the funds, because I think that's been commoditized quite a bit. And it's more around what process we're going to put in place to select, monitor, and replace funds moving forward.
Can I put on my evil sales hat though and ask you, one, do decision makers, plan sponsors, based on what they know, which a lot of times isn't a lot, do they think there are magical investments out there, that one investment might be better than another? And if they do, are they interested in performance and getting unrealistic returns? And I know I'm skating on some thin ice here, because I think the answer to both those questions, if you're honest with yourself, is yes. Like everyone's after a better return, and everyone's after, something that they hoped existed. And I know that back in the 90s and 2000s, advisors would sell based on that a lot. And I think that there's a lot of plan sponsors that want to hear that. And so again, I'm self-admitting, being a really sleazy salesman, should it make a comeback? Should this concept of investment analytics and showing or convincing your decision makers that, wow, this person's really got a handle on this stuff, and I think they might be able to help us get better returns. I know you couldn't say those things. Might that be an interesting strategy to take? I don't know. Just shooting the shit with you. Ari.
I think it's a good strategy to take, but I think the industry has changed. I grew up in the industry when you were told that 401k plans could not have index funds because it was more expensive, because the idea was they don't have revenue sharing, which we laugh about it now.
Yeah.
And the other thing was the advent over the last 10 years of the ERISA 338 fiduciaries, where everybody is picking Vanguard funds.
Oh,
The E.
Employee Retirement Income Security Act.
nice, Chad.
Exactly. It was a good pickup. So that's why I should have just said 338. But the advent of these fiduciaries, where everybody, it's kind of like selling hamburgers. Everybody, there's Five Guys, there's In-N-Out, and then there's McDonald's. And with a lot of the 338s, they all have a plain vanilla lineup that is different. But, I still think that there's a cause to argue for actives in certain, classes of funds. So, but I believe that those are the changes as to why so much of the investment talk has been pulled out of the equation.
That's perfect.
Especially because it simplifies everybody's lives. I think that's, in this day and age, people are looking for those efficiencies. So if they can get it through the investment side of things, they're not going to spend much time talking about it. They're going to move on to the next or service a client in a different manner. And I think that's going to be, I do agree that it does need to be a topic that comes back, and it is very important, but I think it's an uphill battle.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, Justin, that at least in the, hundreds, maybe pushing on 1,000 point of sales that I've been in, advisors who have the ability to talk about their process, it goes over much better than those that try to say, oh, I'm an investment guru and I'm really going to create a core menu that's going to be different than anything you've seen. And I think advisors that can step in and say, hey, here's my process. Here's how I select a core menu. Here's how I review a target date fund suite. Here's how I ongoing, as Ari mentioned, 338 status. Here's how I ongoing review or leverage a record keeper to do it. Those are the meetings that go over well.
I was going to ask you guys if you guys lead it right into what I wanted to kind of take the second half of this is, has this argument or this argument of passive versus active, the addition of TDFs, the popularity of target date funds, the bringing on of managed accounts, and now what I would call today kind of this managed accounts 2.0, these kind of tricky proprietary managed accounts, which have a lot more kind of push behind them. Have these changed the narrative that I was talking about in terms of walking in and trying to sell investments? Because I would argue that the large aggregator firms that are using these managed accounts are highly motivated to sell on the methodology of them and quote unquote the success of them or the quality of them. And so that is something that's happening in a point of sale all across the country. Webby rating for Jake Rushton's freaking, I don't know where he is, but put it in the chat bar. I'm giving it a 7.5 just on it. Looks so like.
I couldn't tell if it was fake or real.
I think Greg's right. He's at bingo.
He's
for
in
sure.
bingo.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, given the backdrop I know you just created, that one's a 4.2.
Well, what was with what usually Jake has behind them? This is like a negative, man. It's like he
because his normal background is solid.
I'm great. I had to see a new client. I'm 2 hours out of Denver in Eastern Colorado, so this is real.
And you were at Texas
Mountain Dews last night for this guy.
That is vintage conference room right there. So
we can transition off that conversation, but the last thing I'll mention, and I'll go back to Mark's first point. Mark, you're so right that the conversation for a 10 million in South plan or startup plan is very different than that of a $100 million plan. Like JD, go back to the one that you and I sat on recently with those advisors, 115 million. And what they loved, the client loved, is how he talked about building out individual portfolios for participants. They love that. And he got into the nerdy stuff and really nitty gritty. It's different in that space than it is in the, let's call it sub.
Jake's client is a tech startup for fax machines. That's Brandon. I'm with you, Chad. And so to wrap that subject, I feel like, hey, I know investments has kind of taken a back seat to a lot of other important things. And I was the first one in that line. Like I used to say, there's no reason to sell investments 10 years ago. You know, they're a commodity basically with everything that we have today. Now, I think what is old is now new again. And just consider it that it might be smart of you to make sure that part of your agenda is to show that you're cognizant and aware and you think the investments are important. You have a very good strategy that, I don't know how you word it with the SEC, but that, that maybe they could benefit from. So we'll wrap that and we'll wrap the show. And Jake, go ahead, just jump in on our show, bro. We're going to stick around for your presentation too. How you like that?
Work so much better.
Good luck.
Keep it going. I mean,
we'll intro you if that's okay with Ari as we wrap our show. Thanks everyone for tuning.
Sorry, chat bar called you out
in the chat. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I missed that one.
Securities and Exchange Commission. My bad. Stay tuned for Jake, 401 Jake. He's here. You see him there. Don't forget that we have close to 100 episodes at retirex.com. I think 84 of them are pretty shitty, but they're there. So, retirex.com, 95. Yeah. And then don't forget, you can join us every Thursday night at 4:30 Pacific. And that's 7:30 on the East Coast we love the chat bar. We love our chat bar champions. There's a lot of fun messaging. So please join us on Thursday nights. Grab a cold one. Actually, grab like 4 cold ones. That's really how you do it.
Grab a penalty drink too.
So thanks for having us, Ari. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Ari.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in and for all of your comments. We are the Retireholics, and we are changing the retirement plan industry one beer at a time. And in COVID, one shitty webinar at a time. Thanks again.
Exactly.
Peace.
Thank you.
Good luck, Jake. Rock 'em.
Thanks, Ari.
Yeah, Jake.
Sorry.
Jake, don't fuck up.
Hey, you have a low bar, by the way.
I'm not. Sherry was before us, so it's still set pretty high.
It's like this. Bring it back up, like the stock market.
Do it.
Exactly.
Do it.
Jake, it's your turn.
Bitcoin. Everybody buy Bitcoin. That's what we'll talk about today. Just kidding. Ari, do you want to say anything?
Jake,
Go into this?
he's doing the introduction. Jake Rushton, 401k. Jake, take it away.
Okay, well, thanks, Ari. I appreciate the time. I'm really excited. I caught a little bit of the event this morning. The chat bar's been going nuts. I was really impressed with everybody just firing away. So I am actually at a new client that I picked up in Colorado. So I've been traveling this week. So those of you that are stuck at home because you can't travel because you're part of, a wholesaler or whatever, I know most of those can't get out. It's fun. Traveling is fun. It's good seeing people and getting back to somewhat normal life. And I was in Austin yesterday, Denver today, and back home, and then I go to Boise on Monday. So I think we'll be back soon. Today I'm excited to talk a little bit about kind of the sales process. So those of you that follow me know me. I love marketing. I love sales. I love what Ari does. I love what Retireholics do. I love what Sherry Fitz does. Jeannie's getting into the mix. There's so much good information out there from great people in our small community. I really think this 401k space is some of the best people in the world, and I'm just so grateful to be part of it. But that being said, I think there's things we can improve on, because I know early in my career, when I jumped into this, those of you who don't know my story, I was an advisor for 10 years before I became a 401k specialist. And even at that point, that was a whole new world for me. And it was something that was a very big learning curve. I made a lot of mistakes, and I see a lot of advisors and wholesalers make the same mistakes. And I like to help them avoid those and shorten the time that it takes to win more business and be more successful, because everyone knows I love helping people and I love helping those participants. So the end goal, as I'm helping and training and giving more advice to people in the industry, it's to help the end user in all of our 401ks. And that's the goal. So I have a few slides I'm going to show. I'm going to pull up and tell you a quick story. I think that should hopefully work. And it's always fun to do things remote, right? All right. So you all know me as 401 Jake. I'm going to tell you a quick story. This is a picture, not of my actual Traeger, but it's the same exact one that I have. Any of you smoke meat, you know how awesome Traeger is and the turnaround story. Traeger is actually an old company that was brought and bought by Jeremy Andrus in Utah. And he's kind of turned it and made it this massive, huge following, this really unique, it's a smoker, right? It's like not a big deal, but it has a unique way that they've done it. My introduction to the Traeger, I'd heard about, I knew the HR, I was trying to chase their 401k. Obviously, anybody that has a 401k, I want them to know who I am. And so I had their HR director speak at one of my Disrupt HR events. So I got to know him pretty well. And I'd never had a Traeger though. So I didn't think my wife would let me. I thought it would be something that she would be completely against. So the story, that what happened, how I ended up getting my Traeger, I went to Costco one day to get milk and eggs for $200 like normal, right? You go in there thinking you're getting two things and you walk out with something more. So we walk into Costco that day, and in the back, there was a group of people working for Traeger that had a bunch of them set up. They weren't smoking in the store, but they had them all just up and running. And surprisingly, my wife stopped, and the person there got her attention, and she was intrigued. And what was fascinating to watch was my wife, who's usually very cannot get sold on anything, was drawn in. And I watched this process as this Traeger employee kind of talked to my wife through the whole reason behind a Traeger, why it would make sense, how would it change her life, how it's so easy, how the meat tastes so much better, how it's easy for chicken, how you can do pizza, all these different things that by the end, my wife had come to the realization like she wanted one. And I was the one holding up the decision to buy one, which the Traeger employee was like, this is crazy. Usually the guy's the one that's like chomping at the bit to buy this, and now it's reversed. And so we ended up taking one home that day, and we literally use it, I would say every 2 or 3 days, we're cooking food in this thing. Like, we're obsessed with the Traeger. It's so easy. And it was really interesting process, because when I talked to my friend in HR about the experience, and I told him about the person I talked to, I was giving them props, try to talk up the employee and give them some good in with the HR. He laughed because he said Costco had reached out to see if they would come in and sell other barbecues that they had in their stores, because Traeger sold so much volume that they couldn't figure out how to do the same thing. And it taught me a lot, because I looked at my background, my introduction to the 401k space. What we do, we all know and love 401ks. We all had a moment in time where we found that we realized the 401k was one of the most powerful tools to help people save for their future, but also save on taxes. There's 2 goals, right? Tax strategy and recruit and retain. We had our moment when we realized that that was really the best thing to do. And that's what drew us in and pulled us into this industry, and we stuck around. But that doesn't mean our clients and our prospects had that moment yet. They still haven't had that realization of how powerful 401k can be if it's used correctly early in life. So then we also, when we get that realization and we get excited about the market, then we get pulled into the opportunity. What happens? We meet a wholesaler. The wholesaler pulls a 5,500 list. We see the massive amount of money and plans and people. We think it's going to be so easy to go out and just chase all these plans. And what happens? We get an opportunity, and we get in there and we say, we know everything. You're an idiot. Like, look at all these problems you have. I can save you all this money. We start shooting off all this jargon, all these things that we know and believe ourselves, but our prospect has not come to that realization. And we blow the sale. We screw it up. And you do that a few times, and then you finally realize, I'm doing this all wrong. And that's what's so fascinating, is I see so many people, so many advisors making this mistake every single time they go in there, just talking about all the problems and the things that they saw when they looked at the 5,500. We have to stop. We've got to stop doing that. We've got to get rid of this whole chasing and hunting people because of the data we see in the 5,500. It can help you have an intuitive conversation, but we have to do is back up and let that client, that prospect, have the realization or that aha moment for themselves of why the 401k will help them personally and their business. So you've got to know your audience. You've got to stop coming in and spitting out everything. Here's my checklist. I love to leave checklists because I want you to take action today. If anything, I want you to leave with feeling like you were able to change something in your sales process. This is the first thing. It took me years to figure this out. I'd never go into a sale or an opportunity ever again expecting to get the business. This is a subconscious thing. This is something deep in your head. When you get someone that reaches out to you and says, yeah, we want you to come in. This recently happened to me. I want to tell you about that. I've been working with a group. They have about 2,000 employees in restaurants all over the country. And they've gone through different HR people. I've gotten to know each of them. I've been just as much help as I possibly could be. Early on in the conversations with them, it was the hope to win their plan, to get them really up and running. They don't even have a plan yet, which is kind of crazy, but it makes sense from their industry. But now they're getting some push. There's people that are asking for it. There's management, executive team, they want it, right? So now they're like trying to explore it. Well, because of all the effort I put in for the last 2 years, they thought of me and they brought me in. Now, this was a pivotal moment because my opportunity could be to come in there and just fire away at all the things they should be doing, or I could have taken a step back, which was what I did, and let them come to the realization of the things they should be doing. So we had a conversation that was very open and very, why are you doing this? What is it that caused you to call me? Like, what's changed now that 2 years ago is different, right? We get the conversation going, they start to think through, and as we start to get through those reasons behind looking at it, we start to uncover what are the barriers, what are the things that you're not just saying, let's go today for, with a very simple question of like, what's stopping you? And when I do that with the intention of not selling them anything, you get real answers. And that's what has been working. Now, they still haven't pulled the trigger. And I don't even care. And I told them that. I said, look, I'm here no matter what you need. I'll do whatever research you want me to. I'll tell you everything you need to know. I'll run illustrations for you. But I want you to come to the realization that it's important and make sure that it accomplishes the goals you want. If you can do that more often, the doors will open faster than you can even keep up. I have been just blown away at how busy the first 3 weeks of this year have been. We've been bringing in more plans than ever before. And I think 2021 is going to continue to get stronger and stronger because of the perfect storm in my feeling that 2020, everyone kind of held on, waiting for dear life, what was going to happen. And now we've got concerns of taxes. We've got concerns of, I've got too much cash. There's just all these things that now people are going to start moving. So I'm telling you, I think 2021 is going to be the most exciting, strongest year you've ever had in this business, but you've got to approach it in a different way. Don't come into offering all your solutions. When you pull a plan and you pull the 5,500 and you get an opportunity to talk to them, of course, there's going to be a lot of things to change. You're going to see funds that have totally ones, and you're going to want to talk about that. You're going to see a record keeper that's too expensive. You're going to see corrective distributions. You're going to see multiple other fees. Like maybe there's 2 advisors and you don't know why. I pulled them up the other day and found that. I don't know the reason. You have to focus on one thing in each meeting or each interaction to accomplish, not all of them. So hold back. You have to hold back. This is something that has taken me years to figure out, and I feel getting better at it. The second to last one here, put out content so they know, like, and trust you. How many of you wholesalers on the call have been pushing advisors to get you in front of the client for a finalist meeting? I get asked that all the time. I'm not a fan of that process, more so because my niche is physicians. And we don't really get to that level. I like the decision to be made long before we have to do a full RFP and finalist meeting, because honestly, physicians don't have that kind of time. So depending on your market, that may be common. But a finalist meeting, if you think about that, you've done a lot of work to lead up to that meeting to make a decision during that point. And you can make that work happen more often if you put content out on the internet where the attention is. You know how much I love LinkedIn. You know how much a fan I am of podcasting, of YouTube. These things work, whether you believe it or not. That's where people's attention is. If you're getting into an opportunity and that's the first time you've ever met any of these people, the first time they've ever seen or heard from you, it's going to be a very hard conversation than if they had seen you and caught one of your videos. I was in a group last year with about 15 physicians. It was a large physician group, and halfway through the meeting, and this was with the whole committee, they wanted to make a decision, but one of the partners said, you know what? I've seen Jake, his YouTube videos, which none of them YouTube videos are directed to clients. He knows what he's doing. We should hire him. There's no downside. Look at the cost. We get more service. The whole group right then and there voted and hired us on the spot. I don't know if that wouldn't happen if he hadn't seen my videos or he didn't know me. He didn't spend some time getting to know kind of who I was. And if he did do those things and he didn't like what I said and he judged me and said, that's stupid. Why is he making those videos? Why is he putting the K on everything that he wears? Like, I don't want to do business with that person either, right? So you've got to get yourself out there and show excitement. I was hanging out with another advisor the other day that told me about an RFP process they went through with the current client that they brought up, said that you should document this every 3 years. Let's go through an RFP. You've got a formal need to do that because of your kind of the way that you're set up. And they ended up losing the plan. And the only reason they told him is because he didn't show enough excitement. Excitement wins plans. Passion wins plans. So show your passion, show how much you love it. And I promise you that the sales cycle will work itself out. People want to see your excitement. I want to mention the 4-1 Club and kind of just give some background. Those of you who have heard of it and what I'm doing, I think it's important just so that you have some awareness of the whole goal and purpose behind why I do what I do and why I love what Ari does. Because bringing us together like this, it's really important that we help each other, and there's so much business and so much need. Yet, how many of us think we have some secret that we have to hold on to that maybe worked for one client that you think has an advantage over an advisor on the street? I don't think that's really the thing. I think there is a huge need for us to come together as a community and to really build each other up. And going back to the whole process of helping clients come to the realization that you're the one to work with, that's the point of the club. The club is a community where you can help each other, learn from each other, and it's including wholesalers, DCIO, anybody in the whole industry. And the point of the club is that there's content there, there's a community to ask questions, and we're helping each other. I love what I do, and if you don't absolutely love 401ks, it's going to be really hard for you to be successful. And I think looking at the list here of who's in this session, I think most of you have a good handle of what's exciting and why you're here, but you've got to define your why and what's important to you. I want to pause and go back just a second. Now, you saw in Retireaholics, Mark wearing his robe. It's got the K on it. This was not something that I figured out overnight. I was going through some of my old videos on my phone from 2 years ago when I was just trying to get better video content. And I hadn't figured out 401 Jake. I hadn't figured out any of that stuff. And to see where it started to where it is really, really fun to look at. So if you ever get down, you're like, we didn't win this plan, what went wrong? Just take a step back, take a day and like look at what you were doing a year ago from what you're doing now as far as getting yourself out there. That's been the biggest change in my career. I want to stop this for a second and show you one more thing that just can give you a realization of the work and effort you put in to change your mindset when it comes to sales and marketing and branding. Really can make results. This is, I'm going to share it one sec here. I'm going to show you actual numbers of what our firm has been able to do with a team of 2. If I can get this to zoom out, there we go. This is when I came into True North, that's the RA that I'm a part of. They'd had an advisor there for 5 years who had just really had not brought any business in. They had not built out any marketing around it. They had tried a few things with kind of some brochures and things. They'd worked on that and spent some money there, but it hadn't been working. And I had some experience. I'd gone through the process with a benefits shop and I had seen some success, but I hadn't really figured it out yet. Well, I came from that experience. I joined this group, and this was in 2018. And I started to really put my head down and figure out what is it that makes us different? What is it that we're doing that's working? Where are we winning business? Where are we winning plans? And you can see the curve, it's pretty flat in the first year. And then all of a sudden it starts to go up. This is our AUM right now. We went from 37 million to 170 million in 3 years. And there's no science or special thing about it other than the fact that we figured out who we help the most and how we communicate with those people and what actually is working when we do communicate with them, which is the point of you've got to inspire them to want to work with you, not trying to convince them. This is real numbers. This is real data. This isn't something that I'm just making up. But that's what I think is really fun for all of you. Look back at your data. Get to know your numbers. Know how many plans you have. Know which plans you didn't get. Know the industry that they're in. Know all of those numbers and use them to your advantage because it's going to tell you what you're doing that's working and what's not working. A lot of the presentations today are very focused on different products and things. I really want to just inspire you to get yourself out there and find your voice. Retireaholics have done an amazing job, and they've done something where they've found their voice and they have their unique ability to do it. I have my own way of doing things. Other advisors have their own way of doing things, but don't be afraid to stand out. If you were to look back at the history of this industry and how old it is, it's really actually pretty young. And what's exciting, I think, for us at this moment in time is that we're going through a shift where the TPA business is kind of going from a lot of the original founders in the 70s are now handing off their business to new owners. And I think there's going to be a huge transition in that change of how administration is done, there's so much need there. And you're actually going to hear from Dan Harding after this, who's doing some unique things there. And you need to be aware of the technology that's coming out. And don't be afraid to try new things and fail. I would never be here if I wasn't willing to try and fail. And when I make content or when I go into a presentation, I don't care if I fail because I learned something from that. Let's see, I'm going to check what questions are popping up here because I've kind of ignored that. Greg's asking me before when okay, Jacob. I don't like Jacob. Don't call me that. Oh, these are just comments. All right. Is there any questions? I want to see any questions that came up that I want to answer. Nothing. All right. Cool. I'm going to go in. I'm going to show you something else here because I didn't know how much time if I was going to get through that fast enough. I want to walk you through one other quick thing because there's a lot of things that I want you guys to change in how you present to people. You know what's not coming up? All right. Almost there. All right. Okay. I want to walk you through something really important that I've been teaching a lot of different people. If I can get back to my meeting, there we go. Okay. This is a picture of how people used to high jump. No one used to high jump like the Forsberg high jump. Do you know people probably judged and looked at him and said, why are you doing this? He took it to a new level and he wasn't afraid to stand out. Now, the point of this whole story of when you actually try something new in our industry, someone's going to judge you, and that's going to hold you up from doing anything that's actually going to lead to success. I learned that this is me running at BYU Hawaii in college. And when I started running early in my life, when I was about 12 years old, I went out my very first race. I led the entire race. I think it was a 2-mile run in like 8th grade or something. I led the entire race, and the very last 100 yards, the guy that followed me the whole way just sprinted past me and won. I learned a lesson that day that taught me a lot about life and about what I do in my work and my business. You have to have patience, but you also have to learn from when you fail, and you have to let others win sometimes, and you have to be okay with that. You have to let it fuel your fire, because if you win every single opportunity, there's going to be a point where you're not going to win and you're going to not know how to deal with that. You better understand that if you don't try things like that and take risks like leading something and then fail, you're going to have a struggle. So when you go into an opportunity, shake that off, go into there without the expectation of winning and hoping that you fail, that you learn something. That's helped me a ton. Now, one thing that I've noticed when you're going into these presentations, these first, whether it's a full RFP or it's just someone that's inviting you to talk to them, they probably heard about you some way, shape, or form, probably from a referral, or they maybe found you online. That's over here on this right side, right? You've got your website, you've got things there that are hopefully telling them what you do, but that's not really going to find the masses of the other people you're trying to target. You've got to go over here where people's attention is. So I love to help people understand this, because too many people don't understand how to put out content that will lead to opportunities. And if you can put more content out, that's a huge benefit for you in the long run, but it's not going to be very easy. It's going to take a lot of focus and a lot of attention, and you're going to feel like it's not working. So I know a lot of us are jumping on LinkedIn, but how many of you have tried TikTok? How many of you have spent time on Snapchat or done Pinterest? Make sure that all of these places you have at least a profile set up. even though you're not putting content on there, it falls back where if someone found you there, it does come back to your main content here. When they do find that, they're going to go into your website and dig into more. Looks like there's questions coming in. I'm going to pause and look at that here. All right. All right, question from Michael Webb. I love this one. It's an example of something I failed at. I fail all the time. Those of you that know me well know that I came from the benefits world. I did a lot of work for a benefits shop to set up their 401k division. This was back in 2014. That was my first introduction to 401k. I really enjoyed it, but I also learned a ton about benefits. Well, 2017 or so, end of 17, I had the opportunity to leave and actually go work for Health Equity to do HSA plans. I went into that to take a break from 401k to see if I really liked it, but I also wanted to learn the whole HSA space and see what was going on. It was a really awesome position. It was really fun. But I went into this different environment that was very political and was kind of toxic in a lot of ways. And it only lasted 6 months. And that was a struggle for me because I kind of put all my chips in. I went all in on that HSA space and walked away from 401k. That was a really big learning experience. And to come back to the industry, to call up the old wholesalers I worked with, to tell everyone, hey, I'm back, was not easy to do. But I had a good experience to learn from that failure to know what I need to do next, this next go around, which has been very successful in our firm. So that was a really, really tough time in my life when I had to figure out what was next. And now I've never been happier. I've never enjoyed what I do more, but I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't taken that break. Jeremy's question, what is the most common objection you get from prospective clients and how do you overcome that? There's a lot of objections we get from 401k clients. All of you have heard them before. Why would we change? Our advisor's good. We feel like we're doing the right thing. That's the point. You have to find out from them what that is and not try to guess it. And you can't go in there telling them what the problem is they don't know because they probably put that plan in place. So find out their objections. Let's say for a lot of physician groups I work with, it's relationship driven. They still do things very relationship driven. And to overcome that objection, you really have to spend some time getting to know and like them. And how I do that is I spend a ton of time on social media figuring out who my current clients get information from, who they interact with, where they're going. If there's an association they're a part of, I be a part of that. I get involved with what they're doing, leave my world and go into their world. So I spend a ridiculous amount of time getting to know the physician groups that I work with and where they get their information from. And I know my audience when I'm talking to them. So when they have an objection, I'm seeing the other problems they have. So I'm not just some 401k salesman. I'm actually someone that wants to be a partner of theirs. Let's see. Greg asked, what are your thoughts about taking Zoom calls on your phone? I think that's great. I mean, I'm here. This is not ideal. You know how much I like to have really good setup. I would say taking Zoom calls on your phone shows you're a real person. And that helps people relate to you better. So I would do it 100%. Most important element of success that you can share, never giving up. I have, aside from working with Health Equity and having that fail, I launched a record keeper. I was pushed out. That's a long story I'm not going to get into, but I learned a ton. I launched a benefits firm. We shut that down because 401k started to take off. I'm constantly trying new things and I'm okay to fail at it. That's, to me, the only way you're going to succeed. Shannon, getting potential clients to see your video content before they ever meet you, like the doc in your story. Yeah, so I think what I did with that doctor, how he found my YouTube channel, is I made a comment on something he posted in Facebook. And in my Facebook, it linked to my YouTube. And because he just saw that it was there, he knew that he was getting introduced to me in the next week. So he kind of followed that path. So don't be creepy about it. Don't stop people you're going to see, but maybe start to follow some people that are part of that decision-making team. And you're going to be seen. The real process of that path is you've got to have your foundation right. You have to have all your connections on you have to have your profile set up on all those different platforms. You got to have your website at least looking okay. And then you've got to go put out content. So whether that's video, audio, or written word. One of those has to be your voice. You've got to find it. Start putting that out. No one's going to pay attention to it. My YouTube channel sucks. I have like 40 followers. It's tiny, but it's there. And I don't care if I have followers, because guess what? When I'm going to go out and engage with those opportunities and make comments on their posts that are nothing to do with selling them anything, they're simply an engaging, thoughtful comment to support maybe the point they were trying to make, or engage with them on a question they had about something they posted. Just put yourself in their shoes. You want someone to engage with your content, go engage with theirs. That's the best, surest way for them to notice you, and then they're going to come back and find your content. So that's got to be key. You've got to have all three of those things: foundation, content, and then engage with them first for them to come back to you. All right. Okay, those are the questions came in. So it's kind of all over the place today. It's been a crazy week. I just want to let all of you guys know that I'm super grateful for Ari and all that he's done. I have used Ari in the past to help me with some legal stuff, and he's so great to work with. And I'm so thankful he puts this together, because I miss seeing all of you. I can't wait to get back to normal conferences and we can have some time together and do other things. If there's any other questions you come up with, you're wondering about, how do I launch, make my website better? How do I do that? We're going through that with every club member right now. And I'm auditing everybody and telling them, what are the main 3 things they could do today to really improve their visibility, so that when attention comes their way, they know how to capture it. So I'm always happy to help. You can find me all over the place. Probably LinkedIn's the fastest, but anywhere you want, just reach out. I'll jump on a Zoom call with any of you.
Thanks, Jake. Las Vegas in December. That's where we're going to be. I think we'll all get shots by then. It's going to be at the Las Vegas ballpark, or it will be at the arena over there, which I think is the T-Mobile Arena. One of those places will be live in Las Vegas. That'd
be amazing.
That was scheduled, and we had obviously that didn't happen, and we will be in Las Vegas in December. I know, all the West locations, I always have to clue you in. So we'll be in Las Vegas December. And speaking of West Coast, there's Dan Harding, our next presenter. And
hey, Ari, how's it going, buddy?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, Jake, how are you doing, my friend?
What's up, Dan?
Dude, I'm rocking something I just got in the mail the other day. So I want to say thank you from Mr. 401k, Jay. Appreciate it.
That is custom for Dan. So let me know if you have some custom thing. The whole point of that, when Dan walks around with that, it's an automatic conversation starter on 401k plans and what he does. So hit me up if you need something like that.
Well, and thank you, Jake. And I'm excited. I'll turn the light on. I'm excited to talk more about 401ks right now. So I appreciate you, Jake, and your presentation is amazing. And thank you kind of for all that you do. Actually, now I'm glitching out, but hopefully I'll be able to go in here in a second. But all right, Jake, you have a good one, buddy.
Hey, Dan, you're on mute.
Thanks, Jake. I apologize. Hi, all. My name is Dan Harding. Technology challenged a bit today, it looks like, as I've muted myself and I'm getting a slight glitch. Sorry, hopefully that helps. I'm here today to present my TPA technology, which will show you all a different way to illustrate different retirement plans. Actually, hold on one second. I'm gonna go off the screen for a second, try to fix my stuff. Hold on.
We can't hear you. You're mute.
Okay, Ari.
You.
Sorry, guys. Dan Harding, once again, going to try to pull up my screen to show you. Ari, are you hearing me now? Yes or no?
I am.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks for having me today, Ari. I appreciate it, and I will just go into the slideshow. So let's see here. So my name is Dan Harding, and my technology is Wealth Prime. We're here today to help you all see the opportunity to sell more retirement plans, and we want to do that with technology. The problem is there's a lot of taxes that Americans pay, and that most savvy business owners have a better understanding about how to mitigate things than the rest of the world. But there are problems with regards to the retirement plans that we are all selling, as they are very complex. And most times it takes all of us to put together these retirement plans a lot of time and energy. The reason for that is the technology is really dilapidated and slow. And a lot of times the products that we're trying to communicate, we as advisors and as planners don't do a great job of communicating that. So what I've done is I've put together the Epic Plan Design Desk for your review right now. And I will show you this really fast. Hold on one sec. Did everyone see that? Did everyone see what I had up there a minute ago?
Yeah, I saw it.
Perfect. Thanks, Ari. So now we're looking at the beta version. So this may glitch out. I apologize. I've got teams in India and Argentina working on it right now. But what we have here is a plan design desk where you can go in as an advisor and add a company. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to put in just very basic information. So let's go John Jacobs, and then we'll go john@jacobs.com. Just go venture, or let's go JP Ventures. And the entity type of this company will be an LLC. And then we're going to not be in one of these industries because this is a PBGC plan. So we're going to then sort through our plans and bring the most recent one to the top, which is this JP Ventures. And from here, we're going to add employees. So we're going to just go and add, and you can upload employees directly with the census, or we can just go and add employees one by one. And we do that just by going John Jacobs first, and then this first business owner, let's call it 50 years old, data hire 1/1/2018. I'm clicking this box because they're a business owner, 1,000 hours, so full-time, making over 120,000 a year, 130 this year, so full-time, and we want to maximize the deferral because this is an individual making around $500,000 in compensation. So now we've got our first individual here. We're going to add a couple more employees really quickly. So employee one, going to make this individual's 25 years of age, same date of hire, so 1/1/2018. I'm not clicking this box because they're not an owner. I am going to click this box because they're full-time. I'm not clicking here because they're not making over 120 or highly compensated. And I'm not going to click this box because they're not going to maximize their deferral, making $110,000 per year. So that's the first employee. Ari, are you still with me? Is everyone still seeing my stuff? Okay. Real quickly, I'm going to add 2 more employees because I guess the average size of a company in the United States is 4.3 individuals. So we want to make sure that we get a four-person company. And then employee 3, 28 years old, and let's go $105,000 per year. So now we have a census of a 4-person census, 1 highly compensated owner, 50 years old, and then 3 non-highly compensated individuals. We click this generate report button right here, and now we have a customizable and dynamic report that we can give to our clients. I'm going to check the chat bar real fast, make sure we're not, oops, sorry. Yeah, looks like the chat bar questions are good. So what I've done here is I wrote an algorithm that builds 57 retirement plans. a SARSEP, a 401k, a 401k with matching, 401k profit sharing cash balance. And I compared them all against each other. We took the top 3 most effective ones, which are, in my opinion, the SEP IRA, and we compare that to a tiered profit sharing plan. And then we compare it again to a combination plan design or a cash balance plan. And we're tying in video education to this software. So take a look at the first IRA illustration, where we've got video software that will teach the client about the IRA.
Participants must receive the same percentage of salary. SIP IRA assets are immediately 100% vested for all participants. Loans and life insurance are not allowed in SIP IRAs, and SIP IRAs assets are not protected from.
This is the biggest thing in the presentation. SEP IRAs, and most advisors, CPAs, insurance agents don't understand this, but with the Secure Act, SEP IRAs are no longer free from claims of credit or debit. Prior to the Secure Act in California, you could have $1.28 million of creditor protection in your IRA. That is no longer there. So what we're doing is the algorithm is building a way to sell against inferior products. So an IRA today is an inferior product compared to a 401k. Inferior that doesn't get the creditor protection, and that it costs more if you want to have employees. And I'll show you. So an IRA has vesting, it doesn't have vesting schedules. So if you have an IRA, there's a disadvantage. There's no loans or life insurance available in IRAs. But the biggest thing, and I want you to all understand, is the Secure Act took away all creditor protection. And there's $10 trillion in IRAs today that are no longer protected. And compare that with the 401k market. The defined contribution market is only 5.6 trillion in 401ks, and then there's 10 trillion in IRAs. And I feel that those 10 trillion IRAs are going to move over to the 401k market in the next 24 months just for the creditor protection. And with our technology, I want to go get that money for us and for you. And so we'll just share in that equally, right, Ari? 10 trillion. What we've done next is we've illustrated the inefficiencies of the IRA. So here we've got an IRA that shows a $57,000 contribution, which is the max based at an IRA. Also, the max base is 20% allocation of income. So as a planner, you're gonna say, hey, Mr. or Mrs. Business Owner, I have a plan, and it's to get you to $1 million in retirement savings. And to do that, option 1, we can do what's called an IRA. An IRA is going to allow you to put $57,000 into the plan on an annualized basis. But the rules require that you have to put 20% allocation to your employees. So for you to get $57,000, which will make over a 15-year clip, 1.1, you got to put in $63,000, or 53% of the benefit. And so, Ari, as a business owner, would you do this plan?
I want the plan that's going to put the most money in my pocket, not the pockets of my employees. I want to give my employees something, but I want to maximize for myself.
Right. You love your employees. I get it, but you don't want to do more for them than you're required to legally. And the IRA gives you no choice. So we aren't selling away from the IRAs. We're just giving options. And once we've given education about the positives and the negatives, we're seeing our advisors are getting clients hand over, just people are coming their ways a lot faster now. Because you're not selling, you're providing education. We then take it the next step further, and we dial in what understanding what a profit sharing plan is, what a tiered allocation is, what a safe harbor is, what a catch up is.
Bringing the grand total to $63,500. Profit sharing plans can offer a tiered allocation formula, which allows owners to be in different and higher.
So once again, we're not selling anything. We're just educating on the different plan designs options available. And the first plan design option was a SEP IRA, which in our opinion isn't great. The second is a better option, and that's a 401k, and that's the market we're all in, right? We're selling towards 401k plans, towards profit share plans, towards qualified plans. And in this, by using the technology, just by putting this in front of your client in a meeting on your tablet, and going saying, hey, I'm a different advisor, I'm a different CPA, I'm a different TPA, because I use technology to explain my value add. And what we're seeing is clients are bringing on significantly larger people are bringing on larger clients because of the technology. Once again, disadvantages of IRAs. Why would you put your money in an IRA if it's going to be taken? It doesn't make sense. Plus, there's no flexibility in an IRA. There's no vesting. Here we get to the illustration of the 401k design. Because of the Secure Act and the HOPE Act, all of our plan designs are gonna have a 3% safe harbor, right? I know that since I run an actuarial firm, I know that the 401k limit is gonna be based on with a catch up of 26,000 and our tiered allocation. So now we're putting together a plan to get to 1.3 million. So now it's above 1.2 million, it's 1.3 million, it's better than the IRA. And we're going to do that by putting 63,000 into the plan each year, but it's not a straight 20% allocation across the boards. It's a tiered allocation. So different individuals can have different amounts. And I know what the lowest legal cost is to cover, because that's what I do for a living. And in this example 2, we're only putting 18% towards the rank and file versus 50%. Now, Ari, option 1 or option 2, what makes you happier?
I like more money in my pocket.
You know what you also like, Ari? You also like Pac-Man. You also like thinking about eating all of those monies up that you're in control of and going to find it and self-directing. We use gamification here on purpose. Robinhood had an $11.2 billion valuation, double their competitors, because they use gamification. We're going to do the same thing. We are going to help you sell plans by making your clients happy. Help us to make your clients happy. We bring in more video. So once again, you're not buying plans from us. Your clients are learning and then going to be choosing their own adventure. You're the one holding the roadmap. We talk more about these cash balance plans. There's limitations that you need to understand as the advisor, but by reading this and communicating this, you become the expert here. So now we've got 401k, profit sharing, cash balance defined benefit plans, where we're getting an even larger percentage allocation. And now our new target's for almost 5 million versus that IRA, which is at 1.2. And to get there, we got to put $27,000 per year, which is significantly more expensive than the 401k plan. What did we have here at 13,000? So it's twice as expensive, right? Twice as expensive, but we're able to put in significantly more money. And this $27,000 is a little bit less than the IRA, right, of the 63. So Ari, when it comes to option 1, 2, or 3, which of these options are you not going to go with?
Oh, I'm certainly not going to go with a SEP.
Right. So what you've done is you've funneled, right? We all talk about funnels and technology, right? You've funneled in a buying solution that is going to benefit you as the advisor. And even if you are the advisor and being the and they decide to go with an IRA, you're still the one bringing them the best option. So you're the advisor, and you're the advisor, and you pick up the IRA money. You're the advisor, you pick up the 401k money. You're the advisor, you pick up the cash balance or combo K money. Either way, you win. My CPAs love this slide. Once again, this is still not perfect, team. This is beta. I already see a glitch here, so bear with me as we're building through this. But this IRA, you can be 48% efficient, or you can be 82% efficient. I mean, which option would you rather pick? Ari?
I would rather pick the one that's going to give me the most amount of money.
Right. But regardless, you're going to pick 2 or 3, right? You're not going to go with 1 because
Yeah, there's reasons why I wouldn't pick 3. I mean,
yeah, you don't have the money. You don't go for 3, right?
Flexibility.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I look at an IRA very similar to like if you were to walk into a bank and you have $1 million in a brown bag, okay, you have $1 million in cash and you throw it up on the teller and you say, I want to put my money away. And they say, okay, great. Ari, thanks for coming in banking with us. We've got 2 options for you. The first option is free. It's called a SEP IRA. It hasn't had any problems previously, but it may moving forward because of the law change. And so if your money's, it's free to put it there, but it may not all be there when you get back. Like we think it will. We're not sure. Or you pay us $10 a year. We're going to keep your $1 million 100% free from claims of credit. It's always going to be there. It's going to grow. Which option do you want to do?
I still go with 2.
If anyone picks option 1, you should fire them.
Yeah,
so fire your SEP clients. So now we've got, so then they're either going to go option 2 or option 3. So you're there to say, I would love to be your 401k, advisor. I would love to be your cash balance advisor. And then we take it a step further. So I know SEP IRAs are currently free, but in this example, I wanted to show you what the costs would look like, the cost benefit analysis. So in this example, I'm going to charge $1,000 or $1,500 a year for an IRA cost versus $2,500 for a 401k cost versus $6,000, right? Take a look at this. So the glitch is right here. It doesn't say SEP IRA, it doesn't say 401k in the middle. So I'm still working on this IRA, but the cost for the employees for a SEP IRA is $63,000 per year. The annual, if we were to charge a fee, if there was a custodial fee for it would be $1,500. Therefore, the actual cost for these types of plans is $64,000 versus the benefit's only $57,000. And if you take the benefit and a tax deductible benefit at 45% in California, then you subtract the cost, the actual cost of a SEP IRA, you lose a ton of money. So I don't know why anyone who has employees would ever truly run an IRA. Probably they just don't know that these other options exist. Versus walking away with $12,000 versus walking away with $66,000. And then guess what? You still have millions in retirement. So that's where we've done IRA. We've built technology to help advisors, insurance agents, sell tax-deductible life insurance inside of plans, bring on plans the same day. And that's where we're really excited to bring our technology to you, Ari, and the rest of our partners here. So go ahead, Ari, do you have any questions?
Let me see. I didn't see any questions, but where do you see this being the right fit? Is this tool better for TPAs? Because quite honestly, in my experience, sorry about that, being on sales meetings, when I was working for a TPA, their worst thing was when you would go to a client and they had a plan design that wasn't wasn't utilizing their money.
Yeah.
You say, hold back, let me talk to the actuaries. And a week later, maybe 2 weeks later, you'd get a report back. I mean, do you see this more as a tool for TPAs or for,
Yeah.
To me, if I was an advisor, this would make a lot of sense, but also TPA as well.
Yeah, Ari, thank you. Checks in the mail, buddy. Yes, this is a tool for all planners, right? And planners are going to be insurance agents, estate planners, CPAs, TPAs. TPAs, I know, since I am a TPA, I know the problems with illustration technology. There's just nothing out there. And so that's where I want to, because in the end, there's so much to give out there on these cash balance plans. If I can use all these other TPAs to bring the message of cash balance plans, we're all going to be in a better spot, and you as advisors are going to make more money. So I want everyone to use my technology, especially TPAs, to bring the word of these plans out to the world.
And what type of subscriptions do you offer with this?
Yeah. Let me pull back up the. That was funny. Whoever said that was hilarious. I'll pull back up the PowerPoint. review. 1 second. I guess I'm not tech savvy today. So the costs are to do this are, there's 3 different levels on the technology. It's $99, $199, and $349 per month. What I'm going to send a link to everyone involved to test out the technology for 7 days for free, and try to bang on it, destroy it, to see if it works, to see if it can help you bring on clients. And I'd love to work with you in any capacity possible. Mike wants to know, are those album covers on the back on the back wall? No, those are pictures of the fam. So, Haley Hunter, 8 and 11, my wife, Sandra, in the back there. There's one with me and George Kittle back there, which I'll show at another event. But yeah, so just the family. So we're in the converted garage in Silicon Valley. So, and please, I'll throw my cell phone and my information on the chat. But please email me, call me with any questions. If you have design questions, if you have technology questions, I'd love to work with you, or just bounce ideas off those. So Ari, I appreciate you, my friend, for all that you do for the 401k community, and let me know how I can help. Yeah, Greg, you Jets fan? What are your thoughts on Robert Saleh getting Jets head coach? That's for you, Dan. I'm sorry, what was the question? I hear. Are you? The 49ers defensive coordinator became the Jets head coach, Robert Saleh. He's a hell of a coach. He's a hell of a coach, and I mean he leads. The Niners. I mean, terrible offense this year, but the defense ran through walls for that guy. So I think New York's actually going to be in good position. Now, and I'll fly out there. I'll watch it. I go to a lot of the Niner games. I'll fly out to the Jets Niner game this year if they play. I don't even know if they're on the schedule this year. I haven't even checked. I'm a Giant fan, so I'm not the. But Ari, I'll see you in Vegas, if not before, my friend. Yeah, we are definitely doing Vegas. We had it scheduled for last December. Obviously, couldn't happen. We're going to strive for that again. It's just a matter of whether I'm going to do it. I wanted to do it at Allegiant Stadium, but I remember the food minimum was more than the budget for any of the events that we've ever had. Yeah, so, yeah. Disney. Exactly. It's going to be at the ballpark or it's going to be at the hockey arena. We'll see. Yeah. So, perfect. Well, I'm excited. And Ari, what anything else that I can do to help? I'd love to. You do so much for the 401k community and everyone here. I appreciate you all, and have a good day. Thank you so much, and thank you for being a part of this. All right, my friend. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. Bye. Now is the time of the show where actually I have a PowerPoint, which is odd. I'm always feeling this, and of course, this is always the problem when the slideshow. My Zoom thing, the bar above is right above where it has the slideshow, but I hope everybody sees this. It looks like you are screen sharing, so that means it's working. There was a conference where it wasn't working, but this is going to be a shorter presentation. We'll get the guys out at Valley Point probably a couple minutes early, but this is 2021, the retirement plan business. We finally made it. But, while we thought 2020 was a dumpster fire, so far 2021 has followed up. The sequel is just as bad as the original. This is this. If I didn't have my screen bar over there or whatever, I could actually read it. Stanley, see this? This ain't something from now on, you're on your own. This is this. Dear Hunter, when I was in law school, didn't socialize much. And I went to the Hollywood Video quite often. Hollywood Video was amazing. It was so much better than Blockbuster. It was like $1.50 for a rental, and watching a whole bunch of movies that second year of law school. And a very dark movie was The Deer Hunter. Unfortunately, not as popular anymore. Probably as a result of Michael Cimino screwing up Heaven's Gate as his next film. But The Deer Hunter is a fantastic movie. The last movie of John Cazale's career. He played Fredo in Godfather and Godfather Part 2.
If you look at John Cazale's career, look up a HBO documentary about his career. Very few people who were in a movie where every movie was nominated for Best Picture. So he was in both Godfathers, he was in Deer Hunter, he was in The Conversation, and he was in Dog Day Afternoon. His last movie was The Deer Hunter. He actually passed away before it was released. He was dying. If you ever see the movies, the man was literally dying of bone cancer right in front of you. But just felt, I always like that. This is this. I mean, I still don't know what that means when he says this is this, but this is this. The legacy of COVID. And, you know, we're still going to have the continuation plan terminations. We'll talk about that and the partial terms, which has changed a little bit as a result of that new law that was passed at the end of December. And we look forward to maybe some more COVID relief, more Secure Act 2.0, whatever it is. Even with a vaccine, hopefully I'll get one. I did get a call for a couple of days ago for a trial of a Johnson & Johnson vaccine, but I didn't want a trial because the chances I'd get a placebo, and with my luck, I'd get a placebo. I think that we're still going to have a continued change in this business. There is still going to be a cutback in travel for conferences and enrollment meetings. I think Zoom is here to stay for events and enrollments. I enjoyed these 2 days as a Zoom conference. And quite honestly, because this conference isn't named NAPA and it's not aimed FI 360 or Schwab Impact, the likelihood is I will do a national conference in January again and do it virtually, because I think it's a huge commitment on people to ask them to travel to another part of the country. You know, for Vegas people, we got Vegas advisors. That's great for them. The local DCAO Vegas people. But to ask people, I think people are still going to cut back on travel. So I think that, you know, to the next national conference, and for the time being, is probably going to be virtual. But we will still have live events, local events. We are booked for Minneapolis on June 11th. We will see how it goes as of this date. We don't know whether they'll allow fans in Minnesota. So we're still up in the air whether that's a go or not. We still have to reschedule St. Louis, Houston, Las Vegas. Las Vegas, I can't imagine that not happening. But then again, I can't imagine that we're almost a year into this. So we'll see what happens. The Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, CAA, that is not the talent agency. That was a law that was signed into legislation was signed into law by President Trump, former President Trump. It was more than just a $600 stimulus, one big deal. And I don't really think it was that big of a deal, but there was a relief from the partial plan termination rules. Instead of looking at the plan year as the measuring stick to determine your 20%, it changes the dates, the measuring stick, from January 1 to March 13th, 2020, which was the day the pandemic finally struck as a disaster, decree. And so there may be employers that rehired employees that they originally let go. So the hope is that they will avoid a partial plan term, which, a partial plan termination, all it really does is that fully vests the people that are affected. If you don't have employer contributions, and there are quite a few 401k plans out there like it, partial plan termination doesn't mean anything. It's not like you have to go for IRS for ruling. You don't get a scarlet letter, PT, because you have a partial term if you're a 401k plan. But we'll see whether that, improves for certain organizations that were able to rehire their employees. Money purchase plans can now allow COVID CARES Act distributions. Previously, they did not. That was, a CARES Act rule. I always joke, for the 5 people that still have money purchase plans left, money purchase plans were very, very popular prior to 2002. That is because there was a quirk in the law. Well, it wasn't a quirk, it was the law, that profit sharing plans employers could only deduct 15% of compensation as a contribution. So what employers would do is they would have paired plans, a 15% profit and a 10% money purchase. But quite honestly, as somebody who used to work on a lot of union plans, A lot of union plans took their defined benefit plans, put them out to pasture, and they replaced them with money purchase plans that they call annuity plans for some reason. There's relief for overfunded pension plans. That really doesn't apply to us. We don't know that many overfunded plans that can make a qualified transaction, but there are plans like that. I actually have come across a DB plan that was $11 million overfunded, but that's because it was a doctor who was very, very good at picking stocks. But that really, isn't much of a change for a lot of people because, again, defined benefit plans tend to be underfunded, especially in the multi-employer plan situation. They also allowed in-service distributions for certain building trade employer plans to allow in-service distributions at age 55 instead of age 59 and a half. So for any of my friends who know anybody who works at Local 3, which is the big electricians union in New York, maybe they will be allowed to have an in-service distribution early. Still one of the few well-run unions out here in New York. They also, as part of the new law, they created a disaster provision, a new type of hardship to take care of, a temporary, just like they did with the CARES Act. It's a qualified disaster distribution up to 100,000. It's the idea is you will use it with building or purchasing a home in a qualified disaster area, and temporary modifications to the plan rules, which allow them to receive a loan of up to 100,000 or 100% of the vested portion of their account. And a qualified disaster is an event that's declared a disaster by the president between January 1, 2020 and February 25, 2021. It's a relief bill intended to aiding individuals who live in a qualified disaster area. They don't include areas which are disaster areas solely to the pandemic. I think that would have helped me during Hurricane Sandy when where I'm sitting at had 3 feet of water. The CAA will allow retirement plans to provide that distribution. Obviously it's got to be for people who live in the disaster area. They sustained an economic loss because of the area. And again, they can be as large as $100,000. They have to be taken by June 25, 2021. They won't be subject to the early 10% penalty, which we usually get with hardships. And it'll be taxed ratably over 3 years, and it can be recontributed to the plan within 3 years, just like the CARES Act. I don't know many people that will be able to take it, but there have been certainly just qualified disasters during this whole pandemic, and knowing how weather is and climate change. By June 25th, 2021, we may have another earthquake or who knows what. 2021, again, like I said, has been a huge dumpster fire so far. And I'm not just talking about all the Hall of Famers who've passed away in the past few months. Recontribution of hardship withdrawals for purchase or for the construction of their home. So, it is for the purpose of doing that. In order to be eligible for relief, the participant has to receive the hardship during the period that begins 180 days before the last day of the incident for the qualified disaster and ends 30 days after the last day of that period. Again, it's a great mechanism, great access to people that are affected by a qualified disaster. And again, up until June 25th, 2021, the plans may allow, and that's a big thing, may. So if a plan doesn't have loans or they don't want to implement this provision, just like there are people who didn't want to implement the CARES Act provision, they don't have to offer it. And it's important to understand that this provision is optional on the loans. Next are PEPs. PEPs are a big deal. I just got an email today about somebody finding me in the PEP pool plan provider database. But PEPs, again, very, very popular these days because it's a new law change. But, really, It's no different than the old open MEP craze prior to 2012 when they got the Department of Labor issued that opinion regarding the Advantage 401k plan, the TAG plan. Again, it won't be a game changer as people are making it out to be. There's still large providers that are offering it, but every day that passes, I just saw, a well-known 338 send me an email concerning their PEP. The problem with the PEPs are providers needing to make sure that they're not cannibalizing their own business by offering it. And I find that, especially in the open MEP space, a lot of plan providers did that. And there's money to be had in it. There's opportunities, but they're few and far between. It's about collecting assets. Cost of an audit will be a PEP killer. Unfortunately, the audit exemption for PEPs are larger for a single plan, single multi-employer plan. The audit requirement comes in when you have 100 participants, or 120 if you had the year prior you had less than 100. It's part of that 80-120 rule. Of course, we know that with PEPs, you only need an audit when you have 1,000 employees or you bring in an employer that has more than 100 or more. I know PEPs, I've set up PEPs where they will not bring in any employer that has more than 100 employees, and they tell me that they will cap the participation to 1,000 employees, which, could be problematic if you have employers that go on hiring sprees and maybe had 900 employees one year and then the next year have 1,000. So I don't know how you could be perfect about restricting the audit chance. 90 to 95% of PEPs are going to fail. I know that because 90% of MEPs that I worked with failed. Right now, I'm trying to wind up a MEP where the advisor swore up and down. He made a national name. It was going to be great. It was going to be fantastic. I'm going to bring in so many clients. And over the year and a half, he brought 2 employers in. That's a disaster. Quite honestly, I think that most advisors and a lot of plan providers should consider partnering up with a larger plan. Hopefully, for example, your advisor, you could become a 338 to a plan. Those are opportunities there, working on large PEPs. I've been setting up PEPs as a pool plan provider and as an attorney. We have a few in the work, and we'll see how it goes. I think that there are some huge problems with it. We could have. It's funny that JD didn't mention it on his portion with the Retireaholics. We know how much he hates PEPs and that they're the worst thing ever. Again, like I said, you can't cannibalize your business by focusing on PEPs. You will cut your nose to spite your face. It's a bad idea. I always remember I knew a TPA run by somebody I used to work with who I didn't like when I worked with him, and kind of didn't like when he was running the TPA, but I met him years ago at Schwab Impact when we were talking about MEPs, and he said, I want clients who pay bills. That was his kind way of saying, I don't want to do MEPs. And a lot of plan providers are not going to want to do PEPs. That's fine. I think that marketing, in my opinion, should be on delegation on fiduciary function. The actual savings and fees are likely not going to be materialized unless the PEP becomes what I call a mega PEP. And quite honestly, the most successful PEPs you will see are going to be MEPs that were converted to PEPs. And I'm in the midst of converting 2 MEPs, one that has $115 million within the next couple months, and switch it over to a PEP. I think that, again, the marketing is the fiduciary function. There's talk that you're going to get a lot of new plans in. You may not have takeovers where you bring in existing plans in, but it's questionable whether we'll actually see that, because bring in existing assets instead of just trying to grow it from 0 assets. Obviously that's something that you want to do. There's still no guidance on many issues regarding PEPs and whether, certain plan providers could be a pool plan provider. And quite honestly, dealing with 6 or 7 PEPs, TPAs are still not ready. For example, you need a corporate trustee on these PEPs. One corporate trustee, one platform group that I love and had helped sponsor this event, they still don't have an agreement on a corporate trustee serving as a trustee of a PEP. So, so far what I've seen, new plans are joining. State mandated plans are a great opportunity to get people talking, because quite honestly, I think that, employers, when we talk about politics, people may be politically, socially liberal, but when it comes to money, they're conservative in terms of not wanting to be involved in a governmental savings plan because they see what a great job government did with Social Security. So if you're in a CalSaver state or you want to market a CalSaver state, that may be an opportunity, as well as the other states that are requiring mandatory IRAs. Other points to consider in this retirement plan business: litigation is always going to be there. Mutual fund companies, proprietary products in their plan, they're always going to get sued. We still have that Shell case that's coming up, whether participant data may be a plan asset. We've seen a lot of MEPs that are now a huge target. New target, I think, are dealing with cyber theft issues. There was just a case I just saw this week about a owner of a company whose account balance was stolen by a cyber criminal who sent in paperwork to the TPA. The TPA in their paperwork said they were only going to pay by ACH. They were only going to pay by paper check, but they paid by ACH. The guy stole the identity of the owner of the company, opened up a checking account, gave him check number 100. TPA never thought anything of it. The phone numbers on the distribution form didn't match. They still made the transfer of $100,000. They were kind enough to return the money that they withheld for the 20% withholding to the plan sponsor, the owner, the participant. But they basically told him he's on his own to try to recover the $100,000 that was stolen out of his account. And of course, now he's suing. Of course, as we talked in the Retireaholic section, the consolidation is still going to be a big thing. Bigger players are looking for acquisitions. RAs are the target. Again, I know an RA just was bought for plans that I work with, and the plan sponsors, questioning it. Is this a good thing? Because a lot of times, changes are not a good thing. Restatements, of course, are here. That's the Cycle 3 restatements. I'm still calling them the PPA restatement, even though I know they are Cycle 3. July 31st, 2022 for most defined contribution plans. I always jokingly say, people like me need to eat too, and that's why we have restatements, but that's not really 100% true. One Shot, of course, that's the Christopher Walken scene at the end of the movie, and of course he won an Academy Award for that. Questions. Have you seen many disaster distributions under existing law? I can't recall ever seeing one, and we've had quite a few disasters of late, and I'm not just talking about politics, actual natural disasters. Would be a passenger on upside down cruise ship qualify a disaster? They would be in a disaster area if the president would call it. I don't think in the Poseidon Adventure that was near the island of Crete, if I recall, that would not have qualified. And I don't know, being a qualified area, it had to really have to do with your house. I think cruise ship, it would not work. If you were affected by, if you were in the area affected by the movie The Swarm, that was the United States. Quite honestly, you may be affected, especially if your house had a hive underneath it with killer bees. Can the audits for the employers who fluctuate between 900 to 1100 approximately, can it be done on a rolling basis? We look, it's not flexibility, it's really the end of the year look. We look at the beginning and the end. And there's no flexibility, and we don't have a comparable 80-120 rule as we do with PEPs. But quite honestly, if I was a PEP and I had 1,000 participants or employers with more than 100 employees, I wouldn't fear the audit. Can you split plans to avoid audits? That question was answered before. Yeah, I think what will happen is, at least with one TPA that I work with, they will create multiple PEPs. Once one comes near the end, towards the end of that 1,000, they're going to switch it over to another. And what's interesting, what they're doing is, I find it hilarious. They've created 3 separate PEPs. One's going to have, so what they're doing is, one's going to have safe harbor match, one's going to have safe harbor non-elective, and the other one's not. So they're going to keep it, because otherwise, one of the big problems with running MEPs and PEPs is those adoption agreements and trying to follow which plan has which provision. So that's their way of trying to keep it in-house and keep it simple. Of course, one of my favorite acronyms, and thankfully the Retireholics don't have their show now, so I don't have to drink another beer. Keep it simple, stupid, KISS. That's one of my favorite acronyms in the retirement plan business, and that's what they're trying to do with their PEPs. Can I talk why PEPs might be a solution to solve 401k plan market? Why I like it, and I know one plan provider who is going to unleash a product very, very soon. Why do I like it in the PEP market? The reason I like that is I've had a solo 401k. And when you go to the Fidelity office and you want to open up a solo 401k, you're given a form. And I don't want to say you're left to die, but you're left to handle everything on your own. So the idea is maybe creating a pooled employer plan where you have a 338 advisor who, or broker underneath, or RA underneath, who will help you as a sole proprietor to give you investment guidance, investment advice, investment education that you ordinarily would not get if you were part of a Fidelity plan, a Vanguard solo 401k, or whatever, the Schwab, whatever else is out there. Something that's tailored and treating a solo 401k like a regular 401k would be. And, quite honestly, a lot of brokers, in their individual offices don't want to work on a solo 401k because there's no money in it. But if they had a whole bunch of employees if they have a whole bunch of clients that they work with who are sole proprietors, and sending it off to this solo 401k that they could get paid on, maybe certainly not pick the investments, but kind of being the boots on the ground and helping them out. I think that may be the way to go, but we'll see what happens with that. And that's all the questions. Of course, like I said, always end early. But I think that, PEPs, we'll see how it goes. Again, I think it's a lot of hype more than anything else, but we'll see what happens. And, this business, the beauty of this business is constantly changing. When I started 20 some odd years ago, you still had, people using paper, a lot of still trustee directed plans. You couldn't invest on the internet. You actually had to use the phone to make investment changes, and it would not go in that day, it would go in the day after. So, the beauty of this business, and that's why we hold these events, it's constantly changing. People always coming out with new products, and that's the beauty of this business. And I appreciate everybody being part of this. So I'm going to have the Value Point guys start a little bit early so we could probably go home early, as they say. Hey,
Thanks,
Jim,
Ari.
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. And there's Joe and Bill Ochinsky from Value Point Associates, and they are in the PEP space.
Yep, and provide a lot of the services that we've been talking about as far as providing that support. So we're really glad to be here today and appreciate the opportunity to talk to everybody about the 401k market and all the changes that are going on and taking advantage of those changes. I'm Joe Kerr. I'm the Vice President, CIO, and founding partner for Value Point Associates. And with me today, I have Bill Ochinsky, who's the president of Apollo Wealth Management. Apollo Wealth Management provides advisory services to Value Point and to our employer association that provides and sponsors of 401k plans and a MEP for small to medium-sized employers in the 1 to 500 employee range. Bill?
Hello, everybody. Like Joe said, my name is Bill Lachinsky. I'm the president of Apollo Wealth Management, and we've been working with Value Point for a while. We actually, myself and the partners at Value Point have known each other for a long time, and between the group, there's about 150 years experience in the 401k market between all of us. But we're here today to talk about something that Value Point's created. Value Point is actually in the MEP market right now. They do have a closed MEP, an employer association. I'm the investment advisor on there. We still haven't decided if we're going to convert this thing to a PEP yet. I think that's going to depend on some different factors here, and we still have to talk to Ari about that. But we do have that. We do have that plan. But Value Point also has a platform that's available to investment advisors. Now, the 401k market today is a growing market. Like you just heard from Dan a little while ago, just the IRA market is almost double the size of the 401k market. And through changes in laws, I think you're going to start to see some of those assets start to transfer over. Now, about 90% of all the small to medium-sized employers don't have a 401k plan. They might have a SEP IRA, they might have a simple IRA, they might have nothing. Our experience tells us they have nothing. So what we've created and what Value Point's created is a platform to allow that investment advisor that wants to get into the 401k market to be able to do it on a very simple. When I broke into this market, I came from the multi-employer Taft-Hartley world, and we created a 401k plan, and I liked that, and I thought I was going to set the world on fire. I was going to go out, I was going to start my own business, and I was going to bring all these 401k plans in. Well, I soon found out that unless you have assets under management and you have a lot of them, nobody wants to talk to you. Okay, you got to find a third-party administrator, you got to find an attorney, you got to find an investment advisor that knows what they're doing. It's difficult. Okay, so I've gotten past that. I ended up with getting a couple big accounts, and that's been great, and that's what's launched us. But we still always wanted to concentrate on trying to help that small to medium-sized employer, because we think that's where the biggest growth is going to be. Now, by working with Value Point, you should be able to expand your retirement financial services, okay? And you can diversify your offerings. Now, most advisors, we all have the same model. We're looking for that high net worth person. We're chasing that all day long, and it's difficult. And a lot of investment advisors have no clue of what's even going on in the 401k industry, and they don't know how to set one up. So that's why Value Point was created. Now, working with Value Point, you can grow your offerings, you can grow your business, you can grow your assets under management. If you have somebody that's looking for a single employer plan, if you're looking for somebody for a pooled plan, a MEP or a PEP, Value Point's there. We can provide all those services for you, do all the work in the background, right? So you can concentrate on what you're doing to grow your business, and that's going out, making new contacts, finding new customers, working your book of business to try to grow those assets under management, because that's ultimately our goal, right? As an independent RIA, we're trying to make our business not only create revenue for ourselves, but you're trying to grow your business, and you're trying to make it worth something, because at some point in time, you're either going to have to merge that business or you're going to have to sell it. And the more assets under management you have, the more the business is going to be worth. So Value Point itself is a real sweet spot, is really that small to medium sized employer. Now, we say typically 1 to 500 employees. They can handle more than that. Honestly, the average customer size for Value Point's in that 15 to 30 to 50 range. So there's a lot of opportunity out there for investment advisors to be able to capitalize on that. Now, one thing also too, when you work with Value Point, you're going to be able to update your team, your customer facing solutions with the latest technologies and features. Now, Joe's the one of the founding partners. Joe is the one that takes care of all the technology that we have here. So the experience you're going to have as a participant is going to be simple. It's going to be easy. They can go in, they see their account balances, they can see what their fund selections are, they can see everything that's going on, and they can make changes to them very simply. As you are the investment advisor on the plan, you can go in, you can pick what plans that you're looking at, you can run reports based on the whole group, you can take a look at who's on track to be able to retire comfortably, who isn't, where their asset allocation is, where they're positioned to be able to get to their retirement goal. And that's an important feature because most places or most investment advisors I've ever seen don't have that ability. It's very difficult. They have to do it almost manually. Value Point software will allow you to do that on a group by group basis. So if you have 3 groups, you have 5 groups, you have 10 groups, you have 1 group, doesn't matter. You can go in there, you can run those reports, you can get a print off of everybody that's in that plan, you can see exactly where they are, and then you can be able to reach out to them and work with them to grow their assets under management. And that's going to help you in the long run. Joe?
Thanks, Bill. With our solution that Bill has been talking about, it's really tailored to our advisors. And our philosophy is that by building a great solution for our sponsors, employers, and participants, it's a great solution for financial advisors because everybody wants happy customers. And an easy, affordable, competitively priced, and high-value plans are much easier to sell and maintain. We create a low barrier to entry so it makes it easy to start. To add employers or to add a plan sponsor or a pooled or individual plan into our systems and set them up, it's very straightforward. It takes about a half-hour, 20-minute conversation with the sponsor to choose the plan options that they want, to customize it, get the SPD created, and then we're on our way. It takes about 10 business days usually to set everything up. And they have the plan, it's in place, and we're ready to go. Everybody wants, and everybody gets to do what they do best, and everybody wins. And our model, as Bill was mentioning, really frees up you as an advisor to focus on the things that you do best, on client relationships, on talking with participants and the employers, on helping them reach their goals and build your practice and help them increase their assets under management. Plus, it gives you access in the 401k market and in these plans where you're working with the employees and not talking to them, not just about what they have in this plan, but looking at them as a pool of prospects where there may be individuals who need overall assistance with their wealth management plans. All of this is built and it's in place. And why reinvent the wheel? Why have to go out and create all of this infrastructure that's there for you, ready to provide a great solution? It's a great solution, and one of the things that makes Value Point unique is we're a one-stop shop for employer benefits. Not only do we offer retirement benefits, but we also offer insurance benefits. And our retirement plans and options are diversified as well. For our retirement plans, you can choose the plan sponsor, you can choose the plan type, and the financial advisor role that you want to do. For the financial advisor role, you can decide that you want to do all the different things that are required of a financial advisor, or you can partner with somebody like Bill from Apollo Wealth Management, have him be the 338 advisor, for example, and you fulfill the rest of the roles of the financial advisor and work with the clients. Whatever you choose, whatever the sponsor chooses, we deliver. We provide all the systems and administration and work with the provider network to give you the best solution possible. Alternatively, we have an employer member association that sponsors a plan for small to medium-sized employers. You can refer your employer into there and you get a commission from the employer membership dues that is recurring and is on an annual basis for as long as the employer is in the plan. As I mentioned, we offer health insurance, dental, life, vision, workers' comp, all these kinds of things to the employer and provide them with these offerings. So they've got one place to go for their solution, which makes the employer happy and is more likely to choose this solution than others. For the employers, we really make it easy for them. Our goal is that they don't do any more effort than is normal required for normal payroll processing, that it's customizable to them. They still get to choose their plan options, even though they're in a pooled plan, or if they do their own individual plan, depending on who's the sponsor. We have a web service center for employers, for the administrators and owners of the firm, so they can go in and they can look at their employees, they can see contributions, deductions, they can see census information, they can see status transactions, they can see what's going on. So they have assurance the plan is operating as it should. It's very affordable for the small to medium-sized employers. The average is $30 to $45 a head for that, and that's really a minimum that goes away depending on the size of the assets under management. It's simple fees that understand, full transparency. And with this low cost for both employers and for participants that we'll be talking about in a minute, it leaves you more room for establishing what your fees as a financial advisor would be. It's great for participants. It's great value. They've got great investment options, and fund lineups are possibilities. Depending on what the advisor fees and the fund lineup, you're looking at something that's probably between 50 to 100 basis points all in for the participants. It's a full service operation, and they get financial advisory services from you as helping them out with their plan to help them reach their goals. We have a web and mobile friendly service and call center. There's participant services and tools. Bill mentioned some of them. They can go in, they can see their accounts, they can make transactions, they can change contributions, they can change allocations, they can request loans, distributions, all the kinds of things that the employee will want to do with their plan. They're able to do that. And again, too, as Bill mentioned, as an advisor, you have plan and participant insight through the web service center. You can log in and you can see all your plans, all your participants. You can look at individual participants or as a group, see the events that are happening. And this can be really helpful. For example, you can get notified whenever new employees join, or when employees leave, or when they increase contributions, or when they get compensation increases. So maybe, for example, you can reach out to them and say, hey, I noticed that you got a raise, congratulations. And maybe you think about upping your contribution. We talked before about achieving your goal and how you might be a little short of your target. This might help you out, blah, 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 and really facilitate those kinds of conversations and help you be in tune with what's going on with your participants and your plans, and helping them, again, to reach their goals. It's very streamlined and administrative processing. We use the latest technology, as Bill mentioned, to connect all of our providers together, make the information flow as seamlessly as possible. We have solid technology in that we have an enterprise class environment. We operate entirely in the Oracle Cloud. We're full service paycheck to retirement check. From paycheck to retirement check, we do onboarding, we do ongoing operations, and we perform annual requirements and facilitate those for the sponsor, for the employer, for participants, and for the advisor. And this is really something that I think many of you may be familiar with, or we've certainly been talking about it over the last 2 days in the conference, in that 401k plan administration is not easy to do. It's very complex, it's changing, the rules are changing all the time, and it's essential that you get it right, that the compliance requirements are met, that they get great service, that the assets and privacy of the information is protected. And this is for the onboarding, ongoing, and annual operations. And this can be a real barrier to entry, not only to financial advisors, but to sponsors and employers who are intimidated or just really don't know where to start as far as addressing these services. But the good thing with Value Point and our plan is that we take that barrier down, because all of these things that are involved in these different layers, like bringing the employer on, registering them, helping with plan design, connecting with payroll services, doing electronic data exchange, or we have a web service center where it's very easy for the employer to enter the census and pay data information if the payroll provider doesn't provide that information, or they can work with one of our providers. The communications with employees, welcoming them to the plan, helping them to opt in or out, changes during the year, working with them and accessing the center and their services, and then the ongoing operations. You have the payroll, the contributions, deductions, the record keeping, updating our systems, keeping everything running, providing all these services. All of these things are very complicated and time consuming, as well as the annual requirements for an audit and 5,500. The good news is that this is all part of the basic services offered by Value Point and providing services across the board. So as I mentioned, you can just focus on the 401k, on providing services to your sponsor and the employers and the participants, and providing advice and really doing what you do best and helping everybody to be successful. Our network, we bring together the A team of providers. We work with Broadridge Financial, we work with AccuRecord as our TPA, Ari is our ERISA attorney, and we have payroll services partners where we have pre-established electronic data exchange for processing information, or we'll work with your provider, or as I mentioned, maybe for smaller employers and the payroll service doesn't provide the information electronically, they can go in and use our web service center. It's very easy to enter and update that information each payroll, and then we do the rest. We have premium services available to help you with financial investment education, blog materials, newsletter resources, sending those out. We have all the contact information for the participants in your plan, for making it easier to communicate with them. We have fiduciary support services available from Apollo Wealth Management. As I mentioned, if you're interested, they offer 338 advisor services. They can partner with you and fulfilling responsibilities to the sponsor and to the plan. But if you choose to do that yourself, that's fine as well. That works. Bill?
Yeah, Joe, before I start here, there's just one question I see from Greg talking about cybersecurity. You want to address that before we go forward?
Yeah, cybersecurity, that's a great question because we take it very seriously and it's very critical. As I mentioned, in the first level, we use Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. And that includes the database, the application, the FTP servers, and the data transfer. All of that is in a highly secured environment. They're up with all the latest SOC requirements and so on. So the environment is solid and secure, and we really rely on Oracle and its infrastructure to provide a great solution in that regard. But that's not enough. We design security and we bake security into the applications and what we do. In fact, we just completed a outside third-party review of our systems. We got very high marks for our security in the systems, and they actually commented on how impressed they were that security was baked into the design from the beginning. Because you may know or may not know that security isn't something that's easily added into applications later on. It really needs to be considered from the very beginning to the end, kind of like building a house. You don't just start building and then worry about where you want things later on. It's really got to be designed in and built for that. We transfer data electronically in encrypted formats, and we provide great solutions in that regard.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Joe. So what does working with ValuePoint actually do for you? We can provide more options and customizable options than most platforms can do. We have a couple different setups that we have. One is we have a solution for the advisors that we have 3 different platforms or 3 different fund lineups that they can choose. Okay, and if they choose to do those, typically Apollo is going to be the 338 on there. All right. Very simple. They can go in. We have a lineup with Vanguard. We have a lineup with American funds. We have a lineup with a different mixture of funds. They're always going to be in the lowest share class. We're very cognizant of the fact of the expense ratios of the fund. They're benchmarked. They're monitored, and on an ongoing basis, they're monitored every 90 days, and they get scored based on their performance. And quite honestly, if they don't perform after a period of time, they go out the door and another one comes in. Okay. Now that's the plans that are available. If you're an advisor and you want a customizable plan, or you want your own funds that are in there, that's available too. As long as those funds are available on a TPA platform, you can go in and create any lineup that you want. Okay. The difference will be as Apollo itself or our systems that we have, we're not going to be able to monitor those like we monitor the other ones because that's something that you're going to customize. So that's something that you're going to have to be able to work through and deal with. We can service any size employer. There is no minimum size. We actually just took we just took a plan on a couple weeks ago. Guy calls us up out of the blue. He's only got two people. Like, okay, small plan. Comes in, we find out they're rocket engineers. They're going to max out all their benefits. They're going to have 5 to 7 people on in the next 3 months. And by the end of next year, they're going to have 20 people on, all maxing their benefits out. So you never know how, when you talk to somebody on how that thing's going to grow. That plan's going to hit $1 million within the next couple of years. And it's something that's very simple to do. We don't need to spend a ton of time on it, but it just falls right into the same system with everybody else. So it's easy for us to be able to take those simple plans on, those small plans. Now, the benefits that you're going to be able to bring to your customers, right? We all know they need to be high value, they need to be affordable, and you have to be competitive, right? By doing things yourself and going out and trying to piecemeal all these things together, it's very difficult to do it. We've built the whole platform for you. So all you got to do is be able to partner with us, and you can jump on the bandwagon and just take the ride with us. Now, if you've got a PEP, if you've got a MEP, if you've got something else out there, and you want to white label it, we can white label it also for you. It's not a problem. We have some plans that we're working with right now with the associations that we're talking to. They want to be able to use our services, and they want to be able to put their name on it. Very simple. Joe handles that. We white label a thing. When they go on, it looks like their plan, and we're doing everything in the background. Now, what plugging into VPA and working with VPA is going to do for you is going to free up your time. We all know that time is money. So if I'm out as an advisor trying to take over a $500,000 plan, and they're not happy with where they are, or they're a group annuity contract or whatever they are, and I've got to go find a TPA, I've got to go find somebody to take over the plan of benefits, and if they have 100 people in there, I got to find an auditor. It's a lot of time, and you're not going to make a lot of money off a plan that's got $500,000. Okay? By plugging into VPA, we can handle those services. We can handle all that. It's simple for us to do it, and you can go out and do what you do best, and that's work with your customers and market your services. Now, if you've got plans that are out there that you're trying to close on, or you're trying to do comparisons with, just give us a call. My contact information will be up here at the end. You can call me. I'll be happy to help you through that process, show you what we do. We can do side-by-side comparisons for you and give you everything you need to do to go out and win that business. Now, we all know that you're not going to win all the business that you're bidding on, and how hard it is to move a plan. So, these things take time to develop, and it takes a process to develop these things. But once you're on your way, this can add significant assets under management to your practice, and hopefully hopefully make your company worth more. Okay? Now, working with Value Point, we don't charge to work with anybody. If somebody wants to work with us, they want to work on our platform, there's no upfront cost to you. Value Point charges 30 basis points for their services. That's going to bring you everything we've talked about, right? And you don't have to worry about any of that. You're not going to incur any costs working with an attorney, setting up a TPA, working with a different custodian. All of that goes away. We've got all those things in place for you, and you'll be able to go out, and we'll give you the tools you need. Go out and work into that 401k market, and hopefully over a period of time, you're going to start to generate these things, and your assets are going to grow. Okay, because ultimately your assets under management, growth in assets under management is going to be your ultimate goal. Okay? Now, one thing that we do too that we've never seen anybody else do, because Value Point is a full service benefits company. I come from the Taft-Hartley world. We had a defined benefit plan, health and welfare plan, 401k plan, all the benefits. Once you work with them, you're trying to do everything for them. Value Point was set up the same way. So if you have an opportunity for someone, if they need their health insurance, life insurance, disability, dental, Value Point can handle all of that. right? If you're licensed in the state that you're operating in, Value Point can share some of those commissions, or you can set up another company to do that. That's totally up to you what to do, but that could be another stream of revenue for you. Okay. Joe?
Thanks, Bill. So in summary, working with Value Point as a platform, we can help you transform and enhance your retirement practice. You get access to a full benefit ecosystem that becomes a part of your team. We become an extension, we provide those services, and we really provide, as Bill mentioned, the full services of both retirement and insurance, which make it more appealing and easy for the employer, enables you to focus on your clients and grow your business. So we'd love to get started. The contact information is there for Mike Schifferly, who's the Director of Sales and Marketing, or you can reach out to Bill directly with Apollo Wealth Management. And we can talk further about your interest and opportunities for us to work together, and we would love to do that. I'm just looking at the questions that are out there. I see one, how do you charge? I think we talked about it, but we kind of talked about it in pieces. So just to be clear, for Value Point, we charge 30 basis points under assets under management. There's a minimum charge for the employer based on the number of heads. That goes away as the assets under management grows. The minimum charge is $800 depending on the size. It averages $30 to $45 a head for the employees. And that's the entirety of our charges. And any cost for the sponsor, like paying for the audit or the 5500 form, we don't mark that up at all. It's just direct cost, and there's no markup. So, and I think, Bill, you addressed there was a question there about whether you can pick funds and plan design, and you had mentioned that they can do that, either working with you or on their own, and still get the full services. And this is available health and welfare products too, life, accident, health. Yes, correct. We have full benefits. We work with large national providers. Assured Partners is one example. They're in the top 5 brokers in the country. We're licensed in and available to work in all 50 states. We have an insurance marketplace. We can offer FSA and ICRA accounts at really affordable costs. And we're happy to talk about any of those, and we do referrals. Are there any other questions? Okay, that seems like it. Well, thanks very much. Thanks for your attention, everybody. And thanks, Ari, for including us in your conference.
Thanks for being a part of it. And it was a great presentation.
Thanks.
And speaking about great presentations, we got Mark Copen from FPS Trust, which I think is one of the great solutions out there. As we discussed with Retireaholics, and has been discussed before in other presentations, missing participants is a huge problem that is only getting, I would like to say huger, but that would not be English, but a larger problem. The Department of Labor recently had more guidance and suggestions as to when plan sponsors can figure out whether they have a missing participant problem. So Mark is certainly going to talk about that and the solutions that he offers. Mark, take it away.
Thank you, Ari. Good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate everyone staying on so late on a Friday afternoon. Just working on all these different screens that are in front of me and making sure that you're seeing what you should be seeing. All right. Ari, does that look right with the PowerPoint next to me?
Yeah.
All right. Fantastic. Wow. Got it right for a change. All right. Well, I appreciate that, Ari, and really do appreciate everything you've done to keep this rolling along, especially with the pandemic and people not traveling. It's fun to get together and listen to everybody and, banter back and forth on the chat. So Mike and Greg, you guys are hilarious. Just appreciate the humor on a Friday afternoon. So what I really want to talk about today is the missing participants. FPS is a safe harbor IRA rollover provider. We take in the accounts that nobody can find, people don't respond. Want to get into really what some of the issues are related to that. Some additional issues that the Secure Act is going to create, some of the latest developments out of the DOL, and then some of the things that we have available that can really bring to you as an advisor the options and the availability to add additional value without increasing a plan's cost or taking away from your time with your clients. So getting into some of the numbers and how big this problem really is, the GAO created a study, had to evaluate really what the problem was for the uncashed checks, missing participants, and they found that there are roughly 16 million accounts that are affected by terminating employment and leaving an account less than 5,000 in the retirement plan. And that's really like 30% of the entire workforce and roughly around $8.5 billion in assets. And then when you throw in uncashed stale dated checks, you're really talking, upwards of 100 billion in assets that could be payable to a participant from a retirement plan, but these individuals aren't receiving their benefit. So this is really why the DOL has started enforcement on this and really taken the time to dig into the data mining on missing participants and these uncashed checks. Now, there's been some, identification of what a really missing participant is defined, either by DOL, IRS, in their audit process. Really, it's people that move, they've not updated their address, it's returned mail, bounced unreturned emails. They don't have any web activity on the record keeper's website that they can track or be able to monitor access into that account. And those outstanding uncashed stale dated checks. And when you're talking about unresponsive participants, these people are just missing in action. There's no bounced email, there's no return mail. You think they're getting it, but they're not opening the mail, they're not responding to requests. So when you're dealing with the unresponsive participants, that creates a bigger problem because you think that you're getting through to them, but as many of the panelists or the presenters here earlier today pointed out, maybe it's the language that we're using and we're not being clear enough or elementary enough for their understanding, because this isn't something they do every day. So it's overwhelming. They put it to the side and think they'll get around to it at some point. So as an industry, we need to work together, do a better job in communicating what these benefits really are to these individuals. So really in the inclusion of the 401k plans, the Secure Act created this issue with inclusion of these part-time workers and calculating whether or not these individuals receive or will receive a benefit or can participate in the retirement plan is something that they don't have to do until 2024, but they need to start working on tracking those hours now And it also clarifies that years before 2021 must be considered to determine a long-term part-time employee's vesting in any employer contribution that may be allocated to that participant account. So really the Secure Act is making this even more difficult for plan sponsors going forward, as the part-time employees, they tend to be a little more transient. Sometimes the situation, if they're only working part of the year, how to not get them included in a force out process. If their termination status or employment status changes to termination some point during the year, but they're really only not terminated in the sense of leaving employment, they're just terminated from the payroll process. And I've seen this several times, especially in governmental situations where the individual's not actually terminated, but that's how they have to classify them so that they don't keep accruing hours or getting FICA alternative benefits credited to their account. So it's really important to make sure that your employers are understanding this requirement. It's going to make it a lot easier for them coming into 2024 if they're holding off on making this available to those part-time workers. So again, it's those individuals that do leave frequently as part-time, that's going to increase the number of people that they need to look for, as the DOL indicated earlier last week. These are the things that plan sponsors are needing to start to worry about a little bit more. So with that, the DOL did release that information last week about the Field Assistance Bulletin and Compliance Bulletin, where they gave a little more guidance about dealing with missing participants, uncashed checks, and how to handle those really in the defined benefit plan. But as we've seen, their enforcement actions always spill over into the DC market, into the plans, when they start digging into a plan's or an employer's retirement programs. So the compliance bulletin itself, is outlining more of the investigative process that a plan sponsor would need to go through for terminating a vested participant project and those abandoned plans. And they're really looking for systemic issues. And they're going to do a lot of data mining related to that on the 5500 and looking for administrators and record keepers of those terminated vest participants to determine if they're making the appropriate notifications in a timely manner. They're locating those missing participants and beneficiaries related to the DB plan. But they're also reaching out and making the attempt to reach those participants to commence those payments. And it also talks about some of the dealings with the uncashed distribution checks. So this compliance bulletin does provide a little more insight into what the DOL is looking to enforce or possibly provide further guidance on for plan sponsors to follow. And really the best practices in the compliance or the best practices release, it's the same thing that we hear all the time from ERISA attorneys like Ari and others. You want to maintain the current and accurate census information, effective communication strategies, and change those up if they're not being effective. Just don't keep going down the same or using the same methodology if you're not getting any better result. You need to improve your missing participant searches. So the plan sponsors themselves need to go through a better process of documenting and ensuring that those procedures are being followed either with themselves or with the record keepers and their third-party providers. So the issues that really plan sponsors and record keepers have within this is the administrative burden of dealing with those searches. You know, the amount of time that it takes, the effort involved, the multiple locations that they have to try and find these individuals. Then it's the cost of communication and reach out to those individuals. Then they also, you know, have the increased risk from the DOL. As the bulletins point out, you know, there are some risks to not following those regulations, you know, that, and so being able to put together a full plan that is comprehensive is something that, as an advisor, you would be able to help them formulate and make sure that they have in place. You also want to be aware of any fiduciary breach risk that they could stumble across in the event that they, one, fail to sign their documents, or two, fail to have the appropriate steps documented. You know, we've seen increased class action lawsuits. There seems to be a new one out every day on pension investments of another company getting sued. You know, with these individuals that are missing or unresponsive, being able to get them out of the plan, especially the de minimis accounts under 5,000, the uncashed checks being a plan asset until it's actually negotiated by the participant, those individuals get caught up in the class and can be part of any settlement. So you're doing your plans a favor if you help them mitigate that risk in any potential class action lawsuit. Plus, you have the required minimum distribution payments and whether or not those individuals receive and cash those and getting them started on time. You know, the IRS and DOL have suspended their enforcement action in the interim until some point they decide that they're going to start enforcing disqualification of a plan for failing to make a required minimum distribution. So it's really incumbent upon the plan to make sure that they are still complying with those regulations, even though there's a lack of enforcement around that disqualification. Then you've got the withholdings and penalties, and then unclaimed property and all of those issues that are aging of the asset and whether or not it can be escheated to the state in a terminated plan. And there is a push to get ERISA assets that are not in a terminated plan being able to be escheated to the states as well. So how did we get to this dilemma? You know, the DOL up until this last week, and there's still room for clarification from what I've read, that they haven't provided clear guidance on how to deal with the uncashed checks. You know, the IRS and the DOL are looking for, you know, these outlying plans that have, you know, in their data mining that they can identify where these accounts are being left behind, or that there's a potential a systemic issue of not issuing those benefits in a timely manner. So the state efforts, like I said, there is a push by the states to create an exemption and circumvent ERISA and allow plan sponsors to escheat money to the states for the uncashed checks, or even in the terminated plans, all the assets that remain after the notification. So in their effort to try and capture these assets, it's actually DOL came out, or the IRS came out, excuse me, and said that the withholdings need to be done before it goes to the state. So in any of those situations, if you're forcing those accounts over to the state in a achievement process, those individuals you're going to have withholding on, but they haven't actually taken a distribution benefit, and they could actually come back and within the provisions roll those monies over to another program. So how do you recapture the money that was withheld from that event? So there's a lot of complexity, uncertainty, and probability for error in the event that the states do get their way and allow or get the approval to escheat active retirement plan participants to the state coffers. We had the pension benefit, the PBGC, the Field Assistance Bulletin 2021-01 talk about really the terminated programs and abandoned plans being able to use the PBGC in their effort to capture these missing unresponsive participants. In my reading, and I'm not an attorney and I don't play one on TV, really it seems like it's more an addendum to the 2014-01 Field Assistance Bulletin, where now they're allowing the PBGC to receive these assets. There's some issues surrounding this program that I see related to the cost directly to the plan sponsor, having to pay for the fees for the PBGC to take the accounts, and then the rate at which the credited rate that the participant receives is not, it's based on a money rate that is posted by the PBGC, and it's currently fairly nascent in providing any actual earnings to the participant. The one thing that they did say in the Field Assistance Bulletin is that the PBGC does actively search for these people from time to time. Well, that's really kind of where we come in, and I can share with you in a little bit how we really exceed what they do as well. But I want to go through really what the safe harbor environment is currently. It was created out of EGTRA. It allowed for plan sponsors to force people out over the original $3,500 limit to $5,000, but it required the rollover into an IRA from $1,000 to $5,000. Now that's really what created this missing participant issue for those accounts under $1,000, because that's the vast majority of the uncashed checks in a plan. Those are the force outs under $1,000. People don't get the check. They don't know what it's for. They put it off to the side and they never get around to cashing it. So it creates a lot of issues And really that's one of the things that really should be clarified, or at least identified by the market and record keepers, plan administrators alike when they're looking at their document amendments and the remedial amendment periods, looking at ways to simplify their administration. This is one key area. We have portability now, with one company receiving a fiduciary exemption from the DOL. Issues with that, I believe, are those fees are being charged to the participant without the participant consent, and they're being forced over into another retirement plan with that may have as many restrictions or more restrictions than they may have wanted. By putting in the IRA, they have less restrictions. But as gentleman pointed out earlier, I can't remember which one, I was watching them all, where the Secure Act eliminated the security from creditors in the IRA. So, there may be more of a push for that. I'm in the IRA business, but those things do impact, our thoughts on how we best position these individuals that we receive and help them when they do contact us by putting their money maybe back into another retirement plan instead of rolling it into another IRA if they want to maintain that security from creditors. So those are things that do come up, and honestly, I hadn't even heard that before today. So that's new information and something we need to consider as we're talking to these clients. The record keeper solutions that are out there in the market, they generally won't take the accounts under 1,000. I've had issues within the last 2 months. Was working with Steinmart as a plan termination. They were with Principal. Principal took all of the accounts on the force outs for anybody that didn't respond. But then they came back to Steinmart and said, hey, we can't take these participants that we think are deceased. And we don't think, we can't take these accounts that have a bad address associated with them. So they were going to stick the plan sponsor who's terminated and walking away at the end of December with accounts remaining in the plan and no way to deal with them. So that's how you get abandoned plan situations. These accounts that remain, we were able to take them over, help the plan sponsor, set them up in an account before, as we determine whether or not they are deceased, and then work with the beneficiaries or the estate in getting that money to the appropriate location. And then they also have very limited processes on what happens to those accounts if they go stale. I'm working with a hospital right now that has 27 different contracts with 3 different record keepers, and they have an unclaimed property account and hundreds of checks that have just been sitting there since 2009, over the span of a decade here, that they still don't know what to do with them. So those things, are what we try and focus on, the complexities of this business and finding solutions for the plan sponsor. So the gaps are really more effective ways for the plan sponsor to reduce missing participants and communicate to those employees, eliminate the accounts with bad addresses by us taking them, so that they can be off the hook from a fiduciary standpoint. Deal with the deceased people and, actually create a process that locates, eliminates those stale dated check participants. So that's really what the fiduciary goals of a plan sponsor are: to locate those people, minimize the risk. They need a process that complies with the current regulations and utilizes those tools to their benefit, and keep as much money for those participants as possible, because that's the hard-earned money of those individuals that have started saving for retirement. So FPS rollover, our safe harbor IRA, our technology is created to fully support a paperless environment. We've designed it so that every TPA record keeper that we work with can interface with us on a very simple and easy to use basis. Our product itself, we have a fund that actually guarantees principal and interest, is insured up to the 250,000. We're crediting a rate over 1% currently. We're minimizing the account erosion with our low cost fee, which is inclusive of all of our services. We're not charging for additional statements or trading search fees. We do an extensive participant location process, where we're searching for these individuals, every individual, twice a year after the first year. And in the first year, we're looking for a new address 3 times. So there's no plan or plan sponsor costs. The fee comes from the individual account. And we're providing better regulatory compliance for plan sponsors under a very stringent regulated industry, being a trust company, audited by the Colorado Division of Banking, separate independent financial auditors, and our SOC 1. So really our focus here is bringing those issues together under a fiduciary duty for the plan sponsors. We're looking to reduce administrative costs and their workload, offering them the reduction of time spent on these individuals that do not benefit their organization at all. They need to eliminate those accounts and reduce their exposure to the DOL in their data mining. And you'll have a relieved client not having to worry about not getting around to it at some point. So really that's the biggest problem, is these plan sponsors don't always have the time or manpower to devote to this little niche of a market. Really the implementation of this with a plan sponsor is very straightforward. The plan sponsor does have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that they are evaluating the services that affect all their plan participants, the ones that are active and terminated. And if they make an election to use a third-party provider like us, and the record keeper or TPA who's not already signed on as a 316, could be held as a co-fiduciary for making a decision for the plan sponsor that the plan sponsor hasn't decided themselves. So it's imperative that you go out and do a review of these services with your with the record keepers and your plan sponsors, identify multiple providers, and do an analysis to see really what's in the best interest of those individuals that they're forcing out of the plan. So to implement this, it's a services agreement, and that's what the DOL requires between the plan provider and the plan sponsor. You notify the record keeper, TPA, of their election. They authorize the sharing information between the parties, and we establish the contact and help them follow the schedule that the plan sponsor puts in front of them, and how they want this to be handled. And I thought this was, a really good point that I found. I'll back it up. That if they're not making a choice, they abandon making a choice, then they just start creating excuses when they start talking to the auditors. So with that, I want to wrap that up. I think I'm really at time here, and don't want to keep you longer on a Friday afternoon than I have to. Ari.
Thanks so much, Mark. Always a great presentation. I think that TPAs and any advisor that doesn't use you, that just uses that in-house rollover solution, is just making a big mistake.
Thank you, Ari. Yeah, I would agree.
I would hope you would.
Yes.
Tell Jamie I said hello.
I sure will. Yeah.
Thanks.
So there were a couple questions. Did you want me to get to those, or
yeah,
you want to
have like a minute or two?
Okay. So were any of the DOLs recently released best practices for locating participants new to us, or were you already utilizing those practices? For example, social media, participants not something that I heard of before, though it makes sense to me if privacy issues can be addressed. Social media is sort of one way to identify a potential individual, but we have much more sophisticated methods in identifying individuals. There's actually times when we've hired private investigators to go search public records and locate individuals. I had a plan sponsor in Cheyenne who had a participant die, and he left it to his son, but his son was missing in action for the last 8 years. We went through our process. We did hire a private investigator. They found that he was in trouble with the law, incarcerated for a while, and off the grid. In the public records, we found a mother's name, phone number, contacted her, she contacted him, and we finally got the benefit paid to the beneficiary. So, there's far better avenues to search for these individuals than just social media. It's just the stepping stone to get started. Second question was, if the participant absconds, don't you think they should pay those fees? Retirement plans are not free for employers and plan sponsors. Greg, I'm not sure what they're absconding with.
Yeah, they absconding. They left. That they're missing in action.
Yeah. The participant should pay the fee. I mean, it's not the plan sponsor's responsibility to maintain, that account in the retirement plan, where it could impact the actual cost of the plan for all other participants. So really, that's the thing that we try and impress upon plan sponsors and advisors, is that these individuals that have a balance less than 5,000 are really more of a hindrance and a drain on the economics of the plan itself by increasing the cost to the other participants. So if you force those people out, historically, my investigation analysis, it shows that really the assets that are being forced out are less than 10 basis points of the total assets. And that is not going to drop the needle below any institutional level share class that you may be in. So the actual cost of administering that account is much greater to the record keeper than the asset or fees that those accounts could bring in. So it's best to get them off the books and put them in an account that the plan sponsor doesn't have to pay for, and the other participants in the plan aren't carrying as an administrative burden. And then another question from Mike. Mark, you have you had success convincing plan sponsors to amend plans to roll over small balances, not just those from 1,000 to 5,000? I've written about it a lot, but haven't seen it take the plan sponsor world by storm yet. Even though I think it should. Who in the world thinks paper checks for under 1,000, the under 1,000 crowd, actually a good idea? I've had actual really good success with some plan sponsors. It's the amendment process and making that happen with the retirement committees, and conveying that to the retirement committee that it really should be a process that they should amend. Then you have the record keepers, where their process is more related to in dealing with the accounts from 1,000 to 5,000, and then they mess up and force the accounts out under 1,000 when the plan says that all accounts should be rolled over. But there are record keepers. I'm worked with one currently that we are a provider on, and actually two of them that I know of now, that they've amended their document in this remedial amendment period to roll over all accounts from a penny to $5,000. No more cash outs. So as their plans are being adopted and amended for their existing plans, they will be doing the rollover for all accounts under 5,000. That was the last question. So I appreciate the time. Ari, thank you again for a great 2 days, really good speakers, and sure appreciate you including us once again in your program.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thanks as always. Our last presenter, Dan, are you there? Dan, are you there? Well, it's supposed to be Dan Venturi. I'm trying to get him. Dan, do you hear me? Can you talk? You have to unmute your phone. Because I don't hear you. Dan Venturi is trying to call in. Just wait a minute. And we were going to talk about 316 services. Dan is a 401k reboot, as well as some other affiliated companies dealing with 316 services. And we were going to have a discussion about 316 services and what that entails. Dan, do you hear me? You got to get on. Oh, he's off right now. It should be back on. Hold on one second. He's trying to get in. Let me see. Dan, can you talk? Sorry for these technical difficulties. I'm texting him. Just wait, hold on 1 second. I believe he has to unmute his phone. Beauty of technology. As we try to get Dan on, again, I want to thank everybody for being a part of this event, and I appreciate everybody attending for 2 days. I think that still, even today, that's a big ask. Of course, if you've missed any of the presentations, feel free to email me. We do have this available on video. Of course, there'll be a delay in posting it on YouTube. I may post it on YouTube with some type of password. And I believe that the Retireaholics are going to utilize the recordings on their YouTube channel as well. So feel free to reach out to me. For presentations, I don't have copies of almost all the presentations. If you want to ask me to give you some contact information on who you want to get the copy of their deck, feel free as well. And hopefully we can get Dan in here. If we can't, we can't, but we're going to try to get him on to discuss 316 services. And again, the schedule is hopefully in June, we will be in Minneapolis at Target Field on June 11th. Hopefully there'll be a game that night. If there's no game, then there's not going to be an event. We're hoping as we get closer and closer, probably about March, we should know whether that's going to happen or not. And of course, we're certainly going to do Las Vegas, and hopefully that will happen. I think that Las Vegas certainly will happen. I have talked to the venues in Las Vegas, and we should be booking the events over there. It's just a question of whether it's going to be at the Las Vegas Ballpark or it's going to be at the Golden Knights Arena, which I believe is the T-Mobile Arena. I'm still trying to get Dan on. If he can't get on, then we'll see what we can do, but hopefully you get on. Of course, go to that401ksite.com. Go to that401ksite.com for further information on all these events, as well as news articles and what's going on in the industry. It's nice that the Retireaholics mentioned that blog piece that I wrote about changes in the retirement plan industry. And that's a great site to see what's going on and all that. I think Dan is having a hard time trying to dial in. Zoom really isn't for a panelist. As somebody to be a participant, it's one thing. To be a panelist on the phone, it's not going to work out. I know that Dan had some issues today of being able to do this at his home through his office. So I'm going to have to end the conference now. You know, unfortunately, Dan can't be a part of it, and it's 4:38. So I thank everybody for being a part of this event at that 401k National Virtual Conference. And right now, I see my son in the background trying to interfere in my background. So I appreciate, again, everybody being part of it. And that's it. And again, we're going to try this probably again next January. I like the virtual aspect of it. You're not asking everybody to put in $1,000 with travel and admissions and all that stuff. And that's that. So my son is somewhere in the background over there. You can make him out maybe. But anyway, I thank you very much. And thank you for being part of this event. And again, reach out to me for the videos. The second day is probably going to be available later tonight. And that's it. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye.